After the third song, a stool was brought for him, and more people gathered in the small audience. He was prepared to begin when his eyes caught sight of Chelynne. To her complete dismay, he looked pointedly at her, his eyes glowing with emotion. He looked nowhere else as his fingers sensed the strings and a lilting melody floated through the air. A summer's day a-passing, I blew away the clouds. On Cupid's back she came a-riding to steal my youth away to seal a man to stay. I knew no kindled fire, till she brought me to a touch, and she lingered for a moment to creep into my heart to creep into my heart. I longed to hold her to me, to love her all I would, to fill her with a promise, to claim her for all time, to make her truly mine. I took her to the mountain, I took her to the sea, I took her to the heavens, and she flew away from me. She flew away from me. The applause was subdued and the room fairly quiet. It was the lonely tale of a man who had loved and lost, and seemed to be meant for the Countess of Bryant. Their eyes were betrayingly glued together. From where he sat, Reuben slowly raised his gaze from Chelynne to one directly above her, the hard, steely flint of the Earl of Bryant. Immediately, Reuben shifted his eyes to Louise and sought to woo the king's mistress with an equally beautiful song about a sailor and a mermaid and their tireless romance. Chelynne never suspected or worried that Chad had a jealous twinge, or even cared that she had been moved by the romantic lilting of Reuben's voice. She was lost in thought, all of which was of Reuben and his powerful effect on her. She wished now that she had yielded to him on that grassy bed of nature's own home. She longed for the chance to caress that muscled back and feel his hands on her again. She grieved that she was bound to jewels and dinners at Whitehall, thinking only of the bliss of being a simple lass and wed to a yeoman. It would seem gay to know no burden above the mashing out of the next meal and the swelling of a child within her. Her eyes closed as she imagined it. Never did a simple man's wife wonder where her husband took the night. Never did he have to guess whose child she carried. Their virtues were their strength, and their wealth came from their labors. Reuben's voice played the background for her daydreams as she imagined him holding her naked against the fresh, sweet-smelling grass, touching and caressing. She might as well have been alone in her fantasy for the reality of it. He rose over her, and she gently smoothed his cheek. But the face did not belong to Reuben. It was Chad. Her eyes popped open in surprise, and she quickly discounted the entire experience, flushing it from her mind. Reuben pleased his audience well, which was all he wanted to do, but after another song he was dismissed. They were bored with the beauty of his talent. It was so typical of this group. Always bored, always seeking new diversion, never satisfied. Chelynne knew better than to approach Reuben, for his safety as well as her own. She waited for a long time before making her way to Lady Stellenthorpe. Chad was busy at the gaming tables. "Madam," she beckoned softly, "does Reuben stay in London with you?" "Ah, so it was for you, the song. Shh, say no more and let me warn you once. The past is over, and you must not speak of Reuben or to him. You would be branded forever for trifling with a gardener." Chelynne lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She would have much preferred to be private. "I don't wish to see him," she murmured, "but it would please me if you could tell him that I enjoyed his songs." "If you wish it, darling," she sighed, brushing a sympathetic hand along Chelynne's arm. "'Tis a pity," Chelynne started. She stopped her words. There was nothing she could say. She missed the narrowing of Lady Stellenthorpe's eyes. Chelynne had no idea that Lady Stellenthorpe was not so moved by Reuben's voice as by other things. "A sad state of affairs, this," came a voice from behind. Chelynne turned to find herself looking into the laughing eyes of the king. "Is there nothing here to amuse you, my lady?" "Of course, your majesty," she said quickly. I'm having a wonderful time." He shook his head skeptically. "It doesn't seem so. What would please you? I'll see it's provided." "Why, nothing more, I assure you." "You like the minstrel?" Of course," she said softly. "I thought you did. I believe he had a song meant for you." She worried over her reply. Lady Stellenthorpe had retreated, and she saw no sign of any acquaintance. She was alone with him, what she had longed for and feared. "It would seem so, sire." "Are you still so uncomfortable with me, my dear?" he asked softly. "No, sire," she replied, though she could not look at him. "I think you are, though I wish you wouldn't be. I should like us to be friends." She looked at him then with open adoration. How kind he was, how thoughtful, gentle. "There is nothing I should like more, sire," she sighed, completely lost in his dark features. There was nothing about him to fear, from what she knew of him. But she had this awe because of his status. He was so powerful and unattainable. Now, so close to him, she wished for nothing so much in her life as to get to know him, be his friend. She had a sudden vision of him without his periwig, completely bald. A giggle came to her lips, and he raised an eyebrow in question. "There is something amusing, madam?" "No, sire," she murmured, embarrassed. "Of course there is. Won't you share it with me?" "I'm sorry, your majesty. Please forgive me." "I'll not forgive you until you tell me what set you to laughing. Odds fish, I could use a decent joke." There was a merry twinkle in his eye and a smile on his lips. The picture of him with sinister brows and shining pate came again to her mind, and the giggles took over. "Oh, forgive me," she apologized, wondering what madness had seized her. She knew no recourse but to tell her thoughts and hope she hadn't angered him too severely. "As I looked at you then, I thought that perhaps, well, when the periwig is not in place— Oh, sire, I only wondered what your hair is really like. I'm sorry." But still she giggled. "What do you imagine it is like?" he asked good-naturedly. More giggles. I couldn't say. Perhaps just as now." "That wouldn't be amusing. You thought it light, perhaps? Like York's?" "Yes," she laughed. "Yes, that's it." "No, I think not." His finger touched his lips in thought. "Badly greyed and thin." "Oh, no, sire," she said strongly, for she wouldn't have him insulted for the world. But once again she laughed, trying desperately to stop. She wanted to kill herself for this wicked affliction. Suddenly both his brows arched as the thought came to him. "You thought there was none?" She gasped and covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes large and round. She had never seen him angry, but she greatly feared being the one who would anger the king and therefore sent to the tower for insolence. But he laughed uproariously and drew all eyes to them. "Then you shall have a look," he said, snatching the wig off his head and bowing low so she could have a good look at the thick black locks he could still call his own. When he straightened, he was laughing still, but more from the shock on her face than from his own mischief. Soon the people in the room were all laughing, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, periwigs were coming off all around them. Young men ruffling their own true locks, and older men refusing to part with their hair. Chelynne melted into uncontrollable laughter. Forgetting herself and her station, she dropped to a stool to hold her sides, painful now from hearty laughter. How ridiculous the whole thing had become! How silly! She never expected the king and all his courtiers to behave like such comedians. The still chuckling sovereign settled beside her, a periwig still slightly askew crowning his head. "Now you shouldn't wonder at it any longer, madam. Is there anything else you wish to know about me?" "I think not, sire," she said with good humor. "Lest I should ask you, and you take off your—" She stopped abruptly and eyed him carefully. What might she have said? She realized with horror that to have finished her statement in some way, any way, would have been better than to leave it as she had. The king touched her hand briefly and muttered, "That, madam, is the talk of the town." Chapter 11. To have John Bowlering out of London left the Earl of Bryant with a great many matters to pursue. He had had no word from Brattonshire, and the plan was still delicate enough that there was no one but John to see word delivered. No other confidence knew of Chad's interest and involvement thus far. In the matter of Harry Mondeloy, Chad moved slowly and carefully, confiding his interest to no one. He found that Harry was indeed in the city, having located his lodgings and caught sight of him a couple of times. Harry spent his time with a group of young fops, drinking, gambling, and wenching. There would be, no doubt, a huge debt for Lord Mondeloy to make good. Chad laid the groundwork for obtaining more information and would wait for the proper time to face the young sot, preferring to have the advantage before entering any confrontation. Chad visited his son almost daily, personally keeping tabs on Kevin and his welfare. There was little time for childish things, the boy already reading, scratching out crude little letters on a slate, and sitting astride a horse. But the moments that Chad spent with his son were the only ones in which the Earl let his guard down completely, forgetting his preoccupation with business and duty and enjoying totally the precious time they had together. The lad had the heavy dark brows of his sire, the brooding in his silver eyes that was Chad's, and his hair was fast becoming that same raven black in color. But his smile, the bright and wild smile, was completely Anne's. It was a rare and odd combination, almost unearthly at times. To Chad it was a wondrous miracle. Kevin was the core of his existence. Winter was coming down upon England now, and soon travel between the country and city would be difficult. Chad looked to the sky often in hopes of snow, but thus far there was only rain. Some special correspondence the Earl had sent off had finally been answered. It pertained to his father's manservant. Strangely, he had word sent to Sebastian at his own home via messenger and asked the old man to travel to an inn to meet him. The ordinary was out of the city, and Chad sought out a dim corner to await Sebastian. When the man entered the dark room, he doffed his hat, took a seat opposite the Earl, and waited. There was no word of welcome, acknowledgement of title or position. Chad smiled. It was as if Sebastian read his mind. After a tankard of ale had been delivered to the newly arrived patron, Sebastian spoke. "I'm thinking there's reason, lad, but I canna say why you'd be calling me here." "There is, Sebastian. First, I've purposely neglected thanking you for tending John. His friendship is valued, and therefore his life is more than a little important to me. The lad's a mite important to myself, sire. I'd have taken the time without your approval." "Aye, I believe you would have. You remember him well, I think. And if I don't miss my guess, you'd remember his father." "I do." "You've not had much to occupy yourself since my father's death, have you, Sebastian?" "I wouldna complain of idleness, sir. I'd as sooner have labours to hold off the time, to be telling ye true. If there's some chore—" "There is, Sebastian, an unpleasant one. I can count on one hand the number of people I would trust to do my bidding, and you are here," he said, raising up his index finger. "Do you remember when Bowlering lost his estate to Sherborne?" "Aye, it could have been yesterday." "The family is taken care of now. Difficult as it was, the men are content and have made their way, and the girls are married and married well. There's a single one in that family who is not satisfied with the present state of affairs. Do you follow me? Aye, sir. Young John would not take the leavings of that snake. John's been busy these past years, earning his coin. He doesn't have to come back to England now. Lord knows there's better for him in other lands, but as you've witnessed, he's back. Aye, sir. He's pirated his way back, as it's told. Thief, pirate. The land's not had a lot of pretty tales about him. Chad laughed. Intentional fabrication, Sebastian. He had His Majesty's leave for privateering and has not stolen a cent that I'm aware of. Just the same, he has managed to accumulate a fair amount of money. Would it surprise you to know John has been most often with me? Not now, sir, but the story had it he'd fallen out with your friend and parted ways. Chad nodded. It was another intended tale. It seems here's a matter in England plaguing his heart. He's thought to be out of the country, pursuing other interests. Have you mentioned seeing him to anyone? I'd have burned first. I know what the lad's about. You do? I do, and I wouldn't be saying so to yourself, but that I think you're bent on one purpose here. Have ye taken the part of the lad's plight? What do you mean, Sebastian? He asked, but he thought he knew well enough. I came not alone to his lordship, sir. I brought to England brothers and one sister. We were farmers all, and when his lordship caught wind of the care I gave a sick farmer, he brought me to the manor. The others settled and worked bowlering lands. I've lost some of the scoundrel that run him out. You never made mention of family, Sebastian. I didn't think it wise to be doing so, to be telling ye true. I changed the name and was careful no one knew of the kinship. It's better in seeing to 'em. They serve Shelynne now. So, that is your interest. I've taken care not to be noticed about that Shire lad, but I've heard of a man comes to them in the darkest part of night, carrying no name. He promises a time they'll not answer to the Baron, but to a new fair lord. But there's a price. Price? Aye, the fair amount of suffering to the end he's bound. I've a notion who the lad would be, but I've not made mention. Could be one and the same I took with me in my own charge to hunting and gaming. You are hot to it all, aren't you? When I saw the lad's face, sir, Sebastian smiled, his ruddy face lighting up. He couldn't be keeping secrets from the same one who rubbed goose grease on your skinned-up knees. I think it's time you found employment elsewhere, Sebastian. Everyone knows of your loyalty to my father and my ill will toward him. As it happens, I've received an answer to an inquiry on your behalf, and the news is good. My Lord Shelynne is in dire need of a good medic. Aye, to be tending his lordship's hurts will smart, he groaned. I will not insist, Sebastian. It's most likely he'll test your loyalty harshly, and it could be dangerous. Should you make any mistakes, it could even be fatal. What say you? I couldn't be having more friends on earth than I have in heaven now, lad. I'll do it. It seems his rote to have servants deliver punishments in his stead. You could be put to the task of hurting your own family. If it comes to the point you cannot carry it off, head out. He would and has killed without hesitation. If he should trace you to me and me to John, it's over for us. My family has had their share of trouble, lad. It does naught but make a man stronger in his purpose. Fine. Now do nothing but keep your eyes and ears open. There is a laundress in Bretonshire who comes often to the manor. She will find you when the time is right and tell you whatever John wishes you to know. Should you have something, she will be your only avenue. Trust no one else, and for God's sake, take care. Don't let them find you out. Sebastian nodded and took a heavy draught from his mug. When 'tis done, will I be coming to the Hawthorns again? If that would please you, Sebastian. Sebastian had his huge fist wrapped around the heavy tankard and lifted in salute. Chad gave a nod and watched as the old man drained the mug. Without further discussion, Sebastian was on his feet. There were no farewells. Chad watched him leave. Chad couldn't guess the manservant's age, but neither could he remember when Sebastian hadn't been around. He was never young, but he was fit and strong and grotesquely large. His hands alone could wrap around a melon and crush it. But when tending some injury, his touch was gentle and soothing. It made him a much sought-after servant, his skill and experience well known in the country. When Chad returned home, he went directly to his study, which was his habit. He shuffled through some papers and grew restless. His impatience was from lack of information, from being left in the dark and having business unfinished. He began to roam around the house, which was not his habit. It was quiet, cold, and unhappy. Everything was polished and shined, with not so much as a speck of dust on the floors and furnishings. He climbed the stairs and passed his wife's rooms and found it was quiet there as well. No voices, no sign that there was any life in the house. From a window on the second floor, he could see the courtyard. It would be flush with flowers in the spring, but now it was brown and dreary. Chelynne sat there on a bench, her cloak pulled tightly around her and her hood covering her hair. She stared at nothing in particular, shivering now and then with the cold. He stood and watched her for a long time, as if witnessing her loneliness personally. Finally, she rose and started toward the house, looking up for an instant to spy him there, observing her. A small hand sought its way out from under her cloak and half rose, as if in greeting. His did the same, unconsciously. They looked at each other for a moment, each painfully aware of the great distance between them, and then she lowered her eyes and walked into the house. Chad went to his room, closing the door behind him and leaning against it. He heard the soft clicking of Chelynne's feet against the stone floors as she passed, paused uncertainly, and went on to her own room. A heaviness threatened to be on his heart. Guilt and remorse spoke to him in his conscience, but he would not hear it. Unable to bear the weight of the quiet house and the desolate look on his wife's face, he found his coat and left again. Another fortnight passed with no word from Brattonshire, and Christmas drew near. But the Earl hardly noticed. He attended the social affairs with his wife, but did not celebrate with the same vigor as the rest of London. His mind was on other things. The ground was hard and the fog thick and pungent in the city. Daily the weather worsened. Chad sought out a dingy tavern that spilled noise from its stone walls in that afternoon. He spoke quietly to a serving maid in the hall, and she nodded once toward the stairs. He put the steps behind him quickly and gave a light, anxious tap on the door. "What's it now?" came the shrill, sassy reply. The little witch, he thought angrily. She knew he would be coming now. Would she have him shout his presence to the world? He opened the door to the drab little room and strode in, finding the woman who had answered his knock lying on the bed and eating an orange. Her hair was tangled, and clothing was strewn about the bed and floor. There was no resemblance to order in her or in her habitat. A thin dressing gown was all that covered her body, though the room was far too cold for one to be so meagerly garbed. He snorted distastefully at the filth that surrounded the wench. "Ah, it's you, my lord," she giggled. "Have you had the opportunity?" "Aye, he just left, my lord. A bit sooner, and you'd have passed him on the stair. I'll have me money first, my lord." "Then you have something to tell me." "I do, but I'm not about to be spilling me guts without me coin. And I'll not be taking that stinking swine to me bed again. He ain't no gentleman. He's right mean, he is." "Did he hurt you?" "Aye, he did. I'd have turned the beastie out but for the £20 he said was mine if he talked. Squeaked like a parrot." She beamed. Chad pulled a few coins from his purse and threw them to her. He was hard-pressed to bear the stench in the room and wasn't about to move any closer to the wench. He wished sincerely that Mondaloy had either more money for his wenching or better taste, for he hated doing this kind of business. "Well?" "Spilling your name like a drunken fool. Says he has something here'll crawl on his belly for. Says he'll be rich enough when he's had his fun. Never did say what it was. What's he got, my lord?" "Never you mind. Is that all?" "Says you love what he's got better than the Countess's privy horse, and would pay a better sum, too." So, Chad thought, he did keep the record. It made a lot more sense than anything else he'd done. "Did he mention the Countess any other time?" "Aye, called her a bitch and other things. Says he's bound to put her in her place along with yourself, my lord. Begging your pardon, but that's what he said." "Is that all?" "Aye, that's all, my lord." "That's fine. Now say nothing of our business." "I won't be saying nothing, my lord," she said with a giggle and a mischievous gleam in her eye. Chad walked a little nearer and reached out a hand to touch her filthy hair. She squirmed a bit closer, always the eager businesswoman. He grabbed her sharply by the hair and brought her to her knees. He almost shuddered at the foul smell of her unwashed body, but brought her face dangerously close to his. "Aye, leave off, ye bloody well rat! You're hurting me!" "Quiet. Listen to me, because I'll say this only once. If I ever hear that word of this has passed your lips, you can be assured I'll be back to fix up that pretty face of yours so that no one would pay for a toss with you. Do you understand?" She nodded quickly, and he released her, letting her fall back into the bed. He took one last look about the crowded little room and left, slamming the door as he went. Necessity demanded some foul dealings from time to time, but the Earl decided it was worth the £20 and aesthetic insult to learn that his marriage record was intact. Bribing a whore was still the fastest way to do business. Why hadn't men learned, after all this time, not to let a woman goad them into spilling out their most carefully kept secrets? Now it was so easy, knowing Mondaloy intended to put a price on his possession. How the man would chafe to know what he was to the Earl of Bryant. Not even a danger, simply an inconvenience. And it didn't cause Chad any pain to know that Harry sought to hurt Chelynne. It actually made him feel good. Chelynne's points were quickly stacking up in Chad's mind. When he returned home that day, he went directly to his wife's rooms and opened the door a small crack. He placed a small furry creature on the floor and waited there while the pup scampered around the room. He heard his wife gasp in surprise and listened while she chased the little spaniel, fussing and wooing it into her arms. Finally, she came and opened her door completely, a bright smile on her face and a golden puppy in her arms. "Did you bring it?" she asked, smiling. "I thought you might like a pet," he shrugged. "He's beautiful. Where did you find him?" "His Majesty's litter. Do you like him?" She nodded and went back into the room, leaving the door ajar so that he could follow her in if he chose. She went to the window seat, sat there, and fondled the puppy playfully, more than pleased with the gift and the giver. She looked to where her husband stood in the doorway, her bright little face melting the ice that covered his heart. He sighed from somewhere deep inside and, defeated, threw his hat into a chair and went to sit near her. "Does he have a name?" she asked. "I thought I would leave that to you." "It has to be something special, something with meaning. He's golden like summer, and so sweet, as sweet as honey," she chattered. "Honey? Oh, that would be a thought." Chad chuckled softly at her pleasure and rose to pour himself a drink. The small supply of wines and liquors were for his consumption, but he rarely partook since he routinely avoided this room. He poured a small draught in a glass and went back to her. "Brandy!" she cried happily. "Yes, that's what he's like. Brandy!" She turned her sparkling eyes on him and whispered softly, "Oh, "Thank you, my lord. I'll treasure him always." He was caught there, feeling her spell twine around him like ivy. He longed to crush her to him, taste that delicious mouth again, and woo her gently for the maiden she was. He felt giddy as a virgin lad this near to her, awkward as a newborn colt. How the tables had turned. She was cool and at ease, and he felt his heart thumping and his hands trembling. "He's a puppy, Chelynne, not a treasure of great value."
"Treasures are different things to different people, my lord."
She shrugged.
"Stay and sup, Chad."
"I shouldn't," he began. "I have some business." The instant disappointment registered on her face, her eyes brooding now and no longer carefree. He felt like an ogre for crushing her brief delight. "To hell with business. I'll stay." She brightened immediately. Her play with the pup resumed, and Chad leaned back in his chair to let the scene relax him and remove the distaste from his afternoon business. She giggled as Brandy playfully nipped at her and mocked discipline in a little swat. Suddenly, she shrieked and held the puppy away from her, the little creature seeming to have sprung a leak. Chad roared with laughter, and soon Chelynne could do naught but join him. An almost silent young maid stooped to mop up the floor, and Chelynne assessed the damage to her gown.
"Oh, see,"
she sighed, looking down at the length of her.
"Will you unfasten me, please?"
She turned her back to him without waiting for a reply. His fingers undid the small fastenings as quickly as he could manage. A man's hands were not made for this chore, he decided, or he was painfully out of practice. But soon she was able to step behind her screen and emerge moments later in a lovely dressing gown. Chelynne took her place again on the window seat, but this time a towel was brought to cover her lap so she could play with her puppy. When Chad leaned close to tickle Brandy's ear, Chelynne turned her face to come close to his. He trembled slightly with her nearness, letting his lips brush against her cheek to test the smooth sweetness of her skin.
"It will be nice with the fire tonight,"
she murmured.
"See? It's begun to snow."
He looked past her out the window and saw the heavy flakes. The first snow, a sight he had been waiting for. "I hope it's snowing in the country," he thought aloud.
"I miss the country, Chad," she whispered. "It's just not the same here."
"I know," he said, taking her hand in both of his. "It's not the same for me either, Chelynne, but it's necessary. The country will always be there, love. We'll get back to it." In the small burg of Brattonshire, a young maiden ran through the snow with her cloak pulled tightly around her. She looked over her shoulder a number of times to be sure that no one followed her, and then crept into a barn that was near the outskirts of the town. She nestled into a small mound of hay to keep warm while she waited. Little sounds in the night alerted her to false dangers again and again. She was on edge and nervous, yet steadfast in her decision to go through with this plan. At long last, the door to the barn creaked open, and she caught her breath in anticipation. "A fine summer's night," came the voice in the darkness. She let out her breath in audible relief.
"And hear the nightbird's song,"
she whispered back. "Ah, sweetheart," John Bowlering breathed, coming forward. He deeply regretted the dimness in the barn and the necessity to have no light. He would have dearly liked to look on the lovely face of the young woman who waited for him. "You did come. And early.
And you.
Are you cold?"
"No more, John.
There's time." She gulped, steadied her voice.
"All is ready."
"You shouldn't have come, Tess. It will hurt me to hurt you. I know what must be, John. It happened in truth to many here when Shelynne took this shire. Our play will come to good ends. Has your father agreed to this?" He knows you're here. Aye, she lied. She had been forbidden this, but managed as she knew she must. The woman who had agreed to be the victim of this attack was a little frightened and easy to persuade. Tess was supposed to be at the home of a neighbor, and in the confusion of getting ready for this event, her father had neither the time nor the inclination to be sure of her whereabouts. "I would ask one thing of you, if it can be." "What then?" "For just a little while, before you hurt me. Hold me, please." "Sweet child, I know the limit to my courage when I think of smiting your lovely face." "Take me gently, John." "Tess, it need not be. A bruise here, a tear or two, tell them what you will."
"Nay, it cannot be. It must be done."
"Tess," he groaned suspiciously. "What are you telling me?"
"There is no gallant way to rape and beat a maiden," she said softly.
"What have you done?" he cried angrily.
"You may have ruined it all. We planned it carefully. There was to be a woman well-advised, married if possible, waiting here for me.
Now what have you done?"
"John Bowlering," she sighed. "Must I seduce you as well?"
"Damn you! I won't do it. You'll go to your betrothed for your evidence."
"That is not the answer, John. Your promise to another. There are not many to be trusted here, not because they are loyal to Sherborne, but because of their fear. My father would accept no one but his own kin.
My betrothed will take me as I come to him. Nay, go back home. Tell Wraith again in a fortnight. I will not have you on my conscience."
"Sir!" "My mother has smuggled small pieces of clothing in bread baskets to her sister as she would dare, hoping to save some goods for our family after our home is plundered. She has buried her possessions in the earth, believing she will dig them up in the spring. Our neighbors will touch the torch to their homes at the sound of my screams. Do they do all this so you can tell them to wait? Have they not waited long enough?"
"Tess, dear Tess, you're a dream-struck lass.
You've come with thoughts of love and tenderness that are not for me to have. The young heart oft cries out for what it is denied.
No, darling, I will not ruin a maiden."
"And so you do not," she breathed.
"You're an innocent child.
Child who called after you night upon night? Dream-struck lass who chilled your ale and loved you from afar for months. Foolish heart who chased you down in the dark of night for one small chance to feel your touch? No, you do not believe that, John, because it is not so."
"Tess," he said huskily, "a woman barely blooming. But that doesn't make it right to—" She drew his hand to her breast.
"Will you deny that you know of my love for you? I have loved you always. As I was a child awaiting your return, I loved you."
"And what of your betrothed?"
"He is a good man, but I do not love him. Have no fear, John. I will be a good wife to him, and I will not betray you. I will spill you no bastard, for the wedding will be set after this. My father will see it done. If I am lucky, even I will never know. But, John, however I love you, it can never be. But I can know the truth to what I feel this once, and I will never regret it."
"A pretty romance," he said bitterly. "A lovely fornication, truly. God, how low can you bring a man?"
"To touch me is so low."
"Oh, Tess," he groaned.
"Why do I want you still? You are not so gallant. Pirate, thief, rapist, murderer, there is nothing about you to love. You ride to us in the dark of night as some mongrel knight, sneaking about with no thoughts of goodness, but a vengeance burning in your blood and a lust for your due. You have no silk or wig like yon baron. No lace falls under your chin or over your wrists. Sir John, knight without a lady, knight without lands. You are not so grand. Can I have nothing of you but pity?" He came down on her mouth, bruising and crushing her lips angrily. He groaned deep inside his throat at the robust pleasure the taste of her mouth brought. In the cold night, in the dark of the barn with no bed but that of hay, the gentle maiden yielded to his cruelty with softness. Repulsed by duty, he tore the bodice of her simple dress and bit at her breast. He growled in strange madness as his desire grew, even as he hated himself for wanting her. "Dear John," she whispered, "do you hate me so? If there is any tenderness in your heart for me, do not hurt me until you must." His wall crumbled and a choked sob escaped him as he found her mouth again, softer this time, tenderly, gently lowering himself against her and holding her carefully. Her small hands, roughened from her toils, were gentle on his back. Her skin was soft where it had not been exposed to the elements and burdensome toils. Her breasts were full and round, her hips the perfect size for a man's hands. He found her as he knew he must and accomplished the thing hard and fast, feeling the resistance give way. She made no cry. There was no tenseness in her small form. "There had to be pain," he muttered thickly. "There was pain," she breathed. "Fear is pain. I was not afraid. I have never been afraid of you, my darling." "Tess, don't. You'll make it worse." "Please," she murmured piteously. "If it can never be so in truth, let me pretend you love me tonight." "Then pretend," he relented. "I'll help you pretend. I love you, Tess. I want you, darling." With a sob, she clung to him, straining against him and moving with him. His large, practiced hands brought every touch to thrilling heights, fulfilled every expectation. He didn't have to really love her. He did truly want her. He didn't have to pretend this, the exhausting labor he worked on her. She climbed to the fevered pitch she knew he held effortlessly. For long moments they lay entwined and touched each other with curious fingers. Loving strokes as the embers cooled, the blaze dead while the warmth lingered. His lips touched her throat and ear, and he tasted the salt of tears. "Why do you weep?" "At dawn's first light, Sheyburn's men will come into the town to take rent and goods from the people. Little good would come of letting them find a lover's tryst. They must find ashes and blood. You know it must be, John." "Who is your betrothed?" "Stephen Kilmore, farmer." "A decent man," he admitted. He kissed her again. "Tarry no longer. The truth is hard enough without delaying it." He paid her no heed. He touched her again with passionate intent. Again she submitted unselfishly. She closed her mind to what would come in the morning, her whole life's dream bent on now, tonight, this forbidden lover who was hers for a brief space of time. This she might never have known had it not been for Sheyburn's merciless attack on Lord Bowlering years ago. And when this man, who so tenderly loved her, was seated again in the Bowlering manor, she would know him only as master, ruler, lawmaker of his land. Her husband would bend to his demands and yield his coin for rent, tax, and tithe. But John would be a fair and just lord, and would protect their shire from villains. They could live in peace instead of pain. There would be contentment to replace their fear. And her contribution to this effort was that she should have this gift of love. When he stood to pull on his cloak, she shivered with the cold. He was again as she had seen him most often, self-confident and strong, his features hard and sure. Tenderness was his concession to her on this night, but in truth he was not a gentle man. He was a warrior.
He reached down and grabbed the cloth of her skirt sharply. When he made love to her, he had gently lifted the hem, but now he gave it an angry jerk, leaving her exposed. She saw the white of his teeth in the darkness as he smiled. "You've submitted bravely, lass," he murmured, his voice deep and gruff. "There is more of a sacrifice you must make to this cause. If it be in my power, Sir John, do not give yourself in marriage to this Kilmore boy." "It is done. Our fathers have pledged it." His hand came out hard against her face, and she yelped in surprise and pain. Half her face was frozen from the blow, and her nose and lip bloodied. Her eyes clenched. She did not see him wince as he struck her. When she opened her eyes to look at him again, she saw that same sure face, hard and impassive. "I am the law of this land, wench," he said harshly. He bent to one knee and touched the cheek he had just bruised, and his voice was strangely subdued and low. "And no one shall have you but me." He rose after placing a swift kiss on her cheek. He towered above her, his hands on his hips and his feet braced apart. His laughter rang out in the small stable, vicious, frightening laughter. He appeared to her as some majestic and horrible beast, godlike in his immensity from where she lay on her bed of hay. "Never question my ways, wench, but heed them true. For every time you let another man fondle you, the lash will fall once upon your back." Her mouth stood gaping as her wide eyes questioned his sanity. He laughed again, that same laugh that reminded her of an animal cornering his prey. "Was your fantasy worth your pretense, maiden?" "Yea," she said bravely, though she was frightened of him now. He bent from the waist, bringing his face down close to hers. With a strained whisper, he said, "I was not pretending." He straightened abruptly, strode the distance to the door, and whirled around to face her one last time. "Mark my words, Tess. Never betray me to another." He laughed again and was gone, leaving only the sound of his rapidly departing footfalls ringing in her ears. Tess lay there stunned, making no sense of him at all. Would he give her these parting threats to ease her disappointment? To lessen the burden of her guilt and give her false hope? Would he have her wait in truth and take her as his acknowledged mistress? Silence. She sat up and listened. The dark night was frighteningly silent. There was no sound of horses' hooves. No one stirred. She screamed, a practice scream, and the sound of her own voice chilled the night, and she was suddenly half out of her mind with fear. The warmth from her brief touch with love was gone, and she screamed again and again and again, blood-chilling screams that could frighten the stars out of the sky. Voices insulted the night, running and hammering, and more screams split through the little village as if armies battered them. Horses were loosed and ran wildly away. Tess moved hesitantly near to the barn door and peeked out to see the street alive with light and smoke. Women rushed madly about, tearing their hair and weeping in fright. Hysteria gripped her from the reality of the play. The Baron would be convinced, for it was enough to convince her. John had seen Joanna Todd and her 2 small children safely delivered to London and housed there, while the bodies of 3 not long dead were placed in the house that Gaston Todd set fire to himself. 1 rape, 3 murders, many precious things stolen, and several houses burned. There were several hundred residents in this little burg, and only a few dozen knew of this plan. Neighbors, ignorant of the circumstance, comforted Todd as he sank to his knees and wept real tears over his loss, while his family lived in the finest house they would know in a lifetime. Talbot Wraith rushed to where she stood and stared down at her with disbelief in his eyes. He held a torch in one hand and studied her closely. The voices of the people seemed distant to them both now. Tess could read her father's mind. She had defied him. Betrayal.
Talbot threw the torch into the barn and lashed out at Tess, striking her hard and knocking her down. He had never in his life hit her before now. The barn took light quickly, and he bent to gather her up in his arms, holding her close against his chest as she sobbed from the agony of his blow.
"There, lass, 'twas not in anger. Good John could not hurt you enough to convince the Baron, and I cannot strike my own dear again."
He carried her toward the village, where there was a mad scurrying to put out the fire, those holding the buckets taking care not to extinguish it too quickly. The pounding of horses' hooves increased the action of the townspeople, and the effort looked real, for it was safe now. There was little left to save. Tess looked up into her father's face and saw in the darkness a slow smile grow as he looked on the Holocaust all around him. Success. Chapter 12. Rain was a daily affair as winter threatened to leave England early. A heavy cover of drab clouds and constant drizzle caused the thick smoke from the cooking fires to hover over the city and mingle with the gutter waste to offend the senses. Coaches moved at a faster pace, and people darted about the streets swiftly to keep dry. Every cloth felt damp, and mold grew thick on the stone walls until it had to be chiseled away. If the sun shone through for a brief time, great throngs of people filled the London streets to shop and barter and gossip. Popular lampoons were passed around, and crowds gathered to enjoy the latest slander. Rumors and character assassinations were ever the popular sport. Only last spring the king's sister had visited, and when she returned to France, she found her death. Minette was the only woman on earth Charles had truly loved, and her death brought him much misery. It was said that her husband's homosexual lover poisoned her in a jealous rage. Charles was inclined to believe it, though it was not proven. His remorse was matched only by his anger. In an effort to placate the sovereign, Louise du Kerroya had been sent to the English court from France. Charles seemed not too displeased with his gift. He had admired Louise during Minette's visit, and Louise, who had been raised among nobility, slid into her position as the favored mistress to the king without trouble. It seemed to matter little to her that the people of England disliked her for being French, Catholic, and regal. What did matter was that the king's other mistress, Nell Gwynn, the opposite of Louise in every way, often harassed her regal counterpart. Rumors of divorce were as popular as ever, many wishing the king would be done with his barren queen and remarry, getting at least one legitimate heir for England. But, as in the past, nothing materialized, for Charles was not a man to treat a lady unkindly. This hysteria was typical of London, of the court and its people. The Earl of Bryant watched his wife receive her very liberal education. He had no idea what she was making of it. It seemed she closed her eyes to it, pretending everything was on the square, when truthfully, nothing was fair or decent or honorable. He pondered as he rode toward his home in the city that he had helped her in a way. He had set her aside, publicly as well as privately, and so many assumed her to be unimportant and harmless. She was left alone then. She was not drawn into their way of life or their perversions. A matter that troubled him in no small way was his king. Charles paid Chelynne much courteous attention. The Countess seemed flattered to be even noticed, as if completely unaware of her rare beauty. Charles, true to his reputation, was gallant and chivalrous, but he looked at the young Countess with something other than platonic intent. He was not a man to be troubled with a rule, a husband, or other such trivialities. He was moving cautiously, and Chad was keen to the fact that it had nothing to do with him. It might be because Chelynne was somewhat retired, because Mistress Gwen and Louise kept His Majesty occupied, or because Charles liked the chase as much as the conquest. When Chad arrived home, he went directly to his study, threw off his coat and wig, and went after the task of clearing off a large accumulation of papers on his desk. There was a letter to his overseer to be answered, letters to merchants, friends in America, a message sent to Bess, who would see it got to John. 1,000 things burned in his mind. He couldn't seem to juggle his thoughts and arrange them in a more suitable order. He had not accomplished much when he answered a light tapping at his study door with a curt and exasperated consent to enter. Chelynne stood timidly in the frame of the door, twisting her hands nervously as she judged the scowl on his face. "If this is a bad time," she started. "Never mind. What is it?" "Well, there have been some invitations I would like to speak with you about." "Yes, yes." She pointed to his desk and said softly, "They're all there. I don't know which you'll want to attend." He gave an exasperated grunt and fished beneath his pile of papers in search of the invitation she spoke of, annoyed with this trivial nonsense. She sensed his agitation and moved to the desk to find them and put them before him. In doing this, she bent over him, brushing his shoulder with one full round breast and leaving that bounty clear to his chance gaze. She straightened after accomplishing this and found she was slightly dizzy from the brief contact. His eyes were glued to her bosom, his hand straining to rise against his will and fondle one of those delicious breasts. Reluctantly, he looked over the invitations, idly leafing through them and throwing them back down. "Is there something here you cannot live without attending?" he asked with impatience. No, sir," she stammered. She took a breath and attempted to enlighten him. "There's a dinner at Whitehall. The king will be there, and he remarked the week past that he sees little of you." She was leaning over him again, fishing for that invitation, her perfume encircling him and her lovely body altogether too near. Finally, she found the piece she was after and placed it on top of the pile, straightening again. Chad found more with each passing day that he could not be in the same room with her without misery. She was so ripe for the picking, so damnably desirable. He needed to have her out of his study, out of these cramped quarters, before he lost control. "I don't know if I shall be able to attend or not," he said brusquely. "Should you like me to go, even if you're not able?" "I don't care." "Shall I make arrangements for an escort? I could perhaps ask you again tomorrow and see if there is a change in your plans." She took a seat, perched on the edge of the chair directly opposite his desk, staring at him with that sweet, innocent face of a child, those heavy breasts threatening to spill out of her dress. The door was closed. There were no servants around, and she seemed to have no intention of leaving. "Yes, ask me tomorrow," he said, turning back to his work and brushing the invitations off to one side. Her presence seemed to surround him. "There's an invitation to go with the king's party to the theatre. I put it on your desk several days ago." "I haven't been here," he said almost angrily. "I've had too much to do at the wharves to even come home. Didn't I tell you there were ships coming in?" He had mentioned it in passing. "Yes, but it's just that the invitation is for today, and I didn't know—" "Well, madam, I can hardly give it my attention when I'm not here, now can I?" "No, but—" "And if it's for today, I cannot go. I have work to do. Or did you perhaps think I was writing lampoons?" "No, sir," she said softly. She rose to leave, and he gave an audible sigh of relief. "Should you like me to go in your stead?" she asked from the door. "Madam!" he snarled, tossing the quill into the well and stabbing her with the sharp gleam of his eyes. "I don't care." "If you would not be pleased to have me abroad without—" "Chelynne, for the love of God, do what pleases you. You're not a child to need me as a constant chaperone. Now, if I didn't have work to do, I would be pleased to escort you, but as you see, I cannot. If you wish to go, then go. If you wish to stay home, then do that."
He turned to his work again, but sensing that she had not left even now, he looked up to where she stood by the door. "It's only that I enjoy your escort on occasion," she said softly.
"Then you should have married someone who has nothing to do but attend parties. My life's breath does not rest on seeing a play."
The door closed behind her quickly with that, and Chad turned again to his letter. He started anew several times, making a foolish error or wording it wrong repeatedly. Finally, he threw down his quill in exasperation and rummaged through his desk for some tobacco. Smoking was not a particular pleasure of his, but he filled the study with the rich and heavy odor just the same. Then he took up the quill again, but the sweet enthralling scent of roses lingered. He turned his thoughts to ships and cargoes, putting aside his letter for a time. He thought of the merchandise coming into port from Virginia and scribbled a few figures. But his imagination turned to sultry brown eyes, moist with emotion. He looked to the chair where she had sat, and then to the door, as if replaying the scene in his mind. No, he had no time to be bound to petticoats, to be led around by the nose by a female. Why were there no windows in this room? With a growl, he was on his feet and pacing about the confining space. It hadn't been like this in years. He couldn't seem to get her out of his mind. She was always posturing before him, the patient princess, the goddess of purity. He simply didn't have time to toy with her now, courting her and leading her to parties and plays. He didn't need a woman in his life. He never had. Even when he had Anne, he was too busy worrying about supporting her to enjoy the pure pleasure of loving her. Chelynne would just have to wait. But she wasn't waiting, even if that was what he intended her to do. She was here, at his command, ever under his nose and around his house. He heard her rise in the mornings and go to bed at night. She sought out his approval on every matter and struggled not to bring a slight to his name through her innocence and lack of worldly knowledge. It was difficult to ignore someone who wanted to please so desperately. Chad turned his thoughts to his son, to his dead wife, to any escape from the emotion that was building up in him. There was no respite for him there any longer. He would never stop loving Anne, but she had been gone for a long time, and he had begun to see he could never have her back. And instead of seeing a poor, slighted son, he had a vision of a boy without a mother finally acquiring one. He saw Chelynne sitting on the grass, looking more natural in simple garb than in her burdensome gowns and bone stays. She was laughing with a small boy, letting the sweet simplicity of her love lead him as perfectly as a natural mother's love would. The boy in the vision vanished from his mind, and he was faced again with the seductive beauty of his wife in another setting. He saw her rising from her bath, waking from her sleep, playing with her puppy. Hell, he thought, if it's come to that, so that I cannot even put my mind to business, it's better if I take her and have my fill. Then perhaps I can think. But he stopped short with a startling conclusion. He had put her aside for so long, declared his indifference for so many months that he didn't even know how to approach her. Go to her like a dumbstruck lad and tell her he couldn't wait any longer? Frighten her and take her quickly, having her despise the thing and him? In avoiding her, his actions had been harsh and almost cruel. How to undo that now? He sat and thought heavily. He tried to figure in his mind when he could take her out of the city. He and John had hoped the spring would resolve the matter of Bretonshire, but it could be years, actually, depending on how clever Sherburne was. If he could take Chelynne home to Hawthorne House and bring his son, he could explain what business and problems had beset him. In the quiet of the country, he could seduce her and lead her gently where he meant to have her. It was not a matter of trusting her. Giving her information now might in fact injure her. She could not inadvertently tell what she didn't know. He set his mind. It seemed to be in his best interest to begin smoothing over his harshness and bringing her closer to him now. He had burned some very important bridges and must begin busily rebuilding. He was a very practical man. He didn't have to love her. She was comely and gentle, almost exactly what he would have chosen himself for a bride. Whoring had never quite helped him, and he had long ago realized that a lasting relationship was better for his needs. He could claim this one and be content. It would make for a comfortable situation. He never considered that he needed the ease she could bring to set aright something within him that had been troubled for too many years. He never considered love. He plopped his wig on his head and took up his coat. He would delay no longer. Even in this, in seeking out his young bride to begin something between them, he acted the part of a determined businessman. Stella confirmed that Chelynne had gone to the theater and he would find her there. Just as he was leaving his house, a young boy approached him. There was a message for him from Bess. He dropped a few pence in the lad's hand and read the thing. It was the name of a tavern and a time. John. But he still had time to deal with Chelynne and went quickly. It was as if fate itself would play against him when he set out. Going into the theater, he met Gwen. She was on the arm of a young gallant whom she abandoned at once in spying Chad. "How grand to see you, my lord! Oh, I swear your company has been sorely missed of late. I was about to send word to you. Pray sit with me and let us have a chat."
"I believe the Countess is expecting me, Gwen. Another time, perhaps."
"I've a matter that should interest you," she wheedled.
"I can't imagine what that would be," he returned flatly.
Gwen sensed her advantage slipping and flaunted her knowledge straight away. "I've made a good friend of your wife's cousin. It seems he has something of yours." Chad's brows arched in surprise that was wholly genuine. Gwen was a beguiling little sorceress. He had been watching her sashay her charms between dukes and earls for years. It shouldn't have surprised him to learn that she could condescend to the likes of Mondaloy for something she wanted. In truth, she spread herself so thin over plots and affairs he couldn't imagine how she kept them all straight. There was a time when he didn't want to be seen in her company, didn't want to be bothered with playing her games, but he was trapped. If he didn't find out what she knew now, he might have missed his only opportunity. Gwen was coy. He gestured with his eyes toward his coach, and she shook her head negatively. He offered his arm as an alternative, and she walked with him into the theater. From where they sat, Chad could see his wife. She was in very impressive company, and he hoped to get out of the theater before Chelynne saw him with Gwen.
"What is it you wish to tell me?"
"The matter does disturb you," she said with a smile. "I was so disappointed, darling, that you never confided in me."
"We were never so close as you would have the world believe, Gwen. There is nothing I wish to tell you that I did not."
"You have dealt with me quite cruelly, my lord," she said with a strained whisper, her eyes gleaming angrily. "At every turn of the hand you have thrown out your insults in the presence of family and friends. There was a time when I thought you cared for me. If you can think of a time when I have done you some injury, I pray you tell me now so I may make amends. I cannot tolerate your hostility any longer."
"At present, a very important matter comes to mind. You have knowledge to share, and yet you toy with me."
"I thought to help you come by that paper you desire. You would
cheapen my meagerest attempt at reconciliation. How can you help me? You know that I can, she said, turning her eyes away from him. He conceded. She could wheedle information out of anyone with her charm and quick thinking. He had no admiration for her morals or methods, but he gave her credit where it was due for getting what she wanted, especially from a man. And what do you want in return? She stiffened. There was visible hurt in her eyes. There is nothing more to consider, my lord. I'm quite unwilling to share my confidences with you. Go, seek out another gutter trollop to do your bidding. I'll have no more of you. Gwen, he said softly, admit to me at least that I have some small reason to doubt your earnest. You've not played the coyest of maids, nor have you treated my wife and marriage with much respect. Now you would have me believe you simply wished to help me? I loved you, she bit out, tears showing in her eyes. Can you blame me for seeking to share something of your life, even though you sought out another name, no greater than my own, to take the position of your wife? Was it so kind that you sampled my affections at will, swearing you could not marry, only to seek out Miss Hoity-Toity to wed? A wench you didn't even know. She laughed bitterly. From anyone else it would much befit the standard, but you, she shook her head dismally. I thought you were different. How convincingly broken-hearted she was, Chad thought appreciatively. Had he not been desperate to know what information she held, he would have risen and applauded, or at least reminded her of the great number who had occupied his position in her life and asked how he should know he was special to her. She was a superb actress. Another man might be on his knees begging for forgiveness for so brutally abusing her honor. But Chad had known Gwen for a long time. He had even witnessed a similar play for her husband when she sought to placate him. If there was enough sensitivity beneath her cover to really feel that kind of hurt, he would be truly amazed. He could almost believe that she at least thought herself to be in love with him. She responded to him totally. It was more likely bitterness at having not achieved something she thought due her for her sacrifices. Yes, she could help him, her acting ability being above that of the whole company who at this moment entertained the king. He would play this game to whatever end. Gwen, I'm sorry that you've been hurt. You should have taken me at my word when I said we would never marry. I am married now at my father's insistence, and it cannot be changed. Had there been time to think the matter through, I would have used better taste. But your animosity, your cruelty, how could I understand? How could I ease the hurt when you never turned a nice word to me? Then I'll take blame where it's due. I should have come to you and explained the circumstances, but I considered Lord Greystone. Let us leave it alone. Henceforth you must not seek to injure the Countess as you have. She is inexperienced here. She considers marriage a sacred institution. And you? I? He smiled and ran his eyes over her slowly, noting as he did so that she relished the close scrutiny. She was so unbelievably brazen that he almost lost sight of his goal and laughed out loud. There was a spark deep within him urging him to curb his instincts briefly and enjoy her for exactly what she was. She would yield to him instantly. But disgust filled him at the thought. It had long been his curse that he could not separate the personality from the body. He couldn't gain enough satisfaction from her sensuality without some appreciation for her character. Thus Anne, and now, he thought with some surprise, Chelynne. But hiding his true feelings, he faced her and met her eyes. I have always done what suits me, Gwen. I thought you understood that. I had begun to wonder. You play the gallant husband so well. His wife would beg to differ, he thought, but there is truth enough to that. Not many thought his blasé treatment of his wife out of place. It was the way here. "Do you honestly think I take any obligation lightly?" he asked her. "I play the husband when it suits me, as it suits me. Now, that paper. Will Mondaloy turn it over to me?"
He plays with the thought. He seeks compensation, but I've not been able to learn his plan.
The very fact that he has it proves he's had a hand in murder. Does he have no fear of the penalty?
None. He has covered his tracks well. He claims to have purchased his parcel from a highwayman, and his friends will swear they rode with him. But no one has seen the thing. It is hidden, and I have no idea where. Did you know, my lord, that he was playing the innocent guest in your own home when he rode out one day and came back the next with the paper on his person? For a long while he housed it with you.
I was able to deduce that much from the date of the priest's slaying.
And he had been able to deduce something more. The knowledge of his marriage, of the missing record, was not widespread. Gwen couldn't have stumbled across the information, he cautioned himself. She had sought out Mondaloy, likely hoping to find something to deal with, something she could use to hurt Chelynne or himself. He has planned carefully, she commented, but he has confided in me, and it will not be long before I see the thing. Mondaloy will not be injured if I'm able to carry out my plan, but then neither will you.
I would hear of this plan, he said.
Not here. Not now. I have been foolish to say so much surrounded by ears that are not deaf. Come, take me home, and I will speak to you there.
Gwen, he groaned, let me come later. My wife is expecting my company.
No, she isn't. That group, she said, pointing to the king's party, plans a visit to the Fox and Hounds to sup. Momentary shock revealed itself in Chad's expression. He was to meet John a short distance from there, and it was not a safe part of town. He was painfully aware that nobles often frequented inns and taverns of poor quality for sport, but he didn't like the idea of Chelynne going there.
I think I shall have the Countess delivered home before that party begins.
I swear she couldn't be in safer company, Gwen argued. Who would accost the king? There are escorts aplenty.
Not always,
Chad muttered. He knew of more than one occasion when Charles had gone into the city without the star and garter, without royal robes and guards, supping and drinking with the common folk and never being recognized until the adventure was at an end. It was usually the day after when the rumors went wild and Charles confessed.
Are you not included in that adventure?
I would not be missed, she replied. That admission was humbling to Gwen. She would greatly love to have arrived at a position where her presence would be depended on, if not commanded. But that did not interest her now. She had come to learn that one duke's night of love and many promises meant little at morning's light. She was growing old. She had tired of the court life, finding it constantly ambiguous and undependable. She set her sights on a more permanent arrangement. Any way she could connive it would suit her fine. Chad nodded his head in assent, and they left quickly. He wanted this business done with haste. People wandered in and out of the theater. Being seen and seeing was the great fascination. The play was a secondary consideration. He was just handing Gwen into the coach when his arm was brushed by someone passing. He turned to find himself eye to eye with the Earl of Rochester, and there, on his arm, was Chelynne. He looked around. There was the entire party. Charles and Louise, Chelynne, Rochester, and others. He was trapped. He first bowed to his sovereign and rose to see the king's lazy eyes drifting past him and into the coach where Gwen sat. Chelynne's wide eyes confirmed that she too made that observation. His circumstance could not have been more embarrassing had he been naked. Left without recourse, he bowed over Chelynne's hand and brushed his lips there with a great show of courtesy.
Did you enjoy the play, madam?
She forced a smile for the many onlookers and held her little chin in the air.
"I did, sir. And you?"
"Most certainly,"
he answered, though he hadn't seen a thing on the stage.
"I've chanced to meet my Lady Greystone, and there is a matter of some business I must speak to her about."
His complexion darkened somewhat as a hum went through the crowd. He would have preferred standing there in the buff to putting Chelynne through this sham. But his eyes glowed proudly as he observed his wife's sweet smile and gracious manner. She laid a possessive hand on his arm, and her words seemed almost sincere. "Of course, my lord. Perhaps you'll be free later." He was amazed by her poise and dignity. His eyes warmed.
"I assure you, it is a matter of business I will conclude as quickly as possible."
There was a grunt and then a coughing from the king, the man who invented this inane game. Chad turned to see the twinkle in the man's eyes, but Chelynne gave it no regard. "I await your pleasure, my lord." She curtsied, flashed him a soft, sweet smile that caught at his heart and tore at it a little, melting every sliver of ice that had shrouded him for years. He watched her walk away on the arm of Rochester, her chin high as she nodded and smiled to their audience. Snickers ran through the crowd as if they had all just witnessed an adultery. Charles threw one last look over his shoulder at the Earl of Bryant. Chad could read the expression as if it had been written in script for him to study. The king thought him a complete fool. The king was absolutely right. Through some manipulating that was not very difficult, Rochester managed to get himself quite alone with the Countess of Bryant in his coach. The moment the horses started, he turned to her.
"God's bones, darling, but you've a lovely handle on things. Is it possible you and the Earl have an understanding in your marriage?"
She smiled, though tears stung her eyes, and replied softly, "Did you suspect otherwise, my lord? I would say it's obvious to the world now."
"It seems so. Lord, sweetheart, it's not a common thing, that's all."
"Why, there's little reason to go about sneaking and spying when two people are of like mind. Don't you agree?"
"Of course I do, but there's still a great deal of fuss over the smallest fornications, darling."
She refused to show her pain. "Of course, we could battle over such things and be miserable. Would that be better?" Rochester chuckled.
"So he does not fight over your honor?"
"My lord, he does care for my welfare. I didn't say there were ill feelings between us. Should I inform him of some abuse, he would do whatever he must. What I do of my own is unchallenged."
"So very simple,"
Rochester murmured, a new warmth to his usually light and humorous voice. "Did you witness any hostility between his lordship and me?"
"Indeed, no."
"Then you may take me at my word. That is our way." She turned from him to look out the window, a pain gnawing at her stomach and her throat feeling parched from strangling the cry that would fight its way out. A pretty set of lies, she thought bitterly. What choice was left her? To blanch and faint from the display she witnessed? To shriek in rage and tear the whore's hair out by the roots? Nothing but mock dignity could save her, and in saving herself, she freed her husband to his mistress. There was a hand on her shoulder turning her back to the Earl. This usually smiling man was not smiling now. He pulled her slowly into his embrace. This was another benefit of the little scene. She would be considered fair game from now. He covered her lips, and she allowed him. This brief romantic yielding held much reason. She needed comfort, confidence, and something else she couldn't identify. Something began to stir in her. Rochester was handsome and witty and good company. She liked him a great deal. He would not have to be persuaded. She could learn now about the special thing that could free her, that had eluded and mystified her for so many months. But there would be nothing to hold. There were too many things she had to forget first before she could give herself. When the time did come,
it would not be for another of the court's amusing adulteries. It would be for something more meaningful and permanent. Not yet. She pushed him away, but he was reluctant to free her. "Please," she said more sternly. "My lord!" she cried as a hand crept under her cloak to inspect more closely a prize. Rochester settled back, bemused by her reaction. "You take too much for granted, my lord," she said quietly. "To have an understanding is one matter. To have no discretion whatever is another." "You have no fondness for me, then?" "Of course I do," she argued. "But would you even want a woman who would yield so freely? Nay, there is time enough, I think." "I see," he said, a trifle piqued by her hesitation. "I don't think you do, kind sir. I delay your affections, true, but not for lack of fondness. I am not a whore." He chuckled, cocked his brow, and spoke the naked truth. "It makes no difference to me, my lady, whether you are whore or vestal virgin. I await your pleasure." Chelynne's insides were caught in a knot. She twisted and turned until she thought she would be sick. How did the queen do it? How did she sit so patiently beside her husband, watch him go off with his mistresses, and play the part of purity, submission, and blind tolerance? And Chad moved through the scene so easily, so sure of himself and her. He thought to find no anger from her. She had no right to be angry. He had never lied to her about his intention. He did not wish to be saddled with a youthful bride and would not cater to her. She would have to manage as she could without husbandly support. They did indeed have an understanding, only she had just begun to understand it. Night fell over London. John Bowlering lingered in the tavern long past the hour Chad was to have met him. When Chad had delivered a message for John through Bess, he no doubt expected it to be sent to the country by courier. But John was safer here, in this crowded city. Chad's message had informed him that Shelynne had requested aid from Bryant. John knew what Chad would have done. He would have informed the Baron that gold and supplies would be sent to Bretonshire. The gold would be stolen en route. Thieves and highwaymen were so prevalent. Times were hard all around. The supplies sent to replenish the badly damaged village would make the trip safely, however. And as for force of arms, the Earl would send his own men to ensure the safety of that village. And with them would go explicit instructions as to their duties. John would have foreknowledge of their position so as to get quietly around them. All was going as planned. Shelynne was falling into the trap perfectly. John was not a man to rejoice prematurely. The fact that this retaliation was as fair as what had happened to his father did not make it legal. Should John be caught in the act of terrorizing that town, he could be brought to trial himself. That was the very reason he was in London now, anxious to talk with Chad. The word was about Bretonshire that Shelynne thought this attack could be suspiciously linked to John. He was openly inquiring as to John's exact whereabouts, looking for some connection. He had even hesitated to ask Bryant for support. What would his reaction be to find Chad so eager to lend aid? Would he believe that Chad was no longer interested in the old Bowlering estate? There were many sailors about, gambling, drinking, and tussling with women. John had chosen sailor's garb for himself and was unnoticed here. He finished his ale and headed out into the night. It was in his mind to seek out Bess and leave another message for another time. He could afford to spend a few days in London now, and it was imperative that he meet with Chad. He would walk the distance to Bess. A sailor could ill afford a hell cart, and he was not inclined to lead anyone to suspect his circumstance. Pressment gangs would not trouble a man in sailor's dress, but thieves would not be hindered. His eyes burned on all sides of him, aware of eyes where he could not see faces. So many years had molded his warrior's instinct for the enemy that John could be roused from a sound sleep by a falling leaf or breaking twig. A squeal split the night, and he saw a young woman engaged in a tussle with a mangy character. He wouldn't interfere. There were 2 companions to this aggressor that wouldn't take kindly to any gallant gesture from him. She kicked at her assailant, and her cloak was flung wide to expose a gown of some expense. His curiosity stirred as he thought of a woman of quality in this part of town. He couldn't help remembering the night he found Chelynne in similar straits. Her vizard was ripped off. He was regretting more with every step that he must pass this riotous scene to get to Bess. He hoped he wouldn't be pulled into the fray just for his chance presence. He fought reality against the stirring memory, and then, with a start, he realized his mind wasn't playing tricks. It was the Countess again, grappled in the hands of thieves. A quick survey told him there was no coach, no escorts. John found his knife, and with a cry that sounded like a wounded beast's, he flung himself on her assailant and felt immediate penetration. Chelynne fell to the ground and landed with a thud. John stood ready, knees bent and arms wide, anxious for the challengers. The look of pure rage in his eyes and the scowl on his lips sent the thieves fleeing in one direction and the Countess off in the other. Everyone but John was running. Chelynne was dodging down the street frantically and with great speed, leaving John no choice but to follow. He called her name, but she did not slow her pace. The jagged street caught at her shoes and she stumbled, but kept up the flight. Hysteria gripped her, and she was running madly. No light to guide her, but what little bit showed through covered windows and doors bolted early against the dangers in this city after dark. Her screams could be heard as she flew down the street, but not one door opened to give aid. The footfalls were close behind her as she passed a last dwelling, and the road became a dirt path to the river. That was where she fell, defeated, with an aggressor close behind. She gave up, totally beyond caring what happened to her now, and sobbed into the dirt beneath her. John looked down at her, watching the little body racked with frightened sobs, and with a sigh dropped down beside her. He wiped the blood off his dagger and replaced it in his boot. Feeling helpless when faced with a woman's tears, he touched her back as if to comfort her. Chelynne rolled over and looked at him. "You," she breathed. "Come on, sweetheart. Tell your gallant knight what's caught you this time." She sat up and wiped her tears away, looking at him in wonder. "I had no idea it was you," she said, still stunned. She shook her head. What strange plan put her in dire straits twice, and both times this simple man was the one to risk his own life to save her? He stood and drew her to her feet. "Looking for your Earl again?" Her chin trembled like a frightened little girl's, and large tears fell from her eyes. She could manage only to shake her head while twisting her hands. John opened his arms to her, and she fell to him gratefully, sobs shaking her. He gently stroked her hair, giving comfort and time and companionship, filling 3 of her greatest needs. When she quieted again, he held her away from him and looked into her eyes. "All I've ever asked for my services is your explanation. Tell me what happened." "It was a foolish thing," she replied with a sniff. "I was with a party of courtiers to the Fox and Hounds. We'd been at the theatre, and his lordship, my husband, was there with his mistress." She shrugged and said simply, "There was no choice for me. There were so many witnesses to my husband's indiscretion that to save my own pride I explained ours as a marriage of convenience. While he assured me it was only business, he felt free to leave me there, taking away his friend, one of London's most well-known whores." "And that brought you here?" "Oh, no," she assured him. "We supped not far from here, and at the tavern Rochester made quite a play of our marriage. They were cruel, making Chad, his lordship the world's greatest lover, and me I dare not say what they made of me. I had to be away from there. I took the first offered escort home.
Ah, I think I can see now. You were put upon at once. She sighed and lowered her eyes.
Before the door was closed to the coach, what was I to do? I made such a struggle that he couldn't be bothered and let me out. I thought to find a hackney and well, you saw the rest.
Wouldn't it have been better to have gone back into the tavern? You could have awaited another escort home. She shook her head dismally.
I think not,
she murmured. She was quiet, not daring even to look up. And then her voice began slowly, the pace of her words building with anger as she spoke.
He's brought me to this, and how I hate it. See your simple garb. Do you think yourself unfortunate? Look at my rich clothes, my fine fur. Oh, God, how I hate this game we play.
Who, darling? Who?
He has never loved me, never wanted me. He is not even embarrassed to flaunt his mistress before the world. That is the way here. Every man takes a whore, a mistress, and another man's wife.
John laughed, softly so as not to hurt her. She had a very accurate perception of the court. I'm your friend, sweetheart. Talk to me.
If you are truly my friend, take me away. It's killing me. Oh, John, it's like living without food. Truly, the pain of his indifference is worse than 1,000 beatings.
I'm not that kind of friend. Not the kind of friend who takes a woman from her husband.
He would sooner be rid of me.
If that were so, he would be. Don't you think? She looked at him with such a sad face, her eyes red and swollen and liquid with unhappiness.
Why, then? Why does he even bother with me?
Darling, would I know his mind? When a man does not care for his wife, he sends her where she would be no trouble.
John, did you meet the Earl?
I did. He nodded.
What did you judge his character to be?
Kind and fair, so I thought.
Does a kind and fair man use his wife as he uses me?
John chuckled and touched her face. How does he use you, darling? Does he clothe you in rags? Are there bruises on your body?
I am a virgin, she said softly, lowering her eyes.
Christ, he breathed, understanding Chad better now than he had in years. A virgin bride. He raised her chin with a finger and looked into her eyes. And you love him?
I don't think I can any longer, John.
She shook her head.
No, I loved him once. I wanted him, wanted to bring him happiness, give him a child.
She touched his arm, and the question in her eyes overwhelmed him for a moment.
I spoke of a child once, a son, and he was so angry it frightened me. I didn't bring it up at all, she said in confusion. 'Twas him mentioning a son, and I...
Her words trailed away.
But the marriage was forced, and he does not desire it. In time he will send me away, and it will be over.
I think if he was of a mind to send you away, he would have done so.
Then why would he keep me here and hold himself from me so purposefully? How long am I to endure this?
John shrugged. Is it possible that time will see his manner change? She laughed a little bitterly. For someone who knew nothing of her husband, he certainly sounded like him.
A warrior goes into battle again and again, suffering his wounds and healing and doing battle again. Is it for the end glory, the final victory that he fights, or is it for the love of war? Truly, which?
I think for both, he said truthfully. A man who does not cherish fighting cannot do so and stay alive. She gently touched his hand.
John, a woman's purpose is not to war.
not to exist among hostile creatures. My purpose on this earth is another entirely. 'Tis love and warmth that would see me flourish. If a warrior is maimed and can battle no more, his purpose is done. What of a woman, then, whose love is bent and torn, sullied and decried? Now my husband's standards have been witnessed by so many that they all assume I am likewise engaged. My own doing, for I stood quietly and watched him take his pleasures as he would. But I cannot stay them as Chad stays me. Tonight proves that. What am I to do now?
Then you are certain he has a mistress?
Oh, many, I am sure.
He is a condemned man.
John sighed. What do you mean?
You have no proof, and his very word denies it, yet you have condemned him. Is that how you play the understanding wife?
Oh, trust you see my plight clearly, she cried. A man has not shared my bed, fool. What more proof is needed? With a choked sob, she pressed the back of her hand to her mouth, and again the tears crept out from pinched lids, trailing in painful streams down her cheeks. He drew her to him and held her, letting the pent-up emotion spend itself.
As I hold you so near, I wonder if there is some name I might put to you other than this title you wear?
She looked up at him. Chelynne, she whispered. John tilted her tear-streaked face up to his and planted gentle kisses on it. She was soft and lovely and hurt, so vulnerable. They were secluded, and she was needing love too desperately. She responded to him and encircled his neck with her arms. So hurt, so beautiful. His best friend's wife.
You want me to make love to you, don't you, Chelynne?
Her eyes dropped and her arms slipped slowly down to her sides. She couldn't look at him. Forgive me, she mumbled despondently.
You needn't be ashamed, darling. Wanting, needing. It's very natural and would not be thus if you were tended by the man you love.
But I am ashamed. I have toyed with the feelings. He touches me, leads me, and halts himself. If he had a favored lackey, I wouldn't think him even a man, but I feel his desire, and I've wanted him too. She was crying again, those same jagged sobs that seemed never to be done. That's all I am left with, John. That shameless wanting, and I'm not at all sure for what. I don't even know what to do. Had there been light enough, he would have seen the dark flush creep over her face as she choked out her words. She burned with it. She was ashamed first, then sorry for having divulged so much personal information, and now humiliated beyond anything she had ever known for the whole of it.
It's going to be all right, Chelynne.
She hugged her arms about herself and mumbled something unintelligible.
You're shivering,
he observed. She could not look at him or answer.
Come, we've got to get you warmed. You'll catch your death.
I can't go back.
I'm not taking you back.
Then where?
I'll take you home with me. We'll find a hell cart. It's not far.
I can't, John, she said, pulling back a little. Stella would be frantic. He pulled her to him and stood there, very close to her with one arm around her waist.
You're coming with me. You know that, don't you?
She nodded. There was nothing else to be done.
And you're going to be mighty displeased with me later. There's quite a lot I have to tell you, and you're not going to like my deceptions.
We hardly know each other. How can you deceive a stranger?
When you're warm and dry, I'll tell you a story. Until then, let's make walking our task.
John's arm gave aid. Her slippered feet throbbed from the stones beneath. They passed several surly characters, and John's tense body close to hers gave her comfort because she knew he was constantly ready, alert for any danger. It had been a very long time since she had been purposefully protected. A long time since she had felt there was nothing to fear.
It seemed they went a great distance before they came upon a coach for hire. John gave instructions to the driver, and there was one stop. He left her in the coach and went to the door of some private residence. It did not occur to her to question this, but she was very conscious of the fact that he did not enter or take his eyes off the coach where she waited. It brought a flood of reassurance that she had not felt since she was bounced on her uncle's knee. "Now we'll go. Don't expect much. It's fairly humble."
"I must be mad to go with you," she mumbled.
Or just very confused.
"You could be quite dangerous," she thought aloud.
"You don't think that. Indeed, you've little reason to fear me, but perhaps you should."
"Should I, John?"
He leaned the short distance across and looked at her, gravely serious. "I know that even if I give you my promise that you'll be hurt, you will still come with me, won't you, Chelynne?" She gave a weak affirmative nod, not even knowing herself why she was doing this. "I'm counting on you, Chelynne. I'm hoping there's more sense in that head of yours than you've shown by wandering the streets and dark alleys late at night. Anyway, it's too late now."
"It was the circumstance."
"No, it wasn't," he said sharply. "Had you taken a moment to think, you could have prevented all that's happened to you. You could have sent word to someone from the Earl's household to fetch you, if not himself. There were a dozen ways you could have spared yourself. Foolish impulse is what got you here, and the only thing that will get you out now is some clear thinking."
"It wasn't simply impulse," she argued.
"Wasn't it?" She thought for a moment. She started another quick denial and then remembered some other things. There was servant's garb to conceal her identity from her own bridegroom. Wild rides to free herself of pent-up tension. Following Chad into the night to catch a glimpse of his mistress. Most of what she had done had been impulsive. "I suppose," she sighed. "And that's a thing you're going to have to give up. You have a brain. Use it. You can find a good sense of reason in that mind of yours if you try. Rash impulses such as this will never help you to find happiness here."
"And going with you now is a rash impulse."
"Perhaps, but it's too late now. The choice is no longer yours." The coach halted, and John led her up a dark stairway to a second-floor room. Humble was a kind word for his dwelling. The room was bare but for a small table, chair, and bed. A few of his belongings were stacked against the wall, and the tabletop was cluttered with papers that he quickly rolled up and put from her sight. Though bare, it was scrubbed clean and had an odor much like what she remembered from when the cook-house was cleaned at Welby Manor. She shivered again, and John was quick to start a fire in a small and inadequate stove. He left her for a short time, and she huddled near that strange creature to absorb any heat she might, wondering all the while what insane notion had led her here. There was only the single resting place, and they could not share it without a great deal of physical contact. But then that was what she expected, she thought dryly. She could try to tell herself she didn't want anything to happen, but it would be a lie. She had wanted something like that to happen for a very long time. He brought her a hot drink from somewhere below, a milky concoction with a strong odor and a pleasant taste. She wrapped her hands around the mug and sipped, watching him move around the room, removing his cloak and putting things away. She wondered again why she was comfortable in this man's presence. "Are you warmer now?" he asked. "Yes," she murmured, taking another sip of her drink.
"Did I remember to thank you?"
"But I must thank you, my lady. You see, it was coincidence that I saw your trouble, but it was not coincidence that I helped. Even in your first plight a few months ago, I lent aid only because I knew who you were. It was the same tonight. There are no gallant strangers in this city looking for 3-to-1 fights to save a beautiful maiden. And my purpose is purely selfish. In helping you, getting you here, I find a means to solve some of my own problems. I confess I've known your husband for many years. You are not a stranger to me at all.
You know Chad?
Aye, very well.
And you were silent. Why have you led me so?
He shrugged. It's a friendship neither of us cares to acknowledge.
Then you are his friend?
We were, before tonight.
What has happened?
I have his wife in my room. For all he knows, in my bed.
Do you think he would care? She laughed. He won't even have to know. There will be no suit against you, my friend, for you have shown me only kindness. There is no need to tell him where I had the night. I'll take a coach in the morning and never confess the truth.
Oh?
He grinned mischievously.
She gulped.
That is... if there is... Oh, please. I think you're trying to frighten me.
Perhaps I am. You're a foolish little minx, you know. Had I not seen you, you would likely be floating in the Thames right now.
I've already heard your lectures, and I cede your victory, she said with a pout.
I'll make you a gift, my lady, he said, reaching down into his boot. He pulled out the pearl-handled knife and held it toward her. She couldn't help remembering that little weapon. I trust you can carry this somewhere, and if need be, use it. She looked away from it, mumbling,
I don't expect myself in that position again.
Just in that event, he advised. I want you to have it. I'll collect it back from you someday, when you've put your affairs in order.
I doubt that day shall ever come, she sighed wearily. There was a moment of silence and the flicker of a memory across her eyes. Do you know, there was a time when he was kind to me. When first we met, he thought me to be one of my own servants. He pursued me, seduced me. He tried to make love to me on a grassy knoll away from all eyes. Had I not known who he was, I would have clawed him, but I loved him instantly.
Now that sounds more like the Chad I know. John laughed.
But now I only play hostess for him, seeing to his needs, managing his home, and watching him play with another.
You're so young, John sighed. Chelynne, has it never occurred to you that he has a very good reason for his behavior?
I can think of none. I would gladly share his burdens.
And if that is not what he wants, maybe it is in your best interests, and his, to keep you a great distance from those burdens. He is not a common farmer, darling. He is an earl. He does not play at planting and harvest, letting his lord make his decisions. He plays at political games in which death is not an uncommon reward. Didn't he ever tell you that he has important business?
Aye, he did. Is he in danger?
John laughed. He folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the small table. Just a while ago you claimed to love him no longer. Why do you fear for him?
John, don't play games with me. Is he in danger?
That, sweetheart, is a constant possibility when a man is not careful. The business at hand is indeed dangerous. I think the wisest thing he's done in his life is to keep you far from it. And you don't even realize that you're lucky.
But I've an interest in his business. It could at least help me to understand. But that is not so important. It is his attention I would have.
Then, more softly,
some small bit of it.
Yes, well, I have a great deal of respect for the man, but sometimes he is not the wisest, I know. But I will tell you something, and trust you to think on it carefully. He is a good man, kind and fair, but I do not know of one more dangerous in battle. He is strong and brilliant, though a little short-sighted in affairs of the heart. But then there is good reason for that as well.
You make him sound quite unlike the forgetful and indifferent man I live with, she sighed.
I believe his indifference to be a conscious thing. It must be because of his strength of will. If he desired you gone, you would be. That he keeps you here is evidence enough that he wants you near. For what purpose? Chelynne, I don't know the man's very mind. I suggest you calm your suspicions and fears and let him settle his affairs. I think in all good time you will be glad that you did. And for God's sake, stop jumping to so many conclusions. I know you're young and it's frightening to think of a lifetime of such discomfort, but I strongly doubt that it's forever. Give the man some support. Put your loyalty in your husband, if not for love, for duty. I'd have more future in loving a mule, she murmured dispassionately. Chelynne, whatever happens, put your faith in Chad. Remember that I told you that. And no matter what, I promise that one day I will come to you and beg your forgiveness for whatever pains you've endured because of me. Please, he said, tapping her lightly on the head. Whatever foolishness goes through there, remember that I promised, no matter what. She nodded, though she was bitterly confused. He threw an arm wide, indicating the bed. There's only itself there, he said with a smile. She blanched, not quite ready for all that was happening. Come now, I'm not going to hurt you. We'll simply rest. But I'm afraid you'll have to disarm yourself a bit. She cocked her head, wondering what he meant, and then with a small laugh she realized. There were heavy pins in her hair, great layers of her gown, the bone busk and other unnecessary raiment. The procedure of freeing herself took nearly as long as the coach ride had. John couldn't help chuckling at the many unnecessary stays, ties, and hooks. He found he had to help her with many of the fastenings, and there was no way for her to lift the heavy gown over her head without the strength of his arms. When at long last she was down to the simple chemise, bereft of starched petticoats and busk, his eyes warmed at the sheer petite beauty of her. While she sat on the edge of the bed, he pulled off the dirty slippers that told of a flight down a dark, muddy street. She put her fingers to the task of untying the garters that held up her stockings, and his eyes were glued to that sight. When he looked up into her face, she smiled. Do you seduce me, John? He sighed, then took a seat beside her on the bed and pulled off his boots. It is as much the other way around, he muttered. He pulled off the leather jerkin next, and his linen shirt followed it to the pile on the floor. He looked at her and shrugged. You'll never believe me if I tell you. He stopped, looked her over again, and let out a deep sigh. Come, love. There's no help for it. She was pulled down beside him on the bed, and neither of them stirred. She did not think her simple shift and his breeches protection, but neither did she feel threatened. When he finally pulled her into his embrace, it was carefully, gently, and she snuggled against him in comfort. She shuddered slightly as his hands began to touch and caress, but he calmed her with soft words. I'll not hurt you, darling. His hands moved over her with more serious intent, and she was sure beyond a doubt that her maidenhood would end here. She was pleased with the sensations he evoked in her, and she reached out to touch him, to reciprocate. But he stopped her abruptly and bade her not touch him again. A groan came from somewhere deep within him as he continued to bathe her in delicious ministrations. By the light of a single candle, she could see his features hard, his jaw tight, and eyes clamped shut. Worry tensed her, for though the decision had been made in her own mind to explore this desire she had so frequently felt, she had no idea what she should be doing. She moaned in her own confusion, and he silenced her with his mouth. His touches sparked excitement in her she had never before known, and all reason was lost. There was that same wave of desire that plagued her dreams, the same quickness that crept over her when Chad was too near. And now, with the contact, it was out of control. Every place his fingertips tested tingled and then burned. She was writhing and turning in his embrace, and he became rougher, more determined. She could not fathom where he was leading her, but earnestly hoped they would soon arrive. Her ignorance played against her. He had not disrobed. His weight didn't press her down or hold her. She cried out in exquisite agony as all at once something exploded inside of her, her world going instantly black and dragging her under a heavy curtain of blinding pleasure. She drifted back slowly, her confusion dulled only by the magnificence of the moment. She turned to look at him. His expression was serious and calm, and he gently kissed her lips. Her mouth formed a silent question. "Shh," he whispered. "Don't think about it now." "But why?" He shrugged and pulled her closer to him. "That was the thing you've wondered about, darling. That was the most immediate problem." "But there's more. I know there's more," John groaned. "Aye, a great deal more, but not for me. You are not mine." "I am more yours than anyone else's," she murmured. He gave a short, unpleasant laugh. "That will be remedied." "Does this mean you love me?" she asked timidly. "No, darling, I don't love you, and neither do you love me. This has nothing to do with love. This is nature, that's all. Love is separate. The true joy is when the two can come together." "Only a common whore would—" "Neither that, Chelynne. I wanted to pleasure you." "And you?" "A kind of misery I could never expect you to understand." He laughed ruefully. "Such an unselfish bastard am I." "What am I to do now?" she asked with a sob in her voice. "Nothing." "We just go our separate ways, as if nothing—" His face was above hers, his features sharp and strained, his voice gruff, though he spoke in a whisper. "There is nothing binding in this. Bonds come from the heart, Chelynne, not from a simple touch. Let this teach you. The easing of that need is a simple thing. Love is a great deal more complicated." Every inch of her being was undone. To be so careless, so casual with this emotion that seemed almost sacred, it was beyond her comprehension. How removed he was, how uninvolved. "Better I should not have known," she murmured. "Don't worry with it, love. It's not going to happen again. From now, Chad would not allow us in the same room together, and it is certain he will be keeping a closer eye on you." "He won't even know," she huffed, turning away from him. "He will know." John returned, gently touching her hair. "He wouldn't care if he did," she said dejectedly. "You're wrong, darling. For this, he will kill me." Chapter 13. A bright morning sun brought Chelynne out of her sleep. The sight of the little room and the memory of what had taken place there made her shudder. There was such a look of poverty about it that she winced at the thought of herself in this atmosphere, in this bed. John was just a few paces away, scraping off his whiskers in front of an old cracked mirror. Her entire body burned with fear and shame. How could she placate Stella? And if he should ask, what would she tell Chadwick? What had she been thinking of? She was totally humiliated. And then she thought of John's confession, his friendship with her husband. She sat up with a gasp. "Good morning," he said brightly as he turned toward her. "I've got to be out of here," she declared, bounding out of the bed. "Get dressed, then, and I'll see you home." "Are you mad? I'll see myself home, and I don't wish to see you again. Stay clear of me, do you hear?
I don't care what trouble I'm in. Don't come near me. Not to save me, not for anything. As she ranted, she was frantically collecting her garments, every burdensome layer and every starched piece. Her hands shook as she sought to fasten the many little ties and hooks and bows. She finally achieved some measure of her dressing and had come to the gown, the heavy velvet burdened with far too many fastenings. John noticed her trouble in catching every one and brushed her hands aside to give assist.
I won't be seeing you after today, Countess. Later, some day, when all is well with you and you're bearing your first little lord, mayhaps then I shall pay a visit.
You're insane, she murmured. She shook her head and grabbed for her cloak, which hung on a peg near the door. I can't make any sense of you at all. Talking in your riddles. I can't imagine why I've...
It won't make any difference now. He laughed. It's done, and I'm taking you home. I think perhaps the Earl will keep a closer eye on you from now.
He'll have to have mighty good eyes, she huffed. This entire city is in a state of lunacy, and before I have any more reason to wish myself dead, I'm going to the country, whether or not his lordship approves. She had succeeded in fastening her cloak and pulled on her gloves. With a shudder, she thought aloud, Damn! I've no vizard!
No matter, Countess. No one will recognize you on this side of town. Let's go.
You are mad!
Let's go. I'm taking you home.
I'll take myself home. You can't possibly be foolish enough to let yourself be seen with me. Now?
I'm going with you, he said slowly.
There was a hardness to his blue eyes that froze her for a moment. His usually grinning face was taut and determined. She watched dumbly as he pulled on his coat and took her arm to lead her out. On the street, she saw a coach waiting, evidence that he had been most deliberate in his plan. He must have left her when she was still asleep and either sent someone off to fetch it or gone for it himself. The entire journey was one long argument in which she pleaded with him to stop and get out, leaving her alone to explain her absence as she would. If not for yourself, then for me. Do not face my husband. I couldn't bear the humiliation of being delivered home like a naughty child.
But that's exactly what you are.
How dare you?
How dare I? My sensuous little kitten, ready and willing to place yourself trustingly in any hands that can deliver you pleasure. You've played the game with a gallant and complain of your husband's lack of interest. His husbandly virtues are condemned, and I have yet to see wifely talents from you.
How cruel! She gasped, looking into the fire of his hard blue eyes in wonder.
Not so cruel. Honest. Go home now and act better the wife. You put your trust and confidence in a total stranger and ridicule that man who supports and cares for you.
You don't understand, she cried with unrestrained fury.
I understand better than you think. I understand that you are a spoiled and ungrateful child, pouting and fussing whenever the situation does not please you. Do you think you're the only grande dame who puts up with a less-than-perfect husband? Do you think that in marriages that are arranged there is instantaneous love and devotion? Why don't you try accepting your circumstances and instead of criticizing his every move, give your husband some wifely support? Her eyes were wide and surprised with the insensitivity of his words. Tears welled up in her eyes and traced slow paths down her cheeks.
Strangely different course you take with me now, sir, she murmured, the hurt apparent in her words. His grin mocked her.
It's a different thing I need now. My words fit the occasion, that is all.
I thought you cared. Some small bit. His laugh was loud and cruel.
And you will think the next sweet-tongued lad loves you too, I suppose. Take care, my lady. There is only one man who gains nothing by using you, and that is your husband.
She sniffed piteously, wondering how her heart could have been so wrong.
How she could have misjudged his character so completely. His touch was now a sinful and vile thing in her mind. How could he use her so cruelly, humiliate her so totally without remorse? What did he hope to gain?
Would you stop that insufferable weeping and calm yourself? We've arrived. At least try to give off some resemblance to a woman instead of a babe in arms.
He looked away from her briefly, and then with a sharper edge to his voice, sounding as though he was disgusted with the very sight of her, he added,
God, but there's nothing grates on a man like that constant sniveling.
She gave a loud, silencing sniff and lifted her chin, more angry now than hurt. He jumped down from the coach and then helped her out. Swiftly he walked to the door, and 3 loud and impatient raps opened that portal. Bestel stood there instead of the steward. Instant relief showed on the manservant's face.
We've been a mite worried after ye, mum,
he said, a light admonishing tone to his voice.
His lordship's been up the night steaming.
Oh, my child, my baby safe! Stella's fretful squeaking went almost completely unnoticed by Chelynne, for close on her heels was Chad, stone-faced and anxious. Chelynne wiggled free of Stella's confining embrace to watch as John bowed briefly and faced Chad.
Once again you have delivered my wife safely home, Sir John, he said in a strained voice. My thanks. It was my pleasure, your lordship, John returned with an insolent grin. When did you come across her? Why, last night, as a matter of fact. It was quite late.
Chad's cheek twitched nervously. He eyed the man up and down, and his anger was mounting. He turned to Stella, hardly regarding Chelynne at all.
Take her ladyship to her rooms and see to her. I will see Sir John in my study.
Chad did not wait for any response. He turned on his heel and made long strides to that appointed place, John falling in behind. Chelynne gave a gasp and wiggled away from Stella again, running after the men. She didn't catch up until Chad had entered the study and was just about to close the door after John.
Chad, listen to me. There's nothing amiss here, I swear it. It was too late to find a coach, and Sir John found me a room in an inn.
Chad looked between John and his wife and then slowly closed them into the room.
Do you insist on staying through this discussion, madam?
There's no need for discussion, as I've tried to—
Be silent or leave,
he snapped. Her mouth went instantly shut. There was a sternness to Chad's expression now that frightened her more than anything he had done in the past.
Where did my wife stay the night?
He asked John impatiently.
As she said, your lordship, in an inn. There would have been servants to be found there. Someone could have found a coach or delivered a message to me. Why was this not done?
The hour was late. She confided you would not wonder at her absence.
There was no inn, he accused.
I confess, there was none. John relented with a mocking grin.
Where did you keep her the night?
My own room.
And did you take advantage of her circumstance?
I did not, John shouted boldly.
Chad,
Chelynne broke in fearfully.
Stop this madness. He rescued me from a dangerous situation. He did not abuse me in any way.
One situation in need of rescue is believable, Chad said slowly. 2 coincidences such as this is quite another story. Now be quiet or leave.
He turned again to John and spoke in low, menacing tones.
I am forced to believe that you have desired my wife since first meeting her, Sir John.
Never mind the formality, Chad. I've told her we are old friends. I apologize for this embarrassment and will leave you to your wife.
Just a minute.
Sitting down, looking perturbed with the inconvenience, John waited for Chad to speak.
I have known you for a long time, friend. I dare say there has been a time or two we've courted the same lady. Am I wrong?
Just what are you getting at? You stayed the night alone in the same room with my wife. Did you touch her?"
John smiled, a lazy and wicked smile. Chelynne blanched. What was he doing? A quick denial sprang to her lips, but Chad cast her a quick, damning glare to cut her off.
"Well?" "I did not press the Countess into any submission," he said easily. "Then you did. God's bones, Chad! Anything the lady and I shared will not be made public and is better forgotten. I'll not darken your door again. End this. I must demand satisfaction."
"No!" Chelynne cried. "Why? Why would you even care? Leave it. I beg of you, Chad. Just let him go."
"Go to your rooms now."
"No, you can't force me away like that. He didn't touch me, and you know I couldn't say that if I couldn't prove it. You know."
"My wife pleads with me, John. Why? Perhaps she has a gentle nature and does not like bloodshed, especially blood spilled foolishly." "Ah,"
he breathed thoughtfully, as if weighing the argument in his mind.
"Then I offer you this compensation. 2 years' work on my plantation in Jamaica, well out of the country, and I will pay you fairly. Are you so afraid I'll accost your wife? Pursue her again? Really, Chadwick, there's no need to treat the matter with such importance."
Chad's jaw tightened.
"Do you refuse this offer?" "Refuse, indeed!" John laughed heartily. "I found the little vixen on the street. I apologize for the inconvenience, and that is all. You have learned little about respect for another man's property. If she is yours and you treasure her, why does she run about the streets of London in the dark of night with no protector? You have learned little about the care a man should give his property. One man cannot abuse another's holdings unless the first allows it." "John, you push me too far. By God, you'll pay for this affront." "Pay? Will you swing your mighty sword or crush me with your earldom? I've had a bellyful of your blasted nobility. We were good enough friends before your father died and left you so mighty. Now you are above me, and I've choices of punishments for saving your wife's precious little backside. Is it truly her honor you defend, or the embarrassment to your name?" Chad leaned across his desk and stared coldly into John's eyes. "Curse you, you bloody pirate! You're never satisfied until you've goaded a man into trimming your ears. I'm sorry now that I passed up my last chance. You pulled rank on me there, too, as I recall. You spared me because of my unfortunate lack of coins and arms. What excuse will you give for sneaking out of a fight this time?" "What is this?" came a shrill and demanding voice. "What the devil are you two bantering about? I am the lady in question, and I am neither dishonored nor abused. Chad, cease this madness, I beg of you." "This is no longer your fight, sweetheart," John said. "Sir, how do you address my wife? A pet name for her I've come to adore." He shrugged insolently. Chad's fist hit the top of the desk with a loud bang. "The challenge is issued. Your choice of weapons." "No!" Chelynne shrieked. "This is no time for your hysterics, madam. Go to your rooms now, or I shall have you carried there." Chelynne stared at one and then the other in disbelief. With a horrified gasp, she ran out of the study and made for the stairs. Chad came around the desk with amazing calm and watched her flight, noticing that more than one servant skittered away from the study door. He closed the door quietly. "Should that suffice?" he asked John. "Were we overheard?" "Well and good," was the reply. "Comfort her if you can, Chad. It's a dirty trick. I had not intended to hurt her, but perhaps she'll take more care from now on. It was, truthfully, another narrow escape." When did the message come? Not until this morning. Lovely little code you used. I wasn't sure what you were after until you started chiseling away at my wife's morals. You weren't worried about her last night. Christ, he muttered. I spent more than 8 hours walking London streets last night. I toured more dingy ordinaries than is to my liking, not to mention searching the riverbank a few times. I didn't know you were in the city until yesterday and visited your sister late last night to see if she knew where you kept lodgings. I had every intention of getting your help in finding her. What is your problem? Exactly. I've been recognized by one of Shaburn's men. There are bills posted, and I'm as good as caught. We can't be seen together on friendly terms. I was at a loss as to what could be done to turn it around until I came across Chelynne. Truthfully, I'm better off dead. Then I shall oblige you, my friend. This afternoon? Good enough. They shook hands. John was about to leave and then stopped, turned, and smiled a little sheepishly at Chad. John, did you touch her? I certainly did. Chad stiffened. Then you never shall again. I mean that, most sincerely. Then keep her better, my lord. You've never lied to me, John. Did you take her? No. But you toyed with her. He nodded. Expertly. He added, Why? The question was not asked angrily, nor placidly. John eyed Chad carefully and saw that he was feeling something, feeling it deeply. It was beginning to show on his face in spite of his efforts to conceal it. John felt sympathy for his friend, but sympathy would not help Chad or Chelynne. Because she needed it, and because you've been a hellish husband. You're not very flattering, and you're not very smart, at least where women are concerned. Christ, Chad, she needs tending, and badly. You're an expert on that, I suppose. Not at all, Chadwick. John laughed a little indulgently. But I have no blinders on my eyes. I can at least see. And I cannot see. I have blinders. Aye, the worst kind. Memories like thorns, suspicions like barbs. I think I can manage without your wealth of wisdom on the matter. I hope so. A memory came to him of the innocent and fiery sensuality of this maiden untouched who responded so totally. You lucky fool, John remarked, slapping a hand on his friend's shoulder. Watch the blade of my sword, John, Chad warned. Strike here, John said, pounding a fist to his heart. End bowlering and all his troubles. The earth thaws, and I'm anxious to be planting. You'll regret this, bowlering, Chad shouted as he opened the door. I'll run you through. John laughed loudly. If I feel generous enough to give you a gift, my noble fool, I shall let you draw one drop of my blood before you die. Good day. Estelle stood inside the doorway in some confusion, hearing the harsh exchange between these two lifelong friends. He looked at John as he walked out of the house, but John totally ignored his presence. He looked now to his master for some reasonable explanation, but Chad was not so kind. Take dueling swords to the Bayberry Copse at the edge of London and see if you can find me a good second. It's to be out today. Estelle shook his head in sheer upset. He had been with Chad for a long time and was aghast at what hardship might befall this old and valued friendship. But Chad walked away without further words, and Estelle was left with no choice but to do his master's bidding. Chelynne paced nervously about her room, the area seeming small and cramped to her now. Stella babbled, questioned, and prodded, but Chelynne could not speak. She simply mumbled and fretted, twisting her hands and wiping her brow with a lace handkerchief. A light tapping came, and Stella admitted the Earl, Chelynne running her eyes over him with obvious contempt. Leave us, Stella,
Chad said calmly, looking only at Chelynne. The old woman obeyed quickly, leaving the two alone to stare at each other. Chelynne spoke first, taking the first verbal swing. "Will you tell me what in God's name you were doing?"
"You were there, madam. He wanted to fight."
"What difference does that make? Blessed Christ, Chadwick! You've no cause to fight over me. You'd be doing it for nothing."
"You are my wife, madam. If you are insulted, I am likewise."
"I was insulted with that trollop you brought to the theatre, which is the reason all this is happening."
"What does that have to do with this?"
"You put me in a most embarrassing position, my lord. I could only explain away your display by acting a certain part, and now all the court thinks I share my Lady Greystone's morals. 'Twas Lord Courtenay who truly accosted me and sent me running to save my worthless maidenhood. John only came to my aid."
"Chelynne, stop this damning of me. You were there. He goaded me into a challenge. He hinted that you were intimate with him, and even if you weren't, I can't stop the gossip now."
"But you can stop a duel. Don't do it. I beg of you. Don't fight him."
"Are you so afraid?"
"Yeah, I have never known such a bitter fear. Whichever of you is wounded, the blood is on my hands. If you have no mercy for him, then for me, Chad, please."
"The terms have been established, madam. We duel to the death."
"You're mad," she gasped. "You're both mad. Oh, my God," she choked, tears spilling over. "I listened to him speak of you so admiringly. What insanity makes a man boast a fond friendship and then invite such hostility? Chad, there is no reason for this. No reason at all. You do not love me so heartily. You have never spoken of love at all. I beg of you, my lord, do not kill a man because of your wounded pride." He watched her in numb wonder as she ranted, and when her tirade was exhausted, he moved closer to her and touched her cheek tenderly.
"Were his kisses so sweet, Sherry? Was his touch that delightful?"
She took his hand in both of hers and looked beseechingly into his eyes. "You've done naught but push me aside, Chad. Pray do not condemn another for showing me kindness."
"Was it kindness or passion?"
"Kindness," she insisted. "Anything. I'll do anything to prevent this." Chad laughed bitterly.
"What will you do, love? Will you stand in his stead? Will you take my sword?"
"Do not mock me," she screamed. "I've been crawling to you. Have pity, at least. Forget this, and I'll never leave my rooms again. I'll stay right here until I die. Oh, please."
"He must have indeed shown you passion,"
he muttered hoarsely. "What makes you so damn certain he made love to me?" she cried furiously.
"Just a guess."
He shrugged, a hurt smile on his lips.
"You never considered that I might be killed?"
"Oh, Chad."
"Never mind. It's too late now. There is nothing that can be done to change his mind, and Bestel has gone ahead to stand ready. I have business, and I do mean business, before I meet him. He wouldn't even consider waiting until tomorrow, so it's to be out today."
He started toward the door to leave, then turned to face her one last time before departing.
"You're not to leave the house. If I'm fortunate today, I will be able to tell you of the outcome later."
"Chad!" He did not turn back to her. With horror, she realized what she must have sounded like to him, pleading for another man's life when her own husband was in danger. She could do nothing, and the tension threw her into hysterical sobbing. Chad heard the broken sobs from just outside her door. He hated what he had to do to her, but he was not entirely selfless. He hated her a little for what she had done to him, too. He wouldn't have minded too much if she had flung herself on him and begged him to forfeit for his own safety. She worried for John, and that stung him deeply. Chad envied John. John was poorer, had a great many more troubles, and yet was always more sure of himself. He was sure enough of himself that he didn't bother with that cold and suspicious part, like what Chad played for Chelynne. John knew how he felt, always. Chad didn't always know if he was capable of feeling any more. He left the house and went to the home of a good friend, a surgeon. When the sun was low in the sky and the mist had settled into the shallow valley braced by rolling hills in the English countryside, John Bullering listened to the swish of his sword as he was set in mock battle. He practiced before his opponent arrived. 6 men stood about in wait for the Earl of Bryant. The surgeon, to examine and hopefully mend the loser, or, if the battle was bloodier, mend 2 men or pronounce 1 dead. Colonel Debonair, officiating the match, wiped the sweat from his brow for the 10th time. Lord Meyer, witness, chatted with Sir Thomas Michaels, Chad's second. Bestel was ready with the swords to be used in the duel, his face red and troubled. He couldn't even bring himself to look in John's direction. John smiled at the manservant's dread, for if in truth they were to duel, even John wouldn't dare to bet on the outcome of this meeting. He and Chad were equally expert with the swords, both more than a little practiced. He was grateful for the dullness of light and evidence of fog. Pounding hooves alerted them that the challenger had arrived. Chad jumped from his horse impatiently, seemingly eager to have the contest over. He accepted a small draught from Bestel to calm his nerves and warm his blood. John declined the offered drink since the cup had been used by Chad. Bestel bristled uncertainly at the insult. The colonel quickly positioned the men, and at the drop of a silk kerchief they met. Swords clashed and locked, clashed and locked. Chad's guard was down more than once, and he seemed not to be serious about the fight. John had to lunge aside and purposely miss more than once. Chad came upon him hard, his sword flashing past John with a whir between his arm and waist. A slow smile spread across John's face as he assumed Chad was ready, but again, at his advantage, Chad was dangerously in the way of John's sword. They met and locked, and John's face was close to Chad's. "Watch yourself, you fool," he bit out through clenched teeth. Chad laughed low and menacingly. John lunged again, and again the miss was too close for comfort. They met and locked. "Damn you," John muttered. "Have done with this play." With an artful sway, Chad's sword found its way around John's, and with a noble bit of footwork he took off a button from his breeches. A scowl broke over John's face. This game could best be preserved for the days they were sorely bored with their toils and had little to do but jest. With like finesse, John returned the favor. He sliced Chad's linen shirt free of his chest without so much as a scratch applied to his flesh. This time, when they locked swords, it was Chad who whispered, "1 mark for my lady." Both men were now in a sweat, each battling to keep up the play without damaging the very important oilskin bag that was tied under John's armpit. Should the bag break without the sword seeming to go straight through him, Chicken's blood would explode all over John. The match would have to be called a hoax. Impatient to have the thing done, John made a quick stab and managed to take Chad in the upper left arm. Chad's sword went down, and John hesitated. The crimson flood that was running down Chad's arm onto his hand showed that the injury was worse than either expected. They met again, and putting on a frown that bespoke fury, Chad ground out, "A mark, I said." John's vicious laughter rang out in the dreary field. It looked to all as though Chadwick would lose the contest. With a quick and merciless sweep, Chad's sword hit the bag and dug through. Sensing the culmination, John went stiff, his weapon falling from his hand, and Chad slowly drew out his blade. Bright red evidence spurted out over John's shirt, and he fell to the ground, face down and limp. The surgeon rushed to the side of the motionless man and rolled him over. He looked to the witnesses and shook his head.
Chad dropped his sword near the body of his friend and walked away from the scene, a look of utter contempt on his face. The Earl shook a few hands and accepted congratulations with his right arm, while Bestel worked with urgency on his left. The manservant mumbled as he worked, horrified with the scene and stammering about his lordship's injury, which was a damn sight more painful than Chad had intended it to be. When John's body was taken away, hidden under a sheet on a cart, Bestel and Chad were left alone in the wake of the duel. "Tether your horse, my lord, and ride with me. You've lost a bit of blood, and I wouldn't think riding a healing potion." "I'm fine," Chad muttered, watching the cart disappear down the road. "A fine thing me old eyes are seeing. I would have put me trust in the little mum you took for your own, and now it's come to this, it has. I never thought I'd see the dame. What could set ye again, your own good friend?" Chad looked around suspiciously. "Estelle," he said softly, "do you think I'd kill John?" "Open our blind, I seen ye do the thing. My lord, is the mum worth it?" "Indeed," he said with a raised eyebrow. "She's worth a life or two. And don't you be forgetting that, you hear, you old mule?" Aye, Eerie, and I'll tend ye till I die, but I'll not believe there's a sweet dame alive worth Master John." "There is, Bestel." But John did not pay. Not this time. "What are you saying, lad? The boy's cold as fish." "No, he's fine. It was a play. For Shayburn." "Oh, saints be praised!" Bestel breathed. He understood at once. "My lord, ye had me in a fit." I should have given him a reminder that I'm not so doltish with my talent. He took a healthy piece of my arm. "That he did." Bestel laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners from happiness once again. It was a long day on that tired heart, seeing these two go after each other so fiercely. "Aye, that he did." Chad arrived home well ahead of Bestel. The wound was tightly bound, and no sign of the injury showed through his coat. But the loss of blood, along with the tensions of the day, had left him weak and tired. He bumped the sore arm on the doorframe as he entered the house, and a muffled oath left him. "Curse that bloody pirate!" The stairs to the second floor were longer than they ever had been, and he took them slowly and wearily. From his room he could hear a great deal of commotion in his wife's bedchamber, and surmised, with a bitter feeling, that her ladyship was making ready for bed. He obtained for himself a badly needed drink, and had just tossed it off when there came a light tapping at his door. "Come in." The door opened, and Chelynne stood there for a moment, without speaking, a stern and serious expression on her little face. "I'm glad you're safe," she said quietly. He disregarded her and went for another drink, the arm paining him worse with every passing second, and his nerves totally unraveled. He downed it quickly and waited with teeth clenched and eyes closed for some anesthetic effect. "Please," she beckoned softly. "Tell me." Chad looked at her with the cold, hard eyes of the victor. "No," she whispered. "Yes, I killed him." "Oh, why?" she sighed pleadingly. "Because he would not yield the fight until one of us was dead," he shouted. "I'm sorry for you that it couldn't have been me." "Chad, I didn't want that." "No? You've a mighty poor way of showing it." "My concern was for John because he told me himself that you were the most talented with a sword he knew. Knowing you had the advantage, it was like murder to—" "Madam! What he told you was a modest lie. I fought beside the man on several occasions. There could not have been a more equal match. He could well have been the victor, but he was not. It is done." She was silent for a moment, eyes cast downward. When she looked up, he was draining his glass of another hefty portion of liquor. "I'm leaving, Chad.
I'll be gone in the morning."
"Leaving?" he repeated, her image starting to blur.
"Leaving. I cannot stay here another day. It's more than I can accustom myself to. Everywhere I look there is corruption, even in my own home. Duels for no just cause, attackers whenever I step out onto the street without protection. I'm not strong enough for this."
"And where do you think you're bound?" She stared at him for a moment, knowing there was no way to reason with him in his angry state. She turned and walked out of the room. Chad poured another drink and followed her, wavering slightly. Within her room there was a mad scurrying. Many trunks sat open while Tanya and Stella carefully folded things away. Valises stood packed and her dressing table was naked of adornments. He leaned against the doorframe, fighting the dizziness that was fast overtaking him. Sick and tired, he cleared his throat and all eyes turned to him.
"You will leave me alone with my wife,"
he commanded. Chelynne stared at him coldly while her women left her. At this moment she felt outrage and hatred for the man.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"To Hawthorne House."
"The answer is no. You'll stay here."
"No, my lord. I shall go."
"Chelynne, you may not go, and the reason is this. Shaburn's lands have been overrun by bandits. He is being burned out, and the country is in turmoil. Your coach will be halted, and even if you did manage to arrive safely, you could be rousted from your own bed. You will have to stay here."
"I would be safe once there. There are servants, and—"
"There are not. The house has been closed up, and most of my men sent to Brattonshire to provide protection for the Baron."
Her eyes widened considerably.
"You've sent men to protect that heathen?"
"Madam, it is not the Baron I am concerned with. He can go straight to hell for all I care. The people of that shire have suffered enough, and it is the people I would see protected. How many times must you be warned not to make hasty judgments on matters you know nothing about?"
She swallowed hard. It was twice now that she had totally misjudged him and consequently hurt him. Twice in the same day she had lashed out at him cruelly, as if he were a fool, and both times he had been acting either in his own defense or in the defense of innocence.
"I'm sorry,"
she murmured, knowing it was inadequate. She turned back to the gowns that were spread across the bed.
"Then I shall go to Welby Manor."
Chad stared at her back for a moment, and then asked softly,
"You are so anxious to leave?"
She turned to face him.
"Yes, I am,"
she said slowly.
"Well, I forbid it. You will stay here."
"I beseech your kindness, Chadwick," she said with quavering voice. "Let me go home."
She fought the urge to cry. Her head held high, she was determined never to shed another tear over this man. She hated him more fiercely than she had ever hated in her life.
"I've had the limit I can endure of this, Chadwick. Let me go to the country, please."
"I cannot. It is for your own good."
"Bah! If you knew the number of times that has been dealt me,"
she spat, losing control at last.
"What is supposed to be my own good as far as others are concerned brings me naught but misery. I've watched the husband I love take up with any trollop of the eve, holding myself with the hope that one day he would heed his vows and turn to me, take me in truth as his wife. This life is a sham. Had I the option, I would travel in a wagon and reap my rewards in dry bread for the love of one simple man slumbering at my side."
"One simple man?" he sneered. "In the form of John Bowlering, perhaps?"
"I have been true, though that would not win me much admiration from your stately friends. Indeed, they think me quite the noble dame now that they believe we have an open marriage."
She strode closer to him and placed one hand on her hip and smiled devilishly.
"I have not been unfaithful, and you could determine the truth for yourself. Are you even curious?"
It doesn't matter to me who you've had, he snorted, turning away from her and walking back to his bedroom. She followed him and stood in his open doorway, watching as he tossed off another drink. "Decide with me," she said evenly. "Decide? What is to decide? We have been thrust together and have dealt with it admirably, I would say." "Perhaps you have. I have not. I am sinking, and this play we engage in every time we meet is destroying me. If you care for me and the vows we said, then take me to wife and play the lover. If you cannot, then tell me your intention and be rid of me. Put me out of my misery as you would a wounded mare, and at least let my soul seek peace. If you have no respect for my life, I do." Chad's head pounded and his vision blurred. He heard her words, but they did not register very plainly on his brain. "Put it from your mind."
"I demand you deal with me now."
"Chelynne," he groaned, "I've done with this outburst. We'll talk tomorrow."
She strode into the room until she stood directly before him. The vision of her swam before his eyes. He needed to be rid of her so he could fall into bed. Had he not been holding on to the table, he might have crumpled to the floor. "This is not a fit of temper, Chadwick. You are not such a great prize to forfeit." Her bosom heaved with anger and her brown eyes flashed a warning. This was no show for his benefit, no tantrum. She meant every word. Her cheeks were flushed with color, and she stood her ground impatiently, awaiting some response from him. Chad's head pounded painfully, and reality merged with fantasy. He was slipping into a fog of confusion, wondering where he was and with whom. Suddenly he slipped an arm about her waist and crushed his mouth down on hers, savoring the wine's sweet flavor, loving the feel of her against him. What promise was this? What madness? During that brief kiss, he alternately believed he would die and felt the strength to carry her to the bed and force her with his manhood. Chelynne weakened under his flaming lips. Every bone turned to fluid. Every nerve came alive. Just when she thought that last part of him dead in her, he would bring it to life as he did now. And then he would begin to destroy it, hurting her again. He released her, and her fears came true. There was no softness in him, no tenderness. His eyes were again that hard gray flint.
"You would play the virgin lass until the end of time, my love. You have yet to tell me what your story will be when I test the parcel and find the game a fraud."
"Try me," she blurted with bravado. His laughter rang through the room.
"Is there some magic spell inside your thighs to bind a man?" "I doubt it. If you have not yet tasted the nectar, then pray do not wait upon me. Test your talents. You have but to choose."
"You cast me aside and mock my virtue cruelly, my lord," she said softly. "I will not stay and watch you laugh as my years waste me away under the fine comforts of your holdings. Never did I ask for this. Only for the goodness of your love did I speak my vows." Chad snorted, the pain growing almost unbearable.
"'Twas the size of my purse that brought you, and the size of my purse will hold you."
"Nay," she cried, insulted now to the depth of her endurance. "Whatever painful memory pricks your mind so that you cannot find any peace within yourself is beyond me. But hear this, my lord fool. I will not withstand one more test for your satisfaction. I repeat, what you have to offer is no great prize to forfeit." She turned on her heel and stamped out of the room. She heard the smashing of glass and stopped in her tracks, a slow smile spreading over her face at the thought that she had touched him at last. Her smile faded as she heard a low moan come from his room. Turning slowly, she went back to the open door to peek into his room. Chad was slumped and holding the wall for support. She eyed him quizzically, wondering at his strange behavior, and then he fell to his knees. "Chad?"
He turned glassy eyes in her direction and held his upper arm with his hand. Then he pulled his hand away from his injury and viewed with some distraction the bright red that stained his palm.
"You're hurt," she breathed, rushing to him. "Oh, Chad, why didn't you tell me?"
He sat back on his heels and allowed her to help him out of his coat. The wound had begun to bleed profusely, and the bandage and white linen shirt were red with his blood.
"Come, you've got to help me,"
she urged, pulling him to his feet. With a great deal of effort, she managed to get him onto the bed, muttering distractedly the entire time.
"Oh, why has Sebastian left us? Perhaps Stella could— No, she is weakened by the prick of a pin. Estelle is not here. Darling, you've got to help me a little."
Chad couldn't focus on her features, but did as he was directed. The touch of her soft, warm hands stripping away the makeshift bandage was comforting. Feeling the softness of his bed beneath him and hearing the lulling voice of his wife, he let his eyes close and allowed his body to untense. Chad could feel the bed rise and fall as she flitted away and returned. There were more people in the room now. Water and fresh bandages were brought for Chelynne. He felt the edge of a glass being pressed to his lips, and obediently he drank the brew for a greater numbing effect. The wound was cleansed, and oddly he felt no pain, just a hazy brushing against that tender place, the tiny pricks of mending as she tended him. Much pleasure was coming from this injury, he thought in hazy delirium. Her voice had become a lilting melody for a troubled man. Her presence and the fact that she was so intent on helping him brought bliss. He was still and quiet and let her work her will. The room had been quiet for some time, and he had not felt her presence. He dared to open one eye slightly and saw that she had pulled a chair to the edge of the bed to keep a vigil at his side. Her velvet gown had been replaced by a light and lacy dressing gown as she hovered there, carefully guarding him. The image was clouded by his lashes, but he could see the soft, light brown hair tumbling to her shoulders and disappearing down her back. And there was a sweet frown of concern troubling her brow.
"Can you open your eyes and at least show me you're all right?"
Chad lay quiet and unresponsive. She touched his hand, and it was warm and still. He couldn't spoil this moment. He refused to open his eyes or his mouth and ruin what was for once a lovely relationship between them.
"You've been a fool," she muttered to his sleeping face. "I've let him hurt you when you could have prevented it."
Still there was no sound or movement. She gave a deep sigh. The injury, the many heavy drinks. It was no wonder he slept so soundly.
"Do you know what life with you has become, Chadwick?"
She looked at his peaceful face and sighed heavily.
"Life with you is one long series of contradictions. You warn me for my safety and then tell me you don't care what I do. You promise never to duel over me and then kill a man for even intimating desire for me. You tell me the day will come when business is done and you will tie yourself to a marriage, yet you make no effort to secure that day."
The deep, even breathing from her husband was his only response. Chad had physical reason to be this exhausted, but Chelynne's tired body cried out for rest only from the emotional tensions of the day. She had seen a little too much now to go back to that quiet and naive young virgin who had offered herself so trustingly into this marriage. A great many things had passed between Chelynne and her husband, and precious few of them had been pleasant.
"I once longed for love,"
she said to her sleeping husband, her voice soft as a whisper.
"But I only fear it now."
There was a long pause, and then she went on decidedly, though quietly, to explain to this man some things that she would lack the courage to say if he were in an alert state.
"We have reached a barrier, I think, that will either be impossible to pass or will be the starting point for a new relationship between us. It has been a most painful thing,
loving you. I can't count the number of pleasurable moments. There haven't been enough of them to recall. And hating you, it's so senseless, so futile. Bestelle had been sent on some errands following the duel and was only now returning to see to Chad. The door to the bedchamber was ajar, and he heard the soft voice from within. Assuming Chad was in a conversation with his young wife, he paused before entering. "You have so much, and yet seem to be such an unhappy man. Is it a painful past that plagues you? Conflict with your father that was never resolved? I can understand some of that now, truly. You see, I waited for love. The idea of how it would feel firm in my mind. Now I have learned the truth to it. It is a fantasy for young hearts. There is truly no such emotion. My uncle does not love my aunt. The king does not love the queen. There is none of that for anyone. Desire, that was once an honest and beautiful thing, is now disgusting in my eyes. Now that even that has been destroyed, even that. What more is there?" Bestelle made a move to knock or creep away, but the voice came again from inside that room, and he was frozen. He could do nothing but listen. "There is no choice, Chad. I have no place to go. I would not shame Sheldon and flee to him. From now, I suppose it will be as you wished it. We simply exist, feeling nothing, showing nothing, sharing nothing. I will wonder as I rise in the mornings if this is the day you hold me or lash out at me in anger. I never know if we will dance in harmony or duel with hostile words. I will wonder, husband mine, as in the past, but no more will I pursue you. No more will I cry." Bestelle knocked quickly, unable to bear much more of this eavesdropping himself. "Yes," came her quick response. "My lady, might I see to his lordship now?" "Of course. Were you aware that he was injured? Were you the one who tended him?" "Aye, mum," he nodded. "Well, it's worsened, and I mended it as I could." She gave a soft, embarrassed laugh. "I'm not accustomed to that fabric type, but it will do." "You've sewn it?" Bestelle asked, shocked. There was a quick but slight movement from the bed, and Bestelle warily stole a glance in that direction. He had been with Chad through the worst of times, through wars, crises on his plantation, disasters on shipboard. He had been shot through the stomach, stabbed more often, fallen from horses, yet he had never lost his consciousness completely. Chelynne did not notice the movement. She simply shrugged. "'Twas a necessity." "Aye, mum." "I'll look in on him in the morning, then, if you'll stay with him now. I'm so tired I could sleep in the chair, but would prefer a bed." "Aye, mum. Don't worry for him, mum. I'll see to him now." She nodded, placed a light kiss on her husband's brow, and left the room. Bestelle stood and looked down at his lordship's sleeping face, and saw a slow, almost imperceptible smile grow there. "Aye, the little mum was dishonoured, right enough, but not by Master John." A faint frown replaced the smile, as though the man were troubled in his sleep by a fleeting thought. He made no other movement. Chelynne went to her room, blowing out the candles on her way, and she found her own private resting place had been cleared by her servants so she could sleep. She was so tired that her resolution to spend the rest of her life void of feeling seemed an easy endeavor. She even found some comfort in it. She slipped out of the dressing gown and into bed, sleep greeting her immediately as she closed her eyes. In her dreams, gentle hands soothingly crept over her body as fiery lips teased her. Pleasure tingled within her again, and when she looked into the face of this delightful lover, it was Chad. Chapter 14.
Chelynne had hoped the morning would come and give her strength in her new resolve. She was wrong. The same worry and fretfulness encompassed her. The same feeling of depression was there. She bravely disregarded it and found comfort in her routine. She bathed, dressed, and breakfasted. Then she took herself to her husband's room to see to his well-being. She saw what she had expected to see in his bedchamber. He was up and dressed, drinking his coffee. The only sign of his injury was the linen sling that supported his injured arm. There were no lines of tension on his face, no shadows of fatigue. He was refreshed and, once again, in control of his situation and his surroundings. It was the image of him she had had since their first encounter. He was a warring machine, never troubled or confused, never flustered or pained. An injury that had brought him to his knees the night before had been tended, and with the aid of a brandy and a few hours' rest, he was completely mended and revitalized. He could be weakened temporarily, but he could not be disadvantaged for long. He was like a jungle beast, a man whose challenges and beatings only made him stronger and more determined. So how could a mere girl, a woman-child, expect to affect him very much? How could she have thought to tempt him, gain his affection, be of any real importance to him? Is that not what a woman really wants when she seeks love? To dominate a man's heart, if not his mind and soul. So she had thought unconsciously to do, to dominate at least a part of him, of his life. But no more. He could not feel. She would have more promise of success in trying to collect a wild boar from the forest and keep him as a pet in her house. "You're looking fit, my lord," she said. "I'm feeling well enough. I commend you for your fine stitchery. It does not pain me much." "Good, then. Might I ask you something of a delicate nature?" "Of course." He nodded, businesslike. "Will you be attending the burial of Sir John?" His brow creased into a frown, and he muttered under his breath, "I think not." "Shall you be offended if I do?" "I think the gossip should be sufficiently horrible without adding that to the tale. I would much prefer you pass that affair by." He looked away from her for a moment, and she remained silent. Looking back at her, he added, "I'm certain his body will be taken out of the city. His people were from the country." "Very well. I thought only to have your opinion on the matter." "Regardless of what you might think, my dear, I do not take the incident lightly. Killing has no appeal for me, even with just cause, and especially one such as Sir John, who was a friend of mine. I would have much preferred another course." "I know that he insisted," she murmured. "I cannot fathom the reason." "It is of a bitterness you couldn't understand. He's had much misfortune in his time and has come to resent anyone of the noble class. I knew him at a time when he did not do such dramatic things, when he had a good head for sense." "Sound reason," she mumbled as the memory stirred. "My dear?" "Nothing, my lord." "What more might come of this, Chadwick? Shall you suffer ill from the duel? Will there be a harsh penalty?" "Nothing of that sort, I assure you. But you'll favor a new treatment from your courtly friends. I should think they will leave off forcing their affections." "I hadn't thought to pay such a price," she murmured. "I'm afraid you'll have to accept something here and now, Chelynne, for your own peace of mind. John Bowlering used you as his excuse for a fight he'd been wanting. As you might have guessed, it was not the first time we've had differences. In all actuality, it had nothing to do with his or my affection for you. I can bear the insult of another man touching what is mine without killing him. I met him because he insisted. That is the only reason." "Then you would not have met him for my honor?" "I'm afraid not." "That is the answer I expected," she said softly. "You are a very guilty woman, madam. You are guilty of judging harshly and without much cause. I would protect you in any circumstances. I would kill any man to prevent him from abusing you, from using you against your will. But I am not a fool. I would not seek to rid you of the lover of your choice by the sword.
I know better than to think that would gain me favor with you. Do you understand?
He was no lover of mine.
And he was not killed because I thought he was. He was killed because in his foolishness he sought death or victory for— Chad's voice had a harsh tone that had become louder and louder as he explained. He checked himself, then calmed his tone and went on in a more dignified manner. For old causes that were not worth the price.
What causes? By my word, Chadwick, I understand nothing of this.
That is all I am prepared to say, Chelynne. Understand this. He was not killed for the reasons you think. Whether or not you had gone with him to his lodgings, he would have found a way to battle this out. He was determined. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but a knock at her husband's door held her silent. Chad called out his consent to enter, and Bestel came hesitantly into the room. He noticed Chelynne and addressed her reluctantly. "There is a caller, madam. For you."
"Who calls at such an hour?" she asked quizzically.
"Manservant to your uncle, milady."
"Then they've arrived at last," she cried, not concerning herself with Bestel's formal announcement. To her, this was like a lifeboat in a storm, at precisely the time she needed something like this, something like her uncle's dauntless love to give her ease and confidence again. "Excuse me, Chad. I'll see him at once."
She whirled and was gone, excitement in her quick step and happiness lighting the features that a moment ago were confused, sad. Bestel looked at his lord, a cloud of doubt crossing his eyes. "I brings the mum bad news," he said simply. Chad rose and followed. At the bottom of the stairs, Chelynne had only just faced Gordon.
"Has Lord Mondeloy just arrived?"
Gordon was uneasy. He looked between the Earl and the young lass he had watched grow up. "Last night, my lady, but—"
"Oh, grand! Where are they? When may I call?"
"My lady, Lord Mondeloy shouldn't have made the trip. He was ill and we had to stop several times. He insisted on pressing his health, determined about some business here, and would not return to Welbering as he should have."
"Is Uncle Sheldon ill? May I go to him now?"
Gordon looked helplessly at Chad, his face twisting with pain.
"What is it?"
she demanded. "In the night, madam, when we'd only just arrived. He's dead, my lady." Chelynne swayed slightly, taking a step back, and Chad instinctively moved up behind her to give aid if necessary. Her hand began a journey to her mouth to stifle her cry of grief, but there came no sound. Instead, both hands returned to her sides and her fists clenched. There was a movement from her, but so slight it was almost unnoticeable. Her eyelids were pinched closed. She was reaching deeply within herself for strength. For Chad, this stirred a memory. It had been a day of battle when he was suddenly aware of all the cruelty that existed on Earth. He remembered thinking that he hoped the men he slew had believed in God. How frightening to think he would send a man to hell. He could not remember the exact moment or the particular crisis, but there had been a time when he had decided that he must endure and accept this agony of living, or simply lie down and die. Now, watching his young wife, he knew that she had come to that same position, though the circumstances were very different. This must be the very grimmest moment of her life. She would have to be strong, endure and accept this, or give up.
"Do you know the cause?" she asked.
"Nay, it was not swift. He had been ill."
"Are arrangements being made?"
"Aye, Lady Mondeloy and Lord Mondeloy will have everything done. Service for his lordship in the city, and then to Welbering for the family cemetery."
She nodded and looked to her husband. There was sympathy in his eyes, but she was not looking for that.
She could not think beyond control now. There was absolutely nothing anyone could give her.
"I will go to Lady Eleanor now, my lord, with your permission."
Of course."
"Will you wait for me, Gordon?"
"I will take you there, madam," he returned with a slight bow.
Chad gave her a moment alone in her room before going in. She had little to do to make ready. He entered then, this time knocking first.
"Should you like me to accompany you?"
"It's kind of you to offer," she said somewhat blankly. "But this time I would like to go alone. My family may have need of me."
"I would not consider it an imposition, Chelynne. I would be happy to lend my support."
She did not respond to that statement. "I shall go to Welbring."
"Then I will make ready."
"No, Chadwick. This too I do alone."
"The roads are not safe. I shouldn't let you go without—"
"Hire horsemen, then, if you wish. My purpose is not to aid my aunt or cousin. Indeed, they will not likely be pleased with my presence. I was not well loved by any but Sheldon. I would like to go through the house to see if there is anything left of my parents before Harry or Eleanor destroys anything I have right to out of cruelty."
"You think them capable of something that low?"
he asked incredulously. With amazing calm, she faced him. "I have no delusion about their affection for me. Yes, Harry has done that very thing in the past with no other motive save causing me grief. Lady Eleanor is much like her son in her lack of compassion."
"I could go and lend my support there as well."
"There are times," she said with an air of melancholy, distant and somewhat detached, as if she were speaking for someone else, as if she had no feeling. Her voice drifted away for a moment and then drifted back in the lifeless tone. "There are some times, some things that one must do without aid or counsel. I pray you try to understand my circumstance. He was my only living kin, and is now gone. There is a task at hand, and grief. Both of those I consider private now." Her eyes went up to his, and she spoke quickly. "I will take great care and return to you swiftly." There was a kind of command in her words, but that was not what persuaded Chad to give his consent. It was a decision on her part that was important to her maturing, and one that brought back memories of the time when he took the matter of his own life into his own hands and denied interference. It was important and necessary to her. Having been there himself, he couldn't deny another the time of seeking and finding, not even one who was sworn to dependence on him by law. He put his hands on her shoulders and stared into her eyes.
"Times have not been the best between us, Chelynne. I am a hard man, and I know that about myself. From now, if you need me, come to me. I am at your call."
He wished she could see this as a great sacrifice, the beginning of something. But she only mumbled, "You're very kind, my lord." It had been Gordon's intention to drive her ladyship to the Mondaloy residence, but Chelynne coaxed him into her own coach, leaving his behind, so they could talk during the ride. She faced Gordon with a commanding air and spoke quickly and in hushed tones. The discussion was brief, and the servant only nodded. He neither questioned nor argued. The body of the Baron did lie in state, and there was a service in London. Finally, the priest said his words over that sad corpse and blessed the passing. Chelynne sat with her husband or stood at his side during the tiresome affair of death and mourning. Many nobles attended, the funeral being as much a social affair as a ball, to be seen, if the Queen was, to be present, if others of importance were. Sheldon was not well known or greatly missed, but it was like other things at court, very much a matter of appearances. And it was typical of Eleanor, pompous and extravagant. In their black, with heavy veils, the women were not known but by escort, and their grief was announced by the color and sternness of their garb. Chelynne was not moved by any of this display. She had come to loathe the pomp and ceremony with which the slightest daily habit was treated. The black couldn't show her grief as acutely as she felt it. She couldn't rend her clothes or tear her hair to mourn her uncle properly. The ache in her heart was the only true grief, and it was a thing she could neither share nor display. The family separated as they made ready to depart for Welbering. Chad insisted on sending his own men, more than a score, to ride with the Mondaloy party. They had gone ahead to prepare to ride escort once Chelynne's coach joined Eleanor's. The Hawthorne coach was readied and parcels were loaded. Summer was tethered to the rear. Stella, Tanya, and Chelynne stood ready to board when Chad lifted his wife's veil to place a farewell kiss on her brow. Chelynne didn't notice the worry that was as plain as the nose on his face. "You're sure you don't want me to attend you?" "I'm sure. We'll take care." "Chelynne," he began, uncertain. "Chelynne, if you're sure Harry wishes you ill, keep an eye turned to him. Don't let him—" She placed a hand on his arm and smiled. "Harry is troublesome, to be sure, but he is not smart. I will keep careful watch." "The men I've sent are ordered to do your bidding. If you need their aid, even to protect you from your own kin, they will do as you command them." Chelynne smiled and had turned to enter the coach when Chad stopped her by pulling at her arm. "You will not stay long?" "I should like to write about Sheldon's lands, and for that I take Summer. I've come to cherish her. I will visit some of the people there I have known since childhood, but I will not overstay." "Chelynne, take special care, and hurry home." "Soon," she said simply, ready to leave. Chad held onto the door of the coach, reluctant to have her go. He had an ill feeling about this trip she was so set on. "Chelynne, if you need me—" Again, she failed to see this as offer of a commitment, a reconciliation. "Thank you, my lord." The coach pulled away from the Earl of Bryant. The shades were pulled tight, allowing no interference to enter from without, no secrets to leave from within. They were to join the retinue traveling to Welbering and make their long, tiresome journey to see Lord Mondaloy laid to rest on his own property. But they had barely started moving when Chelynne threw up her veil and moved to the edge of the seat so that Stella could unfasten her. "Hurry, Tanya," she urged. The servant girl eased out of her own dress with haste, and in just moments the two had exchanged clothing. "Lady Mondaloy will be much upset when she arrives home," Chelynne mumbled without much concern. A black garter could be seen on Chelynne's thigh as she quickly disrobed. A few quick stitches the night before had made it a handy place to carry a pearl-handled knife. "Guard yourself, sweetheart," Stella murmured. The coach stopped and Chelynne turned her back to her woman so she could fasten the last remaining hooks. "Tanya, don't lift your veil, not even when you stop to eat. Stella will carry food in the coach and you can have your meals in private at the inns. Don't let them suspect it is not me. Take care." She placed a quick kiss on Stella's cheek and patted Tanya's hand. When she climbed out of the coach, Gordon was standing beside the two mounts that had been hurriedly saddled. Without a word, she was given a lift up, and they started on their way. 2 riders alone, a mature man in simple garb and a young woman in a heavy functional dress. Average English personages traveling, nothing more. The first stop was some 6 hours down the road. Here, a groom had been paid no small amount to secure their horses for the return trip and provide them with fresh mounts. Chelynne was intent on speed for this excursion, so much so that she could hardly be persuaded to sit and sup. Her young body was taut with nervous energy, strong in her purpose. She thought constantly of the possibility that Harry or Eleanor would discover her deception and hasten their own journey to prevent her from combing the house. And that was, perhaps, the strangest thing of all. She had no idea for what she was looking or why she was driven so. She had nothing but suspicion where her family was concerned, and she couldn't ignore it. Sheldon had lied about what of her parents remained, though she understood that he meant only to protect her. But there had been the letter, and perhaps there was something more. The servants were her friends. In Welby Manor, all the loyalty was for the Baron. Harry and Eleanor earning nothing from the staff but their contempt. Chelynne was certain she would be aided there and that those who aided her would remain silent for as long as that was possible. Though impatient to be going and far from hungry, Chelynne took note of Gordon. He was no longer an agile youth, and the ride was showing on him. He was moving slowly as if his muscles were stiff and sore, and there was a tiredness about his soft eyes that caused her to yield and allow a short repast at the nearby inn. When the sun was low in the sky, they stopped again, in the next village en route. They would be allowed no more safe travel time that night. All airs were cast aside. They shared a room, the only one available. The meal was taken quickly, and Chelynne occupied the bed at Gordon's insistence while he took a makeshift pallet on the floor. No clothes were removed and carefully placed away. No toilette done by doting servants for her ladyship. There was little conversation, just each inquiring of the fitness of the other. At dawn's first light, Chelynne was up and calling for breakfast. She splashed some water on her face and tucked her hair under a hat, with no fuss and no bother. Gordon rose a bit more slowly. "Are you up to the ride, sir?" she inquired. He nodded simply, with his mouth full of meat for his hasty breakfast, but his eyes spoke otherwise. "I've no wish to press you, Gordon. It's a taxing trip, and I'm certain I could hire a trustworthy escort." The man swallowed and cleared his throat. "I'll not allow you to go without me, madam. I've spent too many years with you and your uncle to take any chances on your safety now." She smiled her thanks, but said, "It'll be little protection for me if you're completely exhausted. Think a little on that, Gordon." "I'm no longer a lad, madam, but still I can raise a strong arm in your defense if need be. I'll not stay behind." "I couldn't have done this without you. I'll find some reward that suits your loyalty. I promise you that." He laughed low in his throat and looked at her with a gleam in his eyes. "I was hoping you would." Chelynne started a little, for though she had fully intended a reward, she never expected a request. His loyalty was too strong and his nature too unselfish. "Would you explain what would please you most?" "Of a certain," he replied with enthusiasm. "I don't think my place is with the new Lord of Welbring. I'll be seeking a new position." Of course. She had been foolish not to assume this. Harry would never make life bearable for Gordon, especially since he had done this kindness for Chelynne. "There will be a position for you in my household for as long as you want it, Gordon. Will that do?" He nodded, came to his feet, and they were off again. The day was the same as the one before. A few hours passed, and they stopped for horses. Little changed, only the scenery and the people they passed. The next day was equal. Then, in the afternoon sun, they came to a crossroads, and Chelynne paused. She knew this part of the country. Welbering was in the direction they traveled, but not very far down that other road she would find Hawthorne House. She hadn't given much thought to travel plans. She hadn't anticipated passing this way. And here she was, in her husband's holding, only a short distance from his house. She glanced wistfully in that direction, thought of hopeless expectations and shattered dreams. They hadn't traveled much farther when they came upon a large group of men blocking the road they journeyed down. Chelynne shivered, only now recalling Chad's stern warning of the thievery in this shire. A few men hailed them to stop, while others lounged under trees as if lazily passing the day there. "Where ye bound?" one shouted gruffly. "Welbering," Gordon answered. "Welbering," the man mimicked, thoughtfully, scratching his chin. "And not be a long ride. Down this road, seems. There's another way ye might be bound to take. Lies to the east and runs through Brattonshire." "But that's hours out of our way," Chelynne cried. "We would be foolish to waste so much time." "Well, if your mind is set to this road, there's a meagre toll," he advised her. £2. "Who enforces this toll?" she asked. "Now, dear," Gordon admonished her, "I've got the sum and will pay the toll." Gordon seemed to be the doting parent in this twosome.
He dug into his pouch and offered the coin.
"That's a wise old man,"
came a lazy voice. A man sauntered toward him with a patch covering his eye and a scarred face that gave Chelynne an instant chill. He looked over the couple astride, a depraved gleam in his eye and his lips parting to show stained and rotting teeth as he leered at Chelynne in particular. His lust was plain and he was completely unabashed.
"Be ye his wife or his brat?"
She pinched her lips against a hostile reply and said simply, "The toll is paid and we'll be on our way."
"Could be the toll's gone up in price,"
he commented, scratching his lice and eyeing her coldly. One quick look around told her they were completely at the mercy of this band. There was no chance of escape unless they were willingly released. She found her only hope in swinging out at the man with her husband's earldom, in lieu of the sword she would have preferred. "I'm interested in this toll. Why is the road taxed?"
"We've had our share of trouble along our roads,"
he said briefly, in no mood for trivial conversation. She was certain these were not Chad's men. "And we're still in Bryant?"
"Aye."
"I was told the roads were guarded, but I was unaware of the toll. Whose authority have you?" He chuckled.
"A spy, by God!"
He reached for her, and she quickly pulled back, giving the horse a start and leaving it to dance.
"Let us pass,"
Gordon demanded.
"Not just yet, old man. Lord Shelburne imposes this toll,"
he said to Chelynne.
"What interest have you in it?"
"It's a large sum for passage," she shrugged, playing coy. "And I was not aware of it."
"Aye, it's a fair sum, and likely to be more."
She stiffened indignantly and lifted her chin. "My husband will be interested in this."
"And who be that, my grande dame?"
he sneered. "The Earl of Bryant," she answered clearly. For a moment she had the pleasure of his surprise, but it changed too quickly to that leering grin.
"A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lady," he smiled. "Fellows," he said, turning to his companions. "The Countess of Bryant."
He made a sweeping bow.
"Take her down."
"What do you dare?" she half shouted, half cried, but she was not heard. Gordon, too, was pulled off his horse, and she was held on both sides by some of the men. Their leader, the loud, insolent man with the patch over his eye, bowed before her.
"Captain Alex, at your service, madam."
"You're not much at my service," she spat. "Unhand me."
"Now, Countess, surely ye know that my Lord Shelburne wouldn't take kindly to sharing a part of that toll with his lordship the Earl, eh? We'd be most grateful for your silence on the matter."
"Of course. Just let us pass." His laughter was loud and genuinely amused.
"In due time, my lady. In due time."
Chelynne knew her error. Whatever she might have suffered before the announcement of her title, now she would likely be killed instead. They would kill her and lay blame to the thieves that ravaged this land. As if reading her thoughts, Captain Alex declared,
"Another crime for that blackguard who defiles our town."
There were eager nods and exclamations from the men, and they seemed to converge on Chelynne and Gordon as one. She screamed and kicked in anticipation, but at the very moment she thought herself lost. Loud shouts and cries surrounded them from all sides. "Good Christ," Alex muttered, drawing his sword and waving his arms at his men. Chelynne was dragged aside and held still, and in the confusion she saw that a grand, albeit tattered company of men who must have been hiding nearby had descended on the small party of toll-takers. As she studied them, she saw that some had actually dropped from the trees, far enough away to go unnoticed. They raced forward like an army of misfit warriors.
Most were masked. All were as meagerly attired as yeoman farmers, and of those unmasked, she could not recognize one of Chad's men. These must be that band of thieves, she reasoned, come to upset the road guards and collect their toll. Just as suddenly she realized that the thieves were acting as protectors and the hired protectors had been doing the injustice here. Still, her arms were held, but by one lone man now. She could not see Gordon. They were equal in numbers, these two groups, and she wouldn't dare bet on the winning side. She would feel safe as a hostage for neither. A masked man came in her direction, forcing her captor to lose her and take up his sword or die where he stood. She had a strange and eerie sensation as he approached, a recognition, but her thoughts were fast flying in this mayhem, and she didn't think on it. And it was no boxing match. They were, both sides, intent on finishing lives. She scrambled away and made for her horse, hoping Gordon would have sense enough to follow her if he could free himself. As she prepared to mount, she was pulled from behind by Alex himself and thrown to the ground. He held her with a large hand around her throat and fished for his dagger. He sought to quickly close her mouth for good. She rolled and struggled, unaware of her actions, for the most part instinctively pursuing survival. Her skirts were drawn up in the tussle and her hand found the pearl handle of her knife. She plunged it into the unsuspecting man's shoulder. It felt like nothing else she had done in her life. For a moment, Captain Alex stared down at her in wonder, and then he grabbed the dagger with his other hand and rolled over. Chelynne took advantage of her temporary freedom, knowing that if she stopped him at all, it wouldn't be for long. She could sense him behind her as she fled toward the trees. Suddenly, she heard a loud thud and a groan just behind her. She turned to see the same man who had rescued her from her first captor pinning Alex to the ground. Alex squirmed under the man's superior weight, trying in vain to throw him off. Chelynne was mesmerized by the sight. Her dagger lay just inches from Alex's hand. But the masked man did not look at Alex. He looked directly at Chelynne, his eyes the only visible part of his face. He held her with the glittering hardness of his eyes for a moment, and then, almost casually, he reached for the dagger and turned his attention to Alex. Alex ceased his struggle and stared into his opponent's eyes. His mouth opened as if he would speak, but the knife was plunged mercilessly into his chest. Chelynne's hand went to her mouth to stifle her cry as she backed away in horror. The trunk of a tree stopped her, and she was frozen there. The masked man stood and began to walk toward her slowly, the anger in his eyes making her certain she would be his next victim. "My lady!" Gordon called from the road. Both Chelynne and the masked man looked in his direction. He was astride with her horse in tow. She looked back at the masked man. His eyes crinkled at the corners as if he were smiling. He folded his arms across his chest, and she saw that his own weapon was still sheathed at his belt. Just behind him, she could see her dagger protruding from Captain Alex's chest. Carefully, she inched her way toward Gordon, and after just a few steps, she could see that he didn't mean to stop her. He was letting her go. She lifted her skirts and ran toward her horse. Mounted, she looked once more at the riotous scene. She could no longer tell which of the men had been the one to save her, but she silently prayed he would not be hurt. Gordon and Chelynne rode at a fearful and frantic pace, looking over their shoulders a number of times for following aggressors. When they came upon a town with an inn, they stopped in sheer exhaustion, relieved to be among good people again. That was the first time they talked, and all Gordon could say was, "What do you make of that, madam?" She brushed her skirts, thankful there was no blood on her that could not be easily washed off. "My husband must be told at once. He couldn't be aware of their state, or he would have. I'm certain he would have done something more. The guards are far worse than the thieves." "Will you tell him?" "Somehow I shall." They took a hasty meal, and by the time Chelynne had finished, she had thought of the best means. She asked the innkeeper for a pen and ink and sat down to write to Chad. It would take all her remaining coin to have the message sent, but they were close enough to their destination to make do on what little money Gordon carried. This would be easier than telling him in person and answering his questions.
she explained briefly. They were set upon by guards exacting a heavy toll by the privy order of Lord Shelburne. She didn't mention they were without escort, that they feared for their lives for a time. She closed with the assurance that they would travel wide of that shire on the return trip, signing only her initials. Gordon had found a lad to carry the message, and he was given careful instructions and some coin to be doubled when the Earl had the message in hand. "Put this only in the hand of the Earl of Bryant," she warned him sternly. "If you find trouble at his house, you may explain that it is from his wife, but no place else should you give that information." "Your Grace," he gasped, dropping before her. "Get up," she snapped. "Don't you see? Tell no other that you deliver a message for me, or you'll likely find yourself hanging from a tree. There are thieves along that road, dangerous and armed. Go wide, and quickly." "Aye, milady. Have you a weapon of any sort?" "Nay, milady." "Well, I can't give you mine," she mumbled with a shudder, remembering all too clearly where she had last seen it. "You must find something before you leave, and travel carefully." That was the only incident on the trip, but one likely to be remembered by both Gordon and Chelynne for a long time. When they arrived at Welby Manor, she was greeted warmly and not questioned about her early arrival. The house was being readied for the arrival of corpse and mourners. Those servants who had only just been freed from the manor to return to their families while the house was unoccupied were back, working in force again. There was a comfort in the feeling of coming home, but the sadness in doing so was real, for Chelynne knew she could never come again. Once Sheldon was buried, she would never view the insides of these walls again. With his passing went her childhood and her memories of the pleasant love that brought her into womanhood. Now, she was alone. When her breakfast was delivered the next morning, she called for the head housekeeper. Mrs. Becker had served the Baron for many years. She had been a friend and confidant in many instances. The round, happy woman was a good friend to Stella and was not only willing but eager to help Chelynne in any way. But she knew nothing of Sheldon's memorabilia, nothing of what personal effects should rightfully go to Chelynne now. She knew the house, as only a housekeeper could know it. There were large spaces for storage behind certain walls, private cabinets in his study and in the library, an office in the stables, and a desk containing important papers in his bedroom. They promised an arduous search. Every paper was turned, every picture examined, every drawer sorted. Ledgers were leafed through and correspondence looked over. Most of what Chelynne saw meant nothing to her. There were piles of letters, old and new, some of them written by Sheldon's father. Near the end of the second day, pulling books from the shelves and paging through every one, Chelynne began to fear that Sheldon had been honest. There was nothing. But she spent every waking moment at her task, hoping to find something to tell her of herself, if not of her parents, the key to her past. In her search, she came across a collection of papers that belonged to Eleanor. With a morbid curiosity, she leafed through the letters. There were none from Sheldon. Most were from members of her family and a few female acquaintances from years back. Chelynne noted that the family Sheldon had married into was a good one, and the dowry Eleanor had brought him was great. But Eleanor was too old to have married for only the first time. Marrying a woman in her late 20s was like marrying someone's grandmother. Chelynne knew that the dowry, Sheldon's reason for taking his bride, had all been lost during the wars. There was nothing in letters to indicate that Eleanor had been happy, that she had had the love of her husband and a pleasant life. The worn and aged folder was all she had in the way of keepsakes from her youth, and it contained nothing. And then came a document on which Chelynne recognized Chad's name. It caused her to drop the rest and sink into a nearby chair. She stared at it, dumb with wonder, numb with confusion. It was a torn marriage record bearing her husband's name and a woman she did not know. It was dated over 6 years back and was appropriately witnessed and signed. The questions rose without delay. Why was she never told? Had she been marrying a widower, she would have been told. Was the marriage perhaps put asunder by a man of the church, declared void? Was there love, honor, or something akin to force in this union? Whose possession was this? Sheldon's? Surely not Eleanor's. Chelynne did not know the name of the bride, and what she knew best, due to her schooling, was names. Oh, names! So important, almost equal to money. Was the woman now abandoned, lacking in name and money? Chad had never mentioned anything of a wife, dead or divorced. Chelynne knew nothing of him. Who was the woman? Who would he marry? Who would he love? Was it willingly or unwillingly, as with her? Was it a marriage past or still practiced? Her mind rambled on and on. For a long while she was immobilized from shock and confusion. Not many of the thoughts she had now concerned her departed parents. She could search no more, confident there was nothing else to be found, yet a little fearful there might be something. Carefully she made an envelope for this aged paper. She could think clearly enough to know it had been hidden, meaning to her that it could be destructive if found. Until she understood it, she had to secure it. She confided her intentions in no one and sought out one stable hand who she knew could not read and whom she did trust. She had known the man Gorley since early in her youth. He and his family had served Sheldon, and though he was paid fairly, he would relish a simple chore that would bring him a few extra shillings. "This is a paper of some importance that I would have taken to Hawthorne House," she informed him. "I would ask that you place it yourself in my coffer. The caretaker will admit you on my letter and give you a bed for the night. My keys will admit you to my rooms and open the coffer where some jewelry is kept. The problem is not the chore, Mr. Gorley, but the roads. There is a great deal of trouble in that part of the country. The reason the house is closed and the guards posted. Some are not trustworthy and will not let you pass, and I cannot tell you which they are. It must be done carefully and secretly, or it could be very dangerous." He made no response to her, waiting for her to continue. He would do the chore if ordered. But Chelynne would not command him. It had to be a matter of choice, especially when she feared going past that part of the country herself, even heavily guarded. "There would be a handsome reward upon your return. In the event there is a mishap." She stumbled on her own words, wanting to tell him how great was the risk and not able to do so easily. "I would leave a goodly sum with your wife. That is all I can do." "When would you have me leave?" "As soon as you can be ready. Take time to speak to your wife, if you must, but I should like to be unknown in the matter. I would think—" Again she stumbled, unsure. She had no idea whom she would be protecting. Herself? Her husband? Someone else? "I should think if there's danger such that the paper could be found on your person, destroy it quickly. Yes, destroy it in any possible way." He was a large man, but very gentle. He stood and nervously twisted his hat in his hands as she gave the instructions. It pained her to think of committing him to any danger, but it hurt her to think of any living creature being hurt. She did not think herself strong. She had always found her strength through her protectors. Being the protector alarmed her. She was not confident that she could play this role for long. Chelynne helped to apply the precious paper to Mr. Gorley's chest in a linen cover, keeping the rough edges soft against his skin. He admitted his wife could make do without asking questions of him. He could make the journey in 2 days' time, and Chelynne would expect him back in 5. She watched him a short time later from her bedroom window. He left Welby Manor with horse and cart, looking like a common traveller, though speedy. Chelynne did not go back to her searching after that. She sat quietly in her room until Mrs. Becker came and inquired of her. "Have you given up the idea, Mum?" she asked solicitously. "I suppose I have." "You seem to have lost the spirit of it. Myself, I wouldn't know where to look or for what." "It's all right," Chelynne mumbled. "I was told there was nothing, but I had hoped. Some small thing." Mrs. Becker touched her hand.
"I have something you might hold dear."
She reached into the ample pocket of her apron and pulled out a small portrait of Sheldon painted not long after he returned to England. There were a great many paintings about the house of himself, Eleanor, and Harry. This small painting was not much to cling to, but Chelynne wasn't sure that Eleanor would be gifting her with anything at all. For that reason, she took the little portrait with warm thanks and asked if it would be missed.
"It's one he put away,"
Mrs. Becker told her.
"Laid it away he did, not liking the style. There's others more valuable. Nothing that I know belonged to your own dear parents, but for the miniature of your father in the study. That will be yours, but—"
She straightened slightly and had a little frown.
"I take it now, Mum, if you mean to have it."
"I never knew either of them," Chelynne said with a small, childlike sob in her voice. "There were so many times I wanted to ask my mother." Her voice trailed off, tears coming to her eyes.
"Aye, it's a blessing you've had, Mrs. Stella."
Chelynne gave a small nod without raising her eyes. There was no way to explain that what she needed could not be learned from a helpmate such as Stella. Stella's love was grandmotherly. Chelynne longed for the answers to questions only her mother could give. She needed the wisdom of a woman who had lived and loved. Stella had never married, and as far as Chelynne knew, had never been in love. She needed someone bearing a stronger bond than gender, a blood bond, kinship. Stella offered comfort and love, but for a child. Chelynne remembered when she would sit upon her woman's knee in the cookhouses or kitchens, visiting with other servants. Work stopped for meals or tea, and they chattered of matters centered on husbands, childbearing, disorders of the bowel or womb, and the latest gossip about their employers. What the servants knew of court life came from washing nobles' finery and delivering meals. So Chelynne remained as Mrs. Becker left her, depressed and confused. She felt a great deal of animosity toward all those who had fooled her, Sheldon among them. She knew the bitter taste of betrayal, and she had little determination to carry on with such a farce. And there was no solution. It sapped her of energy and left her listless. Midday next, the Mondaloy party arrived. The heavy footfalls on the stairs brought Stella and Tanya to her rooms. They had traveled for almost a week, drearily and slowly, and Tanya had not once lifted her black veil or uttered the slightest word. One she did for loyalty, the other, through no fault of her own, she could not do.
"So it seems, dear heart, you've come off without a fault,"
Stella remarked. Chelynne didn't answer, but began pulling off her dress so she could don black again for her uncle. She would take up the role of mourner, putting forth the public facade of grief. Her silence brought Stella to an accurate conclusion.
"You found nothing?"
"Nothing," she murmured.
"Well, darling, you've had the chance you wished. There's nothing more to be done."
"They'll find out. The entire household knows I've been here and looking, turning the house upside down. Someone will use that as a means to win Eleanor's favor now that Sheldon is gone."
"We'll be leaving soon enough. Could they come down hard on ye?"
Chelynne shrugged, non-committal. She simply didn't care. Let them carry on, ply her with questions. What would it matter? She would give no answers. When Sheldon was buried and Gorley returned, she would leave. The tombstone was unfinished. It seemed strangely symbolic to her. Had he even completed his life? She had the urge to throw herself on the ground, tearing her hair from her scalp and screaming. She would draw him to life again with the sheer bizarre display, frighten him into life. But instead she was composed, dignified. It was the only honor she could do him in case she was being watched from some other world. The next day she rode, planning carefully to find some secluded place to heave herself upon the ground and let her body wrench and flounder from the agony of his leaving. She would scream hatred at her abandonment where no one could hear. She would let the emotion pour out and reserve her dignity for those who would look at her and pass judgment. But oddly, she felt nothing. She tried tears for Sheldon, and there were none. She pounded on the earth with a fist and, realizing the futility, tried to straighten the bent grasses she had injured in her play at Fury. There must be something stronger within her. She thought heavy and hard, but in the end, she simply rode, committing the land to memory. She stopped near the place where Sheldon was laid away, but she didn't enter the iron gate, lay flowers on the tomb, or do anything of significance. She stared at the mound that was her uncle, and her heart whispered, "I think you've taken my soul, Sheldon. I cannot feel. I cannot hurt. I cannot grieve." A few mornings later, Chelynne found Mr. Gorley in the stable taking up his chores as if he'd never been gone. It had been wise of him not to report to her. He had had no trouble. The countryside was peaceful where he passed, and he hadn't been questioned or bothered at Hawthorne House. But
you've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
taken for a servant en route to his lordship in London. One thing at least had gone well, and Chelynne amply compensated him. She could now make ready for her departure. But first she sought out her aunt. Eleanor's chair in her bedroom, her private retreat and sanctuary, was as large and imposing as she was. A blanket covered her from her waist to the floor, and she sat staring blankly ahead, never acknowledging Chelynne's presence. They had not spoken since Sheldon's death, except for the superficial comments people who care nothing for each other make. "I shall be leaving in the morning, Aunt," Chelynne said. Eleanor looked at her. She did indeed have the haggard look of the bereaved. Her husband's passing had etched deep lines on her face, and her pallor bespoke ill health. "I rather expected you would." "Unless you need me here to—" "I shall be glad to have you gone." "You grieve deeply," Chelynne said more to herself than to Eleanor, making allowance for the woman's tactless tongue. "And would that surprise you? I grieve more for the many years I have lived in marriage with a man who never saw fit to treat me in a wifely fashion." "Sheldon was good to you," Chelynne said, coming to her uncle's defense. At that, Eleanor laughed. "Ah, yes, he was so good to me. The kindest thing he ever did for me was to die." "Eleanor, please," Chelynne begged, hoping to stop the woman before she said too many things she could not retract. "No, hear me,"
Hear me now, while Sheldon is not here to silence me. For all the years I was mistress of this house and lady of these lands, I never had his love. Do you think him so noble, so gallant? Then consider this. On the night I labored to give his son birth, he was whispering love words to another woman. All the years I travelled like a gypsy as we fled England, he wrote letters to his true love, longed for another, desired. Her voice broke for an instant but returned with clear resentments. Oh, it was a long time before she was out of his reach, but he did not turn to me then. Then his devotion was for you. His own son could not have the love he gave you. Ah, my regal niece, you've had more of Sheldon than any other. Go. Go to your earl and good riddance. The hateful words stung her deeply, but in deference to the uncle she loved, Chelynne turned to Eleanor kindly. If you should ever have need of me, Aunt, have word sent, and I shall come. At long last, my dear, I shall have no needs. Now I shall finally gain my due. What do you mean? Have you looked upon these lands? Have you not seen where all our holdings lie? Perhaps you thought us wealthy. The Mandaloys have never known wealth. Are our people dressed in rags? Are their houses badly kept? Even the children, who will be raised to naught more than simple churls, are schooled here. They learn to hold a quill and read in Welbring. They keep a finer share of their crops to barter than their lord ever had. Every man has a horse to ride, aside from the beasts to tend the crops. Our peasants are fat and wealthy, and the lady of the manor must plead for simple garb from the lord. I've begged shoes for my son, while the farmers read in their leisure time. Maudlin, dramatic lies, all of it. Eleanor had a shoe for every day of the year, and there were only a few in Welbering who knew comforts beyond the norm for a yeoman. Schooling was a thing Sheldon thought of, pursued on a small scale, and had only barely achieved for some of the adult members of his burg. Eleanor, Chelynne hissed in warning. Sheldon was a fine and fair baron. I'll not let your jealous slander rip him from his grave. He gave naught but kindness and justice here. You've never suffered. She clamped her mouth shut, though there was a great deal more she wished to say. Every spare coin we held was put toward a dowry that would see our regal wench wed to a fine title. We bought your fine marriage with Harry's future, with my mother's jewels. What has Harry now? A piddling acreage and a humble steed. No fine bride with handsome holdings. No lands in new ports. Nothing but a simple farm and an aging mother. It took the smallest and final pittance from my own purse to set him in a house that would not shame our name in London. Do not preach to me of what I have. I know what I have. Chelynne shook her head sadly. He has stolen from you too? Has Harry cried his woes to take the last of your own gold? I pity your foolishness, Aunt. You should have called him home, gifted him with his simple farm, and challenged him to be half the man his father was. Eleanor smirked at her niece. Sheldon paid a fair price for your loyalty, Chelynne. My only reward comes in seeing that at least that was not wasted. How could I expect you to feel shame for what you've taken from us all? There was nothing to be said to this resentful shrew. Chelynne grieved all the more that Sheldon had spent so many years living with this. It was clear that, had he not seen to her future, Chelynne would have been fortunate to be allowed to empty the slops in this house. She had always known there was dislike for her here, but she had never realized the hatred ran this deep. Goodbye, Eleanor. I wish you well. Hold fast to your fine title, Countess. Take care not to call yourself Mondaloy again. I deny our kinship from now."
Chelynne turned slowly to face her aunt again. "I doubt there ever was any kinship between us, Eleanor. I think you have denied it always in your heart. The next time you pillage through my house without permission, I shall have you jailed. Never set foot here again." "No matter," Chelynne shrugged. "There is nothing here for me." There were no tears for Eleanor's harsh words, but pity. Early, as the sun was just rising on the next day, they prepared to leave. There was little to ready, simply servants to inform, horsemen to alert. Chelynne pulled her wrap tightly around her as she watched Tanya leave with the last light parcel. She looked around the room that had been hers when she stayed at Welby Manor. The bed had been made in France, a gift to her on her 10th birthday. The room was done in virginal pink and white, a feminine and pure habitation. She remembered Sheldon's exclamations, for he had had the room decorated to his specifications. "If I surround you with womanly things, perhaps you will grow into gowns instead of breeches." Sheldon had always said such lovely things about her mother, his hope clearly being that drawing a good picture of Madeline would help Chelynne to grow into the dignified and graceful woman her mother was. She had at long last given up her boyish antics and impish foolery, but she could never live up to Sheldon's expectations. She could feel gratitude, though, and more profoundly now as she prepared to leave for the last time. She had not known parents, but she knew fatherly love. She had never felt protected until the protection was gone and she was awesomely alone. The only thing she could do for Sheldon now was to take charge of her life and carry on as she had been reared to do. She gave a sigh of resignation and prepared to leave all this behind her. There was a swift sinking in her heart as she saw Harry in the doorway, lounging lazily against the frame. She would not be allowed to go easily now. He stood and leered at her. "Will you ride in the coach this time, cousin, or flee on horseback again?" "I will ride where it pleases me," she sighed wearily. "Strange. I hadn't thought you so clever, Chelynne. Such a wit. I'm greatly impressed." "You seem greatly intoxicated, Harry. And so early, too." "I should like to know if you sought it out or stumbled upon it." "I don't know what you mean, Harry." "The paper. I would like to have it back." "What?" "Perhaps you didn't know it belonged to me, Chelynne. Did you think perhaps it was my father's?" "I don't know what you babble about, Harry." "Spare me your innocence," he snapped. "I know you were the one to take it. I want it back." "I'm sorry, Harry. More of your delusions?" "The record of your husband's marriage as well you know." "You confuse me. You must explain." His fist hit the door in a sudden rage. "Where have you taken it?" Chelynne jumped in surprise and turned her palms up in dismay. "I've not left the house since I arrived, but for a ride. What is it you're after?" "I know it's not here. I've had your room thoroughly searched. I mean it, cousin dear. I want the thing." Her great effort at confusion was not fooling Harry. He was determined and his temper frightened her a little. She was too alone with him. He stared her down and she remained mute, refusing to play this game with him. "Perhaps you thought to make use of it yourself, Chelynne." "Make use of what, Harry?" she asked with feigned tolerance. "Your husband's marriage to Anne Billings. Will you hold it over the Earl's head for a price?" She ruffled somewhat, wondering at his plan. She should have determined this was mischief worthy of Harry, but she had not. She couldn't fathom his purpose now. My husband will be angered by your interest in his private affairs. I don't doubt it, Harry laughed. He's taken great enough pains to keep it secret. Chelynne paled, and Harry was quick to notice. She was at the disadvantage, knowing nothing of the marriage and little of the man. He saw his chance. If he was correct in guessing, she was ignorant of the whole thing. It must have come as quite a shock to you, Chelynne. Of course, you would be the last to learn of it. You're mad, she hissed impatiently. I imagine you wish I were. Quite a rake, isn't he? Keeping two wives in the same city and neither of them knowing of the other. You truly never suspected, did you? Harry, I believe the last link has slipped, she sighed, quickly trying to pass him in the doorway. He grabbed her sharply by the arm. I pray you remember I have never lied to you, Chelynne. Wasn't it I who taught you of your parentage? Of course I left you the letter in your coffer. I could have held that for a price, but why antagonize the same king I seek favor with? That was better off yours, but this I would have kept. For what purpose, Harry? It might serve to see you selling oranges outside the Duke's theatre. Nothing would bring me greater pleasure. Chelynne was beginning to tremble and prayed she wouldn't faint dead away. To cover her upset, she attempted a wicked laugh, but it was little more than a nervous giggle. Some petty forgery to bring you easy coin, Harry? Do you think the Earl that kind of fool? He would never let you embarrass a farthing out of him. Come now, have done with this acting. Bryant is no fool. He sought to have the best of both, and before I found the truth to it, he was succeeding. Few knew of the Lady Anne. There is the woman who gains his love and devotion, and here stands the well-bred flower he can take to court. I don't doubt it could have gone on for many years, but now I have an upset at hand. She blanched, her world beginning to spin around her. It all made sense. He was ever away from the house, and she had never shared his bed. Personal problems to set aside? Must he rid himself of the old bride or the new? Whom did he seek to remove? She looked searchingly at her cousin and mumbled, Why? I wouldn't know his reasons. Her hand came up to stop him, for he had not answered the right question. With a pleading in her eyes, she whispered low, Why do you go to such lengths to bring me pain? The cold gleam in his eyes was so wicked and depraved she was more afraid of his words than she ever had been. He had always been a nuisance, and now he seemed a danger. For the years I've played lackey to a bastard whelp of an exiled king. Ah, the praise and glory bestowed on our sweet Chelynne, with my father's own flesh left to scourge a wasted farmland. I've taken my place behind you long enough, Chelynne. I've lived for the day you'll beg of me a meager rag to clothe yourself, a roof to lie under. I've had a bellyful of your regal airs. He turned and stamped away, but foolishly she called him back. And the Earl, she asked softly, what has he done to warrant your vengeance? He coddles you, and he's an insulting bastard. Reason enough. She stood and stared at the now empty portal where her cruel cousin had flung his final blow. Her spirit was so broken now that could she have closed her eyes and sought the peaceful haven of death, she would have done so. It was mad, this. But life did not give one escapes, but challenges. Some were so unbearable that many gave in to the urge and ended the misery of living for themselves. Chelynne considered that alternative. She made the blind journey to her coach, seeing nothing she passed, not recognizing the servants who turned out to bid her farewell, not glancing back to what she was leaving. The coach waited with her women standing near, pulling their wraps tightly about them, allowing her first entry into her coach. The men were prepared to ride, their horses dancing in anticipation. Gordon sat beside the driver, more than eager to leave Welby Manor. The majority of those attending her journey she didn't know by name, but they served. Regal wench, Countess, her ladyship, her majesty, the royal bastard whelp of a whore and an exiled king? Her mightiness, the wife of an earl who already had a wife? Her grace, an illegitimate peasant who lived not even in sin with a married man she loved? A lie, everything, all things. What was truth? Her world went black. She hoped death had taken her. Chapter 15. Petitioners are as common as air at Whitehall. They chase the king down as he walks to chapel, bribe his mistresses for an audience, offer delightful and expensive gifts to his ministers for a kind word on their behalf. And the king is a rare man. He would like to give them all just what would make them most happy. Those who are close to Charles Stuart know that he is well informed. He knows all the goings-on and is seldom, if ever, surprised. Because he is quiet and solemn where rumors are concerned, those many he has not confided in are never very sure how much he knows and about what. He trusts no one, but plays at trust. He pretends, in many instances, or even begins to believe in a lover or comrade, but life has made a realist of him. He knows everyone has a price. Charles Stuart was urged by one of his friends to grant an audience to an anxious baron. He was not eager to hear what the man needed, but just the same, he was curious. There were so many in the palace, in London, for that matter, who knew the profit to keeping the king informed that Charles was not in need of information. It was the presentation this man would make that aroused his interest. The king was in the company of some of his ministers when Lord Shelburne was admitted after a very long wait. The heavy lord found it difficult to bow very low before his sovereign, and Charles grimaced as he tried. Charles was in excellent physical condition, athletic and tireless. He found a gluttonous man somewhat repulsive.
"So gracious of your majesty to see me,"
Lord Shelburne began. Charles did not feel gracious. He felt imposed upon and suspicious. Had he no suspicions, he would not have seen the man at all.
"There is something you require, my lord?"
"Ah, sire, yes, there is, though for the good of England, I assure you."
Total tactlessness on the part of the baron, Charles thought. It was usually his first clue that the man had no hope above bettering himself when he opened with such a statement. Everyone wanted the good of England. Few ever did anything that was good for the country. He nodded and urged the man on. Shelburne was not encouraged by Charles's appearance. The king lounged in his chair, majestically but lazily. He was already bored, already prepared to doze during this appeal. Charles's position bespoke endurance and tolerance, nothing even near to interest.
"We've had problems in Brattonshire, your majesty, critical problems. You'll remember that our shire is on the one of the main roads to London from the north. Imperative that it always be a stronghold, at least in the position to bear men-at-arms in the event of any pursuit from the north."
He stopped and coughed, spitting into a lacy handkerchief. He was not doing well. He was not convincing the king that Brattonshire was important, because it was not to any but himself, and some aggressor. He had to make it seem important, worthy of royal support.
Should there be any attack by aggressors from the north, sire, Brattonshire would be an ideal place to house an army and thwart any such plans. I've had the land in the name of the crown for many years, and am in the process of building a castle there, an outpost, if it pleases your majesty, in the name of England."
"I'm flattered," Charles drawled.
Yes, sire. But we haven't had the opportunity to make any progress on building since we've had trouble with—"
"When did you start building, my lord?" Charles asked.
"Sire, money has not been— that is, we had the plans drawn, and that is the extent of it. Building was to start in the spring, and it's beginning to look as if that will be impossible."
"There has been trouble," the king acknowledged.
"Of what sort?" "Thieves, your majesty."
"Thieves?" Charles raised one eyebrow. Was it customary to trouble a king with a report of thieves in a small, almost non-existent village of farmers? It seemed, on days like this, that it was customary to trouble a king about which pot was used and when.
"It seems so, sire, but I have my doubts. This is an army of sorts that plagues me now, sire. I've set my own men to guard and patrol, and we've had no success in stopping them. They are not only more skilled than ordinary thieves, they seem to be well informed. Knights, perhaps from some foreign aggressor."
Both Shelynne and the king knew immediately that this dramatic ploy was a failure. There was no foreign power interested in a tiny, centrally located English shire filled with farmers. There was no industry, and not even a fine manor. It was ridiculous to speak of it. Shelynne stumbled for his ground.
"It has been the worst struggle, sire. You may have heard complaints of my management, but the truth to it is that I've paid more privy tax and tithe to the crown than many other barons, and in addition there has been a good deal of prosperity in Brattonshire since your majesty's restoration."
"Complaints?" Charles asked. Shelynne gulped. Charles had heard no complaints?
"Perhaps not,"
Shelynne stammered.
"I should like to know what you suspected I might have heard. I've had misdealings with the Earl, but then it was a small misunderstanding, and well before your return to England, yes. Nothing of any real importance."
"Just the same? What was his complaint?"
"It was insignificant. But if it pleases your majesty, he complained that I treated the townspeople unfairly, harshly. Claimed they were overtaxed, but I have accurate ledgers, and there was never any— that is, there were no further accusations. The misunderstanding was resolved."
"Brattonshire was not your family seat, am I correct?" Shelynne blanched. He wouldn't have guessed the king would pay much attention to those matters. He thought it well in the past. He had never faced any doubt or question when Charles was restored to the throne, and he hadn't thought to now.
"No, sire. It was the Bowlering family. Is that correct? Lord Bowlering was charged with treason, sire."
It was overcompensation. He knew it at once. He was defending himself before defense was necessary.
"He fought for the crown. One of his sons fought for me." "I'm aware of that, your majesty. There was nothing I could do to restore his name or clear him short of gifting him with the land I had lawfully acquired."
"And I am aware of that, my lord," Charles replied. "But I am certain that is not why you've come to me. What is it you require?"
"Because we are under siege, sire. I require men-at-arms and gold to back me in defense of my lands. I come to you only after all other means have been exhausted."
"You've gone to others for support?"
"The Earl of Bryant and other barons, with little success."
"You're not supported by Bryant?"
"Ah, sire, he has supported me. His support is useless to me. I even suspect,"
Shelburne stopped. He reminded himself not to slander Hawthorne to Charles Stuart. The king liked Hawthorne. There might well be coalition there.
He has provided gold and men-at-arms, but I suspect he has little interest in helping me. And neighboring barons are suspiciously unassaulted.
Suspiciously?
It is a personal attack, sire. I'm certain of it. No one else has been bothered. And to hold what is mine, I need support. From the crown. Royal support would see an end to this trouble for the good of England.
That always soured the king. He hated the sound of it more every time he heard it. In sincerity, it was a noble gesture. It was seldom sincere. What difference to England, after all, did Brattonshire and Shelburne make?
I appreciate your gallantry, as does England. I shall consider your request, and you will hear from me. Good day. Thank you, sire. Thank you.
Shelburne waddled out of the room, and Charles sat still, watching him. Finally, he muttered,
"Gold and men-at-arms." "For thieves!"
Buckingham roared with laughter. The consensus in the room was that it would be foolish to aid a baron in holding lands he could not even secure against thieves. But then perhaps it was not holding he sought, but building.
"What do you make of it, George?" Charles asked Buckingham. "Sounds like a privy squire looking for an empire. Why not grant him a duchy, sire, and see if he can save it from beggars?"
While Buckingham delighted in his own wit, Charles walked to the closet where he played chemist. He gave the matter of Lord Shelburne some consideration while mixing strange concoctions together. Just outside the door, Buckingham and York joked over the fat baron's audacity. Charles smiled occasionally at their jesting without comment or even a glance in their direction. It would seem that he didn't even think about the man's request now. Stuart was not a man to act impulsively where his political affairs were concerned. He was a little curious to see what Hawthorne would do with this mess he had created for himself, but he was not pleased to learn his people had trouble. That was the extent of his consideration. He put the matter out of his mind easily and walked briskly in the direction of a lovely young French woman's apartments. In politics, he didn't react impulsively. In his diversions, it was the only way he reacted. He was thoroughly delighted with himself. The Countess of Bryant suffered through a long and monotonous journey home to London. The ride was uneventful and silent. There was a hardness to her eyes that hinted years of trials. More than her uncle's passing was being mourned. Chelynne couldn't help recalling the other time she had traveled to Chad. The first time, there had been a heaviness of heart, but she was prepared to accept her uncle's choice of husband and make the best of a sad situation. And then she had met him and loved him. That was the beginning of her trouble, the beginning of dreams of the day he would love her, too. She thought of the nights she would spend in her lover's arms, of the children she would give him. She imagined the proud set to her husband's jaw as he watched over his sons. When she had journeyed from the country to London to join Chad, there had still been hope. There had been that innocent maid's mind so anxious to win her husband. The same desire that once filled her with hope had soured. His betrayal was bitterest of all, even though he had never given her reason to expect encouragement from him. Everything she had been through turned on lies and secrets. She had finally learned that. Now she must use the same means, if necessary, to learn the truth. She made no pause when entering the Earl's fine home, but went directly to her rooms. Stella and Tanya were eager to make their mistress feel at home by seeing all her things properly installed. Chelynne was more intent on removing her stays and fillers and being done with the heavy gown. When that was accomplished, she wished only to be alone. More than an hour had passed when Chad came to her. He entered without knocking or announcing himself,
standing inside the door to watch her as she sat in quiet repose. Finally, he spoke.
"Welcome home."
"My thanks."
"You're tired from your journey?"
"Quite. It was long."
"I received your message. Would you like to tell me about it?"
"There's very little to tell, my lord. We were stopped by a large group of men imposing a toll to pass. They were reluctant to inform me of the man by whose order they did this thing. I fear the mistake that endangered us was telling them I was your wife. It was foolish of me. They didn't fancy having you know of the tax. When I thought my life in danger, a band of men, thieves, I suspect, attacked the guard. In truth, I didn't know who to fear more, Sheyburn's guard or the thieves." His expression did not change through her story. He stared at her wordlessly for some time before he broke the silence.
"You must have been very frightened."
I was not at ease. Again there was silence. Chelynne was uneasy about the strange light in his eyes. He looked to be in a wicked mood. She spoke out of nervousness. "How fare things there now?"
"I've seen to it. There's something that came for you while you were away,"
he remarked casually. Walking the short distance to her cupboard, he drew out a package. Placing it in her hands, he bade her open it right then. "What is it?" she asked.
"It came by messenger. One good thing came of your experience, my dear," he said lightly. "The captain of Sheyburn's guard was killed during that conflict. He had a reputation far worse than any thief. His name was Captain Alex."
The words were barely spoken when she lifted the wrapping paper and spied the contents of her parcel. It was the pearl-handled dagger that John Bowlering had given her. The sight of it pierced her worse than the point could have. She grasped at composure and covered the thing quickly. "And is that good news, my lord?"
"Indeed. I was fortunate in locating a man who viewed the entire fray. It seems Alex was first injured in a tussle with a simple lass. What was your gift, my dear?"
"Nothing of importance. Is all well there now?" He sauntered over to her and lifted the paper to expose the dagger.
"She stabbed him with a dagger," Chad went on. "Of course, the lass did it in defense of her life, so it won't sit ill with her. I, for one, am glad the man is gone. He's caused more grief in Brattonshire than any marauder."
He looked into her eyes, and she could read there the completeness of his knowledge, down to the very last detail. She swallowed hard while she waited for his next words.
"She identified herself as the Countess of Bryant,"
he said as he walked away from her. She heard his words dwindling away as he moved across the room, but he was speaking slowly and carefully.
"She was not riding in a coach with a goodly number of hired protectors, however."
He turned to look at her, and she saw rage in his eyes such as she'd never seen before.
"But alone, with one simple companion to aid her."
She watched him cautiously, but he just stood, looking at her, his anger building. When his mouth opened, he shouted with such thunder she jumped in surprise.
"What in Satan's hell were you doing?"
She gulped and stammered and attempted some words in her defense, but he was beyond control now, moving toward her quickly. He pulled her sharply to her feet and clutched her to him. She expected him to strike, but he gave her an angry shake and only held her fast again. In his embrace was anger, frustrated anger.
"By my oath, Chelynne, I'll do whatever I must to keep you from your own foolishness."
He held her away from him and looked into her eyes. There was discomfort and confusion in that stormy gray that she had never seen before.
"How many times is it now? How many times have you been returned to me on the heels of some threat to your life? Good God, madam, what causes you to be so reckless?"
"But as you can see, I've returned safely," she replied shakily. "Surely the story you heard was greatly exaggerated.
"No," he shouted. "The story was accurate. I would stake my life on it. Will you tell me why in God's name you were traveling thus?"
With a sigh, she said simply, "To arrive in Welbering ahead of my aunt and cousin, so I might search the house for something of my parents."
"Why didn't you simply explain that? I could have accompanied you."
"It was my concern," she answered.
"Your life is my concern," he bellowed. "And since you have such little regard for it, I shall have to make your safety my primary concern. You will not leave this house without permission. Is that understood?"
"I wasn't aware that I was so important to you, my lord." He looked at her carefully. She struck a dignified pose, proud, detached, unattainable. He bristled slightly at her sarcasm and opened his arms in a bemused fashion.
"So you've not had much passion in your marriage, but you have little else to complain about? Is it your sensual yearnings that drive you to such carelessness? Can you blame my lack of attention for taking such little heed of danger?"
She simply stared at him coolly, answering his question with her lack of response. A hollow laugh escaped him.
"So, I don't keep you well enough, wife? You came to me a child and grew into a witless vixen. It's by the grace of God and some strange miracle that you're alive at all."
He shrugged out of his coat, tossing it aside.
"I can well understand your lack of concern for my welfare. That much I have earned. But this disregard for your own life, by damn! Wandering the streets at night and traveling country roads where thieves and rapists run wild."
He was striding toward her again, angry and insulted.
"Nay, Chad, do not beat me. I will take care."
He stopped abruptly and stared at her in wonder. "Beat you?" he asked softly, stunned by her fear. He approached her slowly, taking her hand carefully and drawing her closer.
"Have I ever given you cause to think I would hurt you? Not beat you, Chelynne. Bind you, once and for all."
She was pulled into his embrace as his lips searched out hers. She could feel the anger drain from him, yielding to another emotion. His lips were warm and light, but she could feel passion growing there, building and spreading from him, through her. Her mind reeled and her knees weakened. The bold hardness of his lean body against hers, the masculine scent of him, and the sureness of his muscled arms around her all played against her. A pain grew within her as she realized that in spite of everything that had passed between them, she wanted him desperately.
"How much reason must I give you to take care with your life?"
he whispered hoarsely against her ear.
"Must I hold you ever at my side? Must you know passion every hour of the day to see my intent?"
Chelynne couldn't silence the screaming in her mind. What game did he play now? Claiming such concern, indeed desire, after these many months. Anger because she might be lost to him? To him, the same one who could not be bothered? She saw a vision of herself falling into bed with him and then watching as he left her to go and seek out another. Someone else who waited patiently for him, always there and devoted. "No," she murmured, pulling away. Then, more desperately, she cried, "Nay!" She pushed at him angrily. He was shocked, cooled by her fierce and sudden denial. She clenched her eyes against her tears, shaking her head furiously. "Never!" she ground out.
"What madness seizes you, wench?"
he asked angrily.
"Leave me be! You have no right to refuse me. Then you will take me by force. No other way."
He saw the anger, but did not reckon her reasons. He paused, digested her refusal, and then slowly he caressed her cheek.
Do you deny me or yourself?
How long have you played this waiting game, my lord? How long has my very presence in this house been ignored? Would you have me wait at your call? Am I the whore to be taken on a whim? And what of your problems? Are they finally solved? He groaned in some discomfort, for he had set his mind to fleshly business, now quickly halted.
I must live with mine. What of yours?
Her mouth took a rigid set. I must be allowed some time, she said flatly. The dawning came to him.
So that is how it will be. I've not been an eager groom. You'll turn that back on me now? That is your game?
No game, she murmured, shaking her head.
Come, Chelynne, he said softly. I regret my reluctance. Let us have done with this hostility.
Oh, Chad, she sighed bitterly. Just set aside the months of torment now that you are ready. Perhaps, but not without doubt, and probably regret. He touched her arm, caressing, sending shivers through her. He was not done seducing her. He was slow, easy, and persuasive.
This touch does not burn,
he murmured.
It heals. And you've wanted this, I know.
Will you taunt me now with the months I have wanted you? Perhaps you can laugh at the tears I shed foolishly while I waited so patiently for you to discover me. Or at least gain some mirth from the words your mistress speared me with. They still ring in my ears. I have blood on my hands, Chadwick, for accepting kindness from a man I turned to in desperation. Now that you are ready, am I truly to set it all aside and come to you in passion? My God, you think I am inhuman?
I am your husband. You are mine.
Not until I yield my heart, she whispered. Whatever you take by force, you can lay claim to, but you'll never truly own any but what I yield of my own free will. Chad felt aggravation more intense than he had in years. It came to mind to tell her that Bowlering lived, to woo her with the truth to his problems. But he checked himself. That was the merest part of the difficulty. He had cultivated this coolness in her over a period of months. It would take time to warm her. He believed himself capable of succeeding. In fact, he would succeed if he wooed her now, have her willingly with but a few more gentle touches and tender words. He was sorely pressed not to. His need had grown so intense. Moments, his mind kept urging him. Only moments, and she would yield. But he knew better of it. She had already decided doubt and regret would be her reward for submission. He could not hold her when it was done and have the moment spoiled by anger and tears.
So be it,
he said in resignation.
Your servant, madam.
He bowed. He took up his coat and made to leave, turning back to her when he reached the door.
Tender or cold, you are my wife, Chelynne, and you will do as I command. I will not force you, but neither are you free to run wild. You will stay in this house unless you have my permission to leave or my escort.
And now I am prisoner. He smiled tolerantly and decided to let it go.
I'll leave you now and seek your company when both our moods have settled somewhat.
He closed the door behind him and was done with her. Fists clenched and teeth gnashing, her unwanted tears streamed down her cheeks in spite of her efforts to feel nothing. The sun had disappeared and Brattonshire was coming to rest. The people were closing shutters against the night and praying for a peaceful rest. Knights in full dress commanded the streets now and took lodgings in stables, spare rooms, and in the main hall of the manor house. They bore the crest of the hawthorns on their shields. The effect was frightening for the simple people, for they could not remember times this harsh since the wars. It was as if an invisible army closed in on their shire. The attackers seemed to sense the short time when the guards would be resting, changing position, or out patrolling the roads. There were piles of ashes where houses once stood, and the graves of those slain were mounting in numbers. It had the look of a ravaged town at the peak of a gruesome war. In the house of Talbot Wraith, there was more trouble than just that of thieves. Most thorough in the deception, the Earl of Bryant had delivered word through a page, informing Wraith that John Bowlering was dead. Plans would go on as determined, but another would take that seat in lieu of the avenging knight. Wraith had no doubt that there would be careful selection, and that the Lord would be better than what they had. He trusted Bryant for that. And he was convinced that should the devil himself gain that shire, the people would suffer less than they had with Sherburne. Wraith mourned the life of the knight because he had respected him and held his friendship dear. It was not strange, then, that when there was a knock at the door and Wraith opened it to see Bowlering in the flesh, his heart nearly stopped. Silently, he reached out and pulled the man in, breathing his words in low, measured tones.
"My God, is it truly yourself?"
John nodded, but did not smile.
"I should like to have stayed away longer, but I'm here about the trouble in your house. Your family is distressed, I've heard."
Wraith looked away in shame and anger.
"It's none of your concern. Come now, Wraith. We both know it is. Why was no word sent to me?"
Wraith faced the younger man proudly.
"I wouldn't bring that shame on your house and mine. The wench acted out of my authority and refuses her father's commands. The truth, Wraith. You thought I wouldn't want to know? Aye, that too. And now she thinks me dead, as we all have. Did she tell you it was me?" "She would not say, but I knew the truth. I knew because she's not the whore she seems. She's not been with another man since that night, and she went to you then against my orders. She threw herself upon you when there was to be no such plan. She shamed our—" "Fetch her to me." "Nay, she took the part of a trollop, and I'll not allow her to follow this course. I know what she's done. She lied to you. She misled you to satisfy her own lust. I could forgive the lass for that. I knew she loved you. But when I sought to ease our shame, she would not take her betrothed. I threatened her. I commanded her to refuse him. What are you saying, lad? Fetch her to me, now."
Wraith stared at John in wonder, finally shaking his head wearily and moving across the room to open the door to the only additional room. He beckoned his daughter out. Tess had heard the voices, but no words. There had been months of quiet murmurings in the other room, and more often than not she had sought out the bedroom where the other children slept so that she would not be badgered by her angry father. She appeared at the door and looked across the dimly lit room to see John. She wore a tattered cover held together by a single string over her full breasts, parting to expose her frayed nightdress, bulging with the rounding of her belly. She stared at him in wonder. He seemed to fill the room. Tall of stature and broad-shouldered, he was a most imposing figure. He was garbed just as she most often pictured him in her mind, breeches of leather fitting him so snugly that his muscled thighs bulged, a white linen shirt hiding the muscled chest, and a leather jerkin accentuating his broadness. He might resemble any townsman but for the sword that was strapped to his waist and the dagger in his belt. He was dressed more for war than for tending crops. Thinking herself in another dream, her hand rose shakily to her mouth to stifle a cry, and she shook her head in confusion. Tears wet her cheeks, and a faint smile grew on John's lips as he held his arms open to her. No more invitation was needed.
She flew to him, and he held her clear of the ground while she threatened to choke off his very life's breath in her embrace. He set her on her feet and let her study him closely with her eyes and fingers, reassuring herself that he was real. Then he kissed her, and she melted to him, her tears moistening his face and salting their kiss. He was most reluctant to release her, but there was business to be done with this maid's father. He let her go, but held her close at his side. Before turning to Wraith, he placed a trusting hand on the small obtrusion in her middle and quietly asked why she had not attempted to reach him with the news.
"I did not know what your manner would be," she replied quietly. "You worry me, Tess. I had thought to keep the number of heirs under a dozen. What shall we do?" She shook her head slightly, and love and relief shone in her eyes. "The child is mine, as you suspect, Mr. Wraith. I will take Tess with me now, and we will be wed." "She's a good lass and comely, but she is of simple means. I cannot give my consent." "Do you find it embarrassing to marry into a noble family, Wraith?" "Neither that. The dishonor is in scheming to do so. My neighbors will share that thinking. I am ashamed of my daughter's plot."
An amused expression came over John's face. He turned to Tess.
"Shame on you, Tess. You're after my money and pretended it meant nothing."
She smiled warmly. "Does that mean at long last you have some, Sir Knight?"
"Enough to see you fed. Above that, not much." "Sir John, the lass is promised to another. She disgraces us all with this behavior. Your cause will surely be hurt, for you will not be free to seek a maid with a suitable dowry. I refuse permission to you. Would you have me take her as my mistress? Would your wounded pride suffer less then?" "You conspire with her," he accused. "She is simple-bred and can marry none but yeomen. If one nobly born can be reduced to yeoman, then yeoman can in like be elevated. Nay, Kilmore will take her as she is." "I say nay," John shouted, oblivious to any need to be quiet. "What is done, and the motive matters little to me now. I'll not sit upon the hill and watch my son raised by a farmer when he is within right to stand at my side. And further, it doesn't meet my mood to think of Tess in another man's arms when naught prevents our marriage but a stubborn old man. Bear the snickers of your neighbors as you will. She will come with me, and she will be my lady now. It is done."
"Father," Tess attempted.
"Why do you this, Tess?" Wraith asked bitterly. "Why would you give yourself sinfully to a man you have no earthly right to wed?"
She took a steadying breath and looked beseechingly into her father's eyes. "God was most careful to show me my station when he cast me as a daughter to a simple man, but he was not so careful when letting me fall in love. I'm sorry, Papa." Wraith sighed heavily. "Are you bound to have her, lad?" "I am." "And how will you take her?" "By force," he smiled. "But God willing, you'll be near enough to watch your grandson grow up." "There's naught I can do to stay you." "Nothing." It's not right," he groaned, shaking his head in frustration. He looked between Tess and John and muttered, "But it has a better ring to it than bastard." "Thank you, Papa," Tess smiled. "I'd never like to battle you as I have." "You have my deepest sympathy, lad. There's not a more stubborn lass on the face of this earth." "I know that well enough," John agreed, giving Tess a light squeeze. "Have you something better to clothe yourself with, Cherie? I don't want to take you away in your natural state." "Shall I bundle my things? They are few." "Nay, a heavy cloak is all, and hurry." She went through the door to the bedroom swiftly, and John turned again to Wraith. Now the warrior was at rest, and the lad who had done wrong faced an elder. He shrugged innocently.
'Twas not in my mind to fall in love with her, Wraith. It comes to a great deal more than the child. I was bound to have her in any case. And it's not her fault, Wraith. You have to believe that. I cannot reason this, John. Was it one night bent on love when there were a few simple words between you? You're no stripling lad to know love at passion's touch. There was no courtship, no involvement. Again came the man's confused head shaking. John stilled him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Wraith, had I not been cast from my own home as I was, I would not have learned what I have of life and this world. Now at 33, I know what manner of lass must stand at my side to bring me honor. She must be strong and proud and determined. She must have a good and natural sense of justice and a compassionate nature. What more needs a man than but enough love to keep him warm and sons? I knew your test to be every measure of a man's desire before my lips touched hers. He laughed low and commented, She only rushed me a bit. My mind was made. He shrugged, his pride showing. Never fear, Wraith. She is stubborn, but I am more so. Wraith nodded, and a faint smile found its way to his lips. Will you tilt a cup with me, friend, and accept my blessing now? With honor. When Tess came back to the doorway, she stood silently, watching John and her father as they toasted, drank deep, and clasped hands in friendship. The Earl of Bryant had been called away on important business. He made his apologies to his wife and departed. It seemed there was a shipping problem that needed his immediate attention, and he wasn't sure but that he might have to travel to Portsmouth to see to it. He had not forgotten his decision. Chelynne was confined to the house. His orders were most specific. She was allowed to travel abroad to the New Exchange and the residences of friends during the daylight hours. No evenings out. No theater, no Whitehall dinners or receptions. In this case, Chelynne sent for Gordon. I'm in need of information, Gordon. It must be sought out by a trustworthy person. I deem that person to be you, if you accept. If I am able to help, madam. Quite by accident, I found at Welby Manor an old document, the record of marriage that that the Earl signed over 6 years ago. The Earl had been married. The true possibility is that the Earl may be married still. He has never mentioned any of this to me. I'm certain that my uncle did not know, or he would have told me for my own protection. I cannot face him with the question in that case, and I must have the answer. And how can I? Gordon asked. I have only the name of the bride and the small town in which they were wed. It will take you back to the country, Gordon, and perhaps to an unpleasant sector. There must be family and friends there. You'll have whatever money you need, of course. Is there any other clue? None other, to my knowledge. I can give you no advice, no counsel. Will you try? Gordon nodded but paused, looking at his young mistress with distressed eyes. And if the Earl's marriage is valid, if he is married still? She winced involuntarily at the suggestion and looked away to cover it. Then that would mean I am not, she answered softly. When Gordon left her, she went directly to her husband's study. She placed an invitation on top of his desk. If he returned from his business in time, there was a dinner at Whitehall she was determined to attend. Chelynne was done with mysteries. She was bound for answers. There was little diversion in the large house. She spent the majority of her time in her rooms with nothing to occupy her. The routine tasks being done all around her had gone unnoticed before, and now they unnerved her. Tanya's silence grated on her nerves. Chelynne was impatient and harsh, accusing the quiet girl of purposely remaining mute to aggravate her. She was shrewish, and she knew this, but could not even force herself to be polite. When the Earl returned to his home, it was late at night.
Chelynne heard him moving through the halls, the clicking of his boots making a sound she could never mistake. She pulled on her wrapper and opened the door to her bedroom. She called to him, stopping him before he entered his own rooms. He paused and turned to see her. He was well worn, obviously tired from a long ride. She was a little surprised to see him in this condition. She had assumed he was in London with some other woman, a mistress or a wife. Perhaps she was wrong on some counts. Perhaps, this once, he was truly about business.
"What is it?"
he asked impatiently. "There is a special favor I would like to ask of you. A dinner 2 days hence at Whitehall. By invitation, of course."
"Do you have an escort?"
"I could arrange it," she replied defensively. "But no one has offered, and I haven't asked."
"I'll take you, if it's so important to you. Where is the invitation?"
"In your study, on your desk."
"I'll find it then. Is that all?"
She nodded and started to say something of welcome, but he slipped into his room quickly to avoid any further conversation. Chad leaned against the closed door in complete exhaustion. His arm pained him now, that sore member having been put too soon to the test. He rubbed the wound absently, thinking of the days past. He had been called to Hawthorne House directly. There he had found John and Tess. While Tess sat alone in a closed-up portion of the great house, John and Chad rode with a few other men to the Baron's estates. That house had been closed up as well, but for the part that housed some of Chad's own guard in the main hall. The reason was obvious. Shelburne was convinced the affront was personal. The elimination of some of his own men, particularly Captain Alex, made it impossible for him to continue to bleed the villagers. He would now assume either that John Bowlering lived and continued to ravage his holdings, or that Chad had taken up the fight in his friend's stead. They had come to the point they long ago anticipated. Shelburne was not fooled. Their choices were to lie back and let his suspicions cool, or move ahead in force. John was too close to lie back. He offered Chad the option of pulling out to avoid possible recriminations. The Earl pulled out his men and sent them home. While Shelburne occupied his safe lodgings in London, the manor house was stripped bare. Most of what they removed had been Bowlering possessions before the war. They were not taken from the land, but placed in an old cookhouse, hidden within the manor itself, and scattered about the village. They thought the matter quietly done when the remaining force belonging to Shelburne returned to find them ravaging the manor. They had to defend themselves, and 4 were killed before Chad and John and their few supporters could escape. This would subdue Shelburne. He wouldn't be able to function any longer with his depleted manpower, weapons, and supplies. He had little land to bargain with and precious few baubles to barter. He was in a state of complete financial ruin, but he knew his enemy. Chad returned to London with a traveling companion. He settled Tess with Mistress Connolly and his son. John had family in London, but the risk was too great. He wouldn't have Tess threatened now. Chad fell into his bed, sleep overtaking him immediately. He awoke in the same clothes he had worn, ridden and fought in for days. He rose, bathed, and waited. At noon, a message he had been expecting came. He gave some instructions to Bestel and went to his study to await his caller. It was hard to keep from smiling when Lord Shelburne blew into the room. His face was red and twisted with rage.
"Thank you for seeing me, my lord,"
Shelburne said carefully. Chad nodded and leaned back in his chair to wait for the flustered man's request. Shelburne was outdone.
"Has your lordship been quite busy? I was told you were called to Portsmouth with some shipping business." "What is your business, my lord?" "I don't think I have to tell you why I'm here. I think you already know. Do you truly believe you have me fooled? Now?" I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Why did you pull your guard from my village, from my home? I thought the town quiet enough, and I needed them elsewhere. You've withdrawn your support entirely. That is the fact. The house was stripped,
he ground out accusingly.
The family jewels gone.
Chad returned with a smile. Shelynne went livid with rage. Nothing that had been taken from his home had belonged to him or to any member of his family. They were Bowlering possessions, taken the same way years ago.
Robbery is no petty offense,
Shelynne threatened.
As I recall, sometimes it is completely ignored. You have ruined me! You've had quite a time of it, haven't you?
Chad asked with a smile.
You're quite certain I'll walk out on it all now, aren't you? You think you have me beaten? At your own game, my lord. I am no longer giving you the opportunity. You will make good your debts or turn your land over to the benefactor I arranged for you now. Whatever I recommend will be heavily considered. I've been to the king,
Shelynne blustered. Chad smiled tolerantly, but the news greatly upset him.
I hope you haven't made any foolish accusations, ones you cannot back up. You bastard! Now see here, my lord. I can't allow you to use such a disrespectful course with me. I am not so cold-hearted as to leave you walking naked in the streets, even though I have no doubt you would do that to another. I could easily relieve you of your burden to your satisfaction. You've lost it already, you know. Not yet. I still have claim there. Where? The land, he cried. Your debts? Time is all I need. I grant no more time. I propose to collect. You're behind in taxes and tithes and have a great many other collectors standing in line. The dynasty has ended, my lord. Your proposition?
Shelynne asked reluctantly.
Virginia. Never. You refuse this solution? England or nothing. You are a fool, Shelynne,
Chad said easily.
And a coward. But you've sown the seeds to your own fate again. You have 15 days to meet your debts. And manage this carefully. Thievery and murder to meet your ends will do you no good now. You are being watched. I give you this warning in hopes you make no attempts that will waste lives or property, because quite honestly, my lord, I would relish seeing you hang for what you have already done. What are you going to do?
Shelynne asked a bit wearily.
The people of that shire have suffered enough, my lord. I will make a recommendation to the king, but of course the decision is not mine. I deal simply with facts. My advice is that you take up your old profession or accept the offered property in America. What do you suppose His Majesty will think of the way I've been burned out? Do you think he will kindly accept the fact that one of his own nobles slit another's throat, ravaged his lands, and murdered his people only to place that acreage in the hands of a well-known pirate and—
Shelynne stopped as he noticed Chad was smiling, not at all worried about these accusations. Shelynne wheezed and blustered, and Chad simply smiled. At last, Chad leaned forward in his chair and placed both hands on the desk, looking into Shelynne's eyes.
In the event that you can prove any of your accusations, I must warn you that there are at least twice as many testimonies implicating you in far worse crimes. As to murder, that protest is ineffectual, as no murder was done in your shire. Swords were raised only in defense, and those portrayed as dead actually live. You have ruined your own cause listening to rumors that Sir John is a pirate, when, in fact, he is a knight of the realm with His Majesty's support and permission in a privateering venture. I suggest you leave quietly, my lord. It is perhaps the only way you will do so alive. I demand to know what card you hold. I'm sorry. I've said all I am prepared to say. You'll pay for this, Bryant. This is war.
Chad smiled. I have paid for this, Shelynne, many times over. If this is indeed war, it will be the shortest on record. Sheyburn's fury melted into fear. He had so many illegal dealings he didn't know which to fear for most. Financing Dutch troops and vessels? Thievery? Bribing officials? Scanting the tax? The old battle with Bowlering? He slammed his hat on his head and left the Earl. Smiling at the quick departure, Chad leaned back in his chair. Slowly, the smile faded. He was weary, tired. He wished only for peace. Chapter 16. At Whitehall there is ceremony and beauty. Artfully garbed gentlemen posture over the hands of exquisitely dressed women. Tables heavily burdened with scrumptious and unusual foods artistically prepared fill the rooms. Large ice sculptures decorate the tables. The orchestra stands ready to play. But it is an illusion. As one presses one's way into this noble throng, the senses immediately reveal the falseness of this beauty. The stench of unwashed bodies is almost overpowering. Courtly manners are contradicted by the sight of a gentleman crossing the room to relieve himself on the wall. Ice sculptures melt to run onto the floor with leftover bits of food and spilled wine. Rodents creep dangerously close to steal a morsel. The people who stand chatting in the corners are usually plotting some way to ruin an associate or seal for themselves a better position at someone else's expense. Louise du Kerouaille was firmly established as the king's favorite mistress. She was surrounded by her own party of well-wishers, her throng of supporters, those who zealously sought her good favors to improve their status. She, however, sat in a pout tonight. The king's other mistress, an actress from the theater, was about her usual mischief, relishing doing things that would embarrass Louise. Chelynne found her former admirers a little less eager and the ladies a little more responsive. She found a circle of women to sit with and noticed her husband seeking out the king. Chad stood near Charles, but not too near. Chad didn't like the close contact and hated speaking to anyone who forced his presence closer and closer during the conversation. "I understand congratulations are in order, my lord," Charles said without looking at him. "I shouldn't think so, sire," Chad returned somewhat sullenly. "Nasty business, this," Charles commented with some humor in his voice. "Where's a man out to have a beautiful wife, trying to keep the men out from under her skirts all the time?" Chad grunted his reply, completely unintelligible to Charles. But the king laughed as if he had been let in on some great private joke. Chad looked toward him in confusion, and for the first time since their conversation began, they met eyes. Amused brown with suspicious brows stared into younger, lighter gray stones. Chad was seldom at a disadvantage. For his sovereign, he was obligated to be disadvantaged. "I prefer my friends handle their problems less dramatically, Bryant. I thought we agreed on that and other things." "Aye, sire. Your battlefield reputation is well known, so not many are surprised. But then few have known you as I have. Indeed, you're a mystery to many." Chad smiled. "And not you, sire?" "Not I," he returned simply. "But then I have another advantage. I knew Sir John as well as yourself. And I think it mightily out of character. I'd be pleased to make an explanation to your majesty. No, I won't hear it. I'm playing at observer, if you will. For now, that is. I'll hear your story when you have a conclusion to it."
I'm honored, sire. Don't be. I'm not a generous man, actually. That's a rumor that seems to have gotten out since my habit of gifting women with comforting baubles to ensure their rent. It does not necessarily apply in other places. My reason for leaving you to your business is more practical and selfish. I believe you understand well enough now without need of further compliments to you. I will do my best to serve your interests, sire. You can be assured. Yes, you will. And I am assured. Do you know why? Chad did not attempt a reply, for he knew Charles was intent on delivering a little speech without any assistance. I am assured because if you do not serve my best interests, you will be extremely sorry. Thus far we have been compatible because you've managed to better yourself and your king simultaneously. Otherwise, we'll be dealt with otherwise. Thank you, sire. I'll heed your words. Do you have any idea why I trust you, Bryant? Because I have never betrayed you, sire? That is idle romance. When do you suppose the first betrayal comes, Bryant? The reason is this. Already you have more than you want or need. You are an adventurer and warrior first. You're hatefully inept at politics. You see, it's your basic inadequacy that brings my trust. Charles laughed heartily at his own wit. Chad smiled. How could one feel the sting of insult delivered so honestly and appropriately? Charles clamped a hand down on his shoulder and then walked away, mumbling something Chad couldn't hear. Charles failed to mention the other advantages Chad had. He had never been very affluent or influential, and therefore never slandered before now. That was one way to measure a person's importance at court. Only the most important were slandered. That Bryant was suddenly taken notice of and an attempt made to ruin his name would only bring skepticism to an already skeptical king. Charles was not a fool. Chelynne was talking to an older woman whom Chad had never met before. When he approached her, she looked up at him and bestowed on him a soft, wifely smile. He fondly touched her shoulder. Then a familiar woman sauntered over to where Chad stood behind his wife's chair and casually looped her arm through his. Chelynne's eyes narrowed and she looked away, disregarding them both and giving her complete attention to the Baroness to whom she spoke. "The Countess seems out of sorts this eve, my lord," Gwen remarked. "She's had her problems," Chad grunted, wishing with all his heart that Gwen would go away. Apparently all of his earlier warnings meant nothing to her. For once again, she arranged herself close to him in a most familiar fashion, and again for the benefit of his wife and companions. "Have you anything to tell me?" "He's not yet returned to London," she stalled. "Black does her colouring ill," she observed of Chelynne. "She wears it respectfully, my lady," he returned, "and luckily is not bound to it for life." Gwen felt the jibe. It was painfully clear to her that until she could procure for herself another husband, she would be bound to her mourning gowns. "She wears it for her uncle, then," Gwen said saucily. "I thought she mourned another." Chad's face darkened considerably. "You've a mighty poor way of showing your friendship, Gwen. I thought you wished nothing but goodwill between us." "Of a certain, my lord. I offer you my sympathy, that is all." She turned her seductive green eyes up to him and said softly, "I know the pain of losing someone you love to another." "Truly? Then I offer my sympathy to you, madam. I do not."
Gwen stammered as if she would argue the point, accuse Chelynne rather loudly of taking a lover in the form of Chad's own friend. In her confusion, she could say nothing. Before she untangled her tongue for a quick response, she was aware of a very important presence and held silent.
"You're looking lovely this evening, madam," Charles said, addressing Chelynne with a most personal smile.
Chelynne dazzled him with one of her own, warm, sincere, and lovely. One that had not been bestowed on Chad for some time. The Earl felt a quick twinge of jealousy and as quickly ignored it, telling himself it mattered as little as anything.
"I'm honored that you would even notice me, sire," Chelynne replied.
"Notice you? Would I notice a rose garden in full bloom at Christmastide?"
He laughed lightly and took her hand, helping her to rise and stroll with him across the room. All around them heads went together. Whispering ensued. Judgments were passed. They chatted at a distance from eager ears, he laughing at some comment she made, and she smiling at his amusement.
"You're lacking in attention tonight, madam," the king said.
"Think you so? I would say I've the most influential attention in the room."
"You flatter me," he said with a bow.
"You seem to have problems of your own," she commented, indicating the pouting Louise with her eyes. "She appears a trifle sullen."
He raised a brow and smiled.
"A common affliction among beautiful women. Sulking. They keep forgetting it gains them nothing."
"She'll adjust, given time."
"Time is about all I have to give," he laughed.
It was well known that the king's financial affairs were in a continuously horrid state.
"The pity is the ennui you shall both suffer from her pout," Chelynne dared. "Perhaps you can liven her spirits."
"I leave women to their broken hearts. Most often they are conjured up for the purpose of having their spirits expensively livened."
He laughed at himself, and she joined him. Then she made her greatest attempt, acting so well that Charles was unaware of her fluttering heart and damp hands.
"So you've no plans?"
He raised a quizzical brow.
"Methinks you lead me on, madam."
"Never that, sire," she said, batting her lashes as coquettishly as she could.
"You've been quite halted in your own diversion, it would seem."
Guessing he spoke of the duel, she looked away for a moment. It still upset her greatly to think of it. But following through as she planned, she smiled into his amused black eyes and replied, "I think not."
"What shall you do?"
"Keep my company to those who would go unchallenged."
"Have you the means?"
"When I set my mind to it."
"Tonight?"
"It would be no problem. Though late, I fear."
"The back stairs.
Chiffinch will guide you." He laughed easily, delighted with himself and her. He had long admired her loveliness, desired her. He cast a glance to her husband, still standing with Lady Greystone. He shrugged.
"I hadn't thought to put horns on Bryant," he murmured. "But any man with so lovely a wife must better learn to protect his interests."
"My thoughts exactly, sire,"
she returned, but there was no humor in her voice. She was gravely serious. There were puppets and acrobats, dancing and gambling. Then came the favorite diversion, when the party began to dissipate and all the elite personages began rushing off to their different assignations. The Countess of Bryant had always retired to her home at this time of the evening, but tonight she had an appointment, and her appointment was with the king. Chelynne went home with her husband. They parted at the top of the stairs and each went off into private quarters. She was feeling shameful about this deception. However sure she was she must go through with it. She let the feeling of guilt swell within her, and then it vanished quickly when she heard his bedroom door close. She opened her door just a crack to see what she expected to see. He was leaving the house. Her women were dismissed. She did not wish to be aided in disrobing and wished no company in her bedding. She wanted to be alone and not to see a servant's face before dawn. Stella was hurt. It showed in the old eyes, and Chelynne touched her arm, halting her departure. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I've been a burden to you." "I worry with your manner," Stella confessed, troubled. "Stella," she started, unsure. "Stella, you were closer than any to my mother. Was there ever anyone else for her, other than my father?" "My Lady Madeline? Lord, Mum, she was the finest, sweetest." Stella went on, but Chelynne did not hear. This was all routine. This praising of Madeline would never alter or change, not even if Chelynne were desperate. Even if Stella knew more, she would not divulge it. "What is it, sweetheart?" Stella asked with genuine concern. "It would break your heart," she mumbled. "What, Mum?" "Oh, it's nothing, dear." Chelynne braved a smile. "But that I'm tired and sore and need my bed. And some time alone. You go on now, and I'll see you in the morning." So she wasn't allowed to leave the house? There was no command more influential than a few coins. These, placed in the hand of the steward, opened the door quite easily. Gordon, disapprovingly, drove the coach. This time, however, she was well guarded and supposedly secret. She sought out trustworthy footmen who would not speak loosely of her outing, and they obliged her to the tune of £20. She entered Whitehall this night through a door she had never used before. She was greeted almost instantly by Chiffinch. He did not speak to her, but simply handed her a candle to light herself up. What a long way she had come, she thought wearily as she climbed the dark stair. From a careless youth whose greatest problem was what time to ride, to this, conspiring and spying, fighting off bandits with her own force of arms, and meeting the king for what he thought would be an entertaining toss with a new mistress. She was at a loss. She wished now that she had paid closer attention to the women who boasted infidelity similar to this. She found herself in a small anteroom adjacent to the king's apartments. She was alone. There was no sound, no voices coming from any side of her. She tried a door and walked through a gallery to yet another door. She found herself eventually in the king's bedchamber, again alone. She stood in wonder for a moment, and then Charles startled her by speaking. "There you are. I would have come for you." For lack of an alternative, she fell into a deep curtsy and thought at once how foolish she must look. She had come to go to bed with the king, and here she was acting as though she were being presented at court. As she raised herself, she saw the mirror of her thoughts in his eyes. Gad! How stupid! "I fear I risk punishment in coming to you in this way, sire," she said softly.
"The Earl?"
He shrugged.
"Perhaps you should have given it more consideration before making your decision."
He did not seem very disturbed, and she knew it would be best to state her business quickly. He sat on the edge of the bed and began to peel an orange. He was naked of all adornments and wore only shirt and breeches, no shoes or burdensome robes to hamper a quick undressing. "The anger may be yours, sire."
"I doubt that, dear. Do you fear displeasing the king?"
She gulped hard. "If you would be so kind, there's a matter on which I seek counsel." He laughed richly.
"You needn't have gone to such lengths, madam. You would certainly have been granted an audience."
Drawing one step closer, she tried again. I thought to see you privately, not in the company of your ministers."
"I seldom have a private moment," he advised her, "and I seldom enjoy a woman freely."
Again came the laughter and head shaking as if in amused exasperation.
Then, looking at her and raising a quizzical brow, he said in a low, seductive voice, "Most wait until I'm in a more pliable position. But go ahead." She flushed scarlet, momentarily unable to speak. "Well, madam, let's have done with the baiting and get on to more enjoyable matters." He stood and began to undo the buttons on his shirt. "Might I beg your discretion, sire?" "You'd have more chance getting that than anything else." He laughed, finding the last button and shedding the shirt. "It's about my mother, sire," she said quickly. "I had the chance to come upon a letter she had written while she was round with me and near her lying in. Chelynne stopped and stared as he pulled off one stocking. Her voice went on at an urgent pace. "She indicated strongly that I was not my father's own, and that—" Off came the other stocking, and he stood. "That the man from whose loins I did come would not be challenged by my legal—" His hands were on the fastenings that held up his breeches, and in equal parts fear and surprise, she shouted, "Will you stop that?" Charles did stop. At once. He stared at her in wonder. That she would scream at him, this mild-mannered flower. "Oh, dear God," she groaned. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, please." "A letter, you say?" "A letter," she murmured. "Sire, it's possible that I am your own." "Christ," he muttered, sitting hard upon the bed. He grabbed up his shirt, shrugging immediately into it. "Do you remember, sire?" she asked timidly. "What would it matter?" he said angrily, waving his arm at her. "You've a name right enough. You've a marriage of quality. Can you ever be harmed above a little gossip?" She hung her head, ashamed now at having thrown this up to him as she had. "I couldn't live with the uncertainty, sire. That is all." "I'm curious. What is it you want?" Her head shot up and she smiled at him. She did love him. That had been decided long ago. From the first time she met him, she had found him soothing to be near, chivalrous and gentle. She had never been afraid of him. Self-conscious and nervous in his presence, but never afraid. "Good Lord, sire! How could I want for anything you could give me? I declare the Earl is rich enough. I'll warrant he's richer than—" She stopped and covered her mouth. But Charles laughed. "I warrant he's got twice my wealth. He's scattered it well enough." "I've never known my parents, sire. They've been dead a long time." "I remember them. I seldom forget anything of any importance." "And you remember her?" she asked, holding her breath in anticipation. "I do." And he took a deep breath and looked at her. "I cannot deny the possibility." She digested that, slowly and with her eyes closed. She had been prepared for that answer, and still it struck her hard. Finally, she murmured her thanks. "Things are not often as they seem, madam. There could have been 10 others you've never heard of." Her eyes shot up to where he stood, and she burned with sudden anger, though she dared not show it. "I'm afraid the real truth is buried with your mother. I won't give you heirs where there are none. A great many women have passed where your mother did. And I am not the lone rake in all Christendom, my dear. Mistresses of mine have had their own indiscretions, thinking I've never been wiser. The only reason they carry on is certainly because I've never been the knave to chastise them." And then he muttered, "And because I seldom give a blessed damn." "And would you know of any other possibility?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He moved nearer and looked into her pretty brown eyes. For a moment he was struck by her beauty and a resemblance. In the eyes, the fine arch of her brow.
She resembled a daughter of his by Barbara Palmer.
No, darling, I know of none other. But you must be aware of the possibility. And you must tell me what you hope to gain.
Nothing but the truth, sire. It would suit me best to have a secret.
There are no secrets here, he informed her. What they do not know, they will guess. Whatever my intentions were, they have changed because of this development.
Probability, she corrected him.
What they do not guess, they will invent. All will think we've shared a bed. He fastened the last button on his shirt and grumbled, Secrets fascinate me because they are so rare.
She shrugged. It's of no matter to me, whatever is said.
Women are the greatest lovers of a slander. I hope it does not burn you badly.
Not I, she said simply.
As I remember, she was much as you are now, small and slender, lovely. A quiet woman. He laughed and added, Now that is rare. She was discreet and modest. I was hardly aware of her, though I was guilty even then of picking out a lovely woman and admiring her openly. I did the same when you first arrived at court. He laughed again, looking her over roguishly. This is a new twist, however.
Chelynne's eyes widened somewhat, but he quickly shook his head.
My sins are many, but I am not guilty of that horror. Thank God. That won't be among my many counts on the judgment.
She smiled her relief. Thank you, sire. You've been most patient.
Do you know the wrath of a king who's been played for a fool?
I've no cause to worry over that, sire.
And what of Bryant? What will you tell him?
I won't tell him. Neither will he ask.
Oh, I think he will at least ask. I understand him to be a jealous man.
If that is true, of what I couldn't say. She stopped, not wishing to divulge too much personal information. Whatever their problem, she didn't want to make things more difficult for either of them than they already were. He won't be interested, Your Majesty.
I would have thought he was in love with you.
I promise you, this once you were wrong.
That, madam, is not new. This, I think, is best left alone from now. Do you agree?
She smiled warmly. My wishes as well. Charles continued to study her. She had been at Whitehall long enough now to know that he never forgot one of his own. She was fresh and lovely, and he felt, strangely, a fatherly pride. But that was perhaps the strangest thing about Charles. He was never too mortified to accept one of his own children, claim them through subtle acknowledgement, shower his attentions on them. He loved children, his own doubly so.
You're fortunate, I think, that your mother never insisted you were mine. There's nothing pretty about an acknowledged bastard. However, I'd take care of them.
But they're proud, sire, to be yours. He smiled at her innocence. He wondered that often. Proud? Hardly proud, but certainly excused in lieu of a king's wrath and thought and spoken of with care. A few scattered titles, pensions that could be revoked or ignored with his passing, the arrangement of proper marriages. That was all he could do. He would have much preferred legitimate children, but life was not so kind.
Am I the bearer of good news?
He asked. You've put to rest a grave uncertainty, sire. Good news? I'm not sure. Forgive me, sire, but I'm not— He hushed her, waving a hand. He understood that perfectly. However he personally chose the course for his own life, he was a man to greatly respect some moral conviction.
Then we'll live with this gracefully, and, if possible, quietly.
There is one thing, sire, she attempted softly. His brows lifted as he awaited a request, wondering wearily if there was so much difference between women after all. We could be friends.
There are many who would like to befriend me, Princess.
I'm certain of that. More than you prefer, no doubt. He laughed, his happy and amused laugh. This had been the only way she could determine his mood, the tone and scale of his mirth. So she hadn't greatly angered him. But then she had never known him to be greatly angered. Your friendship would be a welcome change, madam. Good night. The next time she saw Charles, he was gracious and attentive. Nearly a week had passed since she made her visit to his bedchamber. She was no longer uncertain and nervous in his presence. She believed they shared a very important bond, and it gave her pleasure and confidence. But Charles, true to his manner, never openly admitted what she was to him. At a crowded affair at the palace, Chad blended into the crowd after the entertainment was over. He had moved in the direction of the gambling, and Chelynne was left to receive some attention from the Duke of Monmouth. He playfully courted her, and, having come to know something of his character, she guessed he wouldn't mind a scene with the Earl. Indeed, he might welcome it. He was a mischievous man, already accused of multiple crimes, murder among them. But his attentions to her had not been long cast when the King and York sauntered over to them. "You've a certain determination where this young woman is concerned," Charles told him. James smiled impishly and returned, "It's most difficult not to, sire. Come along, my lord, and allow me some moments of your time," Charles invited. Chelynne was left in the hands of the king's brother, who tried to strike up idle conversation with her. She couldn't keep her mind on what York was saying because the king had taken his son only a short distance away and stood talking to him. Their talk was brief, and in a moment Charles was back and young James had gone away to prey on some other tender heart. And York, discreetly, took his leave and the two stood alone. Charles looked down at the Countess of Bryant with a twinkle in his eye. "You didn't tell him, sire?" she asked nervously. "No, but what I did do might sit worse with you," he grinned. "Lord, I don't think I want to know," she said with a gulp. Charles smiled lazily, and she felt the crimson flowing to her face, brightening her color and giving her away. "I didn't say I had. I simply said I had a mind to." "It shouldn't much matter," she said, suddenly at ease, laughing a little. "It's been decided. Just look around us." Charles didn't even bother to look around. He knew what he would see if he did. He knew he couldn't carry on the simplest conversation without the rumors deciding his circumstance, the truth to it being the least important thing. "I imagine you'll be counted among that number," he said good-naturedly. The Countess laughed a little, accepting her assignment with equal good grace. "I've heard myself to have had women the numbers of which would make me a champion. Do you start to see the disadvantage of being the king's friend?" Chelynne stood on tiptoe to look all around her. Finally, she spotted Chad, a great distance from them, and their eyes met. He was watching her closely. From what seemed miles across that grand room, she could see the hard flint of his eyes. She lowered herself back onto her heels and looked up at the king. She smiled sweetly. "Indeed not, your majesty. Thus far there has been nothing but advantage." Chapter 17. How long had the weather been damp and dreary, Chelynne wondered. The beauty of summer, the luscious green, was so far behind her she could scarcely remember it now. She smoothed the green velvet of her gown over her lap dreamily. She remembered when this one had been made, and she thought it the exact color of the lawns at Welby Manor. Now, with her mood as dull and gray and damp as London, she simply couldn't believe England was that green in summer.
Chelynne confided to Stella that the king had confirmed her suspicions and confessed there was a possibility she was his own offspring. Stella, loyal to the end, swore it was not so. She wept and pleaded with her young ward to disregard this as slander. The outburst went on for a few days, with Stella quieting finally, but never giving in. She was steadfast. Madeline was not in love with the king. "It was never my purpose to decry mother's virtue," Chelynne told Stella. "I could never lay blame to her for loving one such as he." "But 'tis not so," she insisted. "Nonetheless, he's admitted this, and it's done. And if you did not know, it is because my mother was discreet. Let's give her praise for that much and forget the thing." But the inevitable damage was done. She was marked as being heatedly pursued by the king, and probably already a conquest of his. Chelynne didn't care because it was useless to care, and the greatest insult came from the effect it had on her husband. She remembered the first indication he gave that he'd heard the gossip. Chelynne wasn't sure if he intentionally brought it up or not, for it did seem coincidental to her at the time. They were on their way to a dinner, and she was putting forth her greatest effort to be gay. "You seem to be adjusting to London with more ease, madam. Have you perhaps found something here to bring you pleasure at long last?" "I confess I find nothing much pleasurable about London, my lord. It might be only that I find no more energy to fight these ways. I'm making the best of it." "I thought you would, given time. Or trouble. Or that. But nonetheless, it pleases me to see that something makes you happy. Since it couldn't be me." "Oh, my lord, why ever would you say that?" she returned saucily. "Why, what woman wouldn't be proud to have a husband so handsome and rich? I'm sure I am the envy of all the ladies at court. They would assume I have your affection as well as your name. Wouldn't they laugh to know they have more of you than I?" "I have been refused. Remember that, madam. Now you finally sound like a lady of the court." He looked away from her, and she interpreted this as disgust. She wanted to hurt him as deeply as he hurt her, and she hated herself for feeling hurt, for even being affected by him at this late date. "And you should be well pleased, my lord. Is this not what you have wanted of me? To be like the rest of them?" "Regardless of what I wanted of you, my dear, you chose your own fate. You can decide your own destiny. I have nothing to do with that. You cannot blame me for everything, and you certainly can't blame me for gossip." That was when she knew that he had heard the rumors. She jumped at her chance. "Have you been waiting for me to do that too? Yield to temptation? Take a lover?" He was not surprised. "Is that what you have done?" he asked with a raised brow and an amused expression. "And if I have?" she returned, hoping for something akin to emotion on his part. Jealousy and anger would please her. Anything would do, as long as it was not that heartbreaking indifference. "What could I possibly do about it? Seal you away? You've proven that you know the way to open my doors. The next alternative is to lock you in your rooms and stand guard myself. At least you are no longer so careless with your life." Unexpectedly, she started to laugh. Why in the world was he still concerned about her life? Would it embarrass him to have her killed as a result of her own foolishness? "My willingness to bear your children was long ago rebuked, my lord. What would you have of me now? Ever willing and eager at your call?" He threw her a murderous look that even a few months ago would have frozen her, but now only goaded her into more taunting. "Tell me, my lord, would you take the king's bastard under your roof and give it a name?" Shocked, he leaned forward. "Are you with child, Chelynne? he asked in a stunned whisper. Tears stung her eyes. She hadn't counted on her own words hurting her as they did. When she had first determined so long ago that she loved her husband helplessly, the thought of bearing him a child filled her with joy. Now the thought brought sadness, for she believed it impossible. The purpose a woman was specifically designed for was not possible for her. "No," she replied weakly. "No, I am not so fortunate." But he was serious.
"You want a child so badly."
"I wanted a child once," she said defensively. "I wanted a marriage, and in that, children. I had a great many private ambitions for myself, sir, much as that might surprise you, and none of those dreams of mine concerned the court, or lovers, or any of your wealth."
"All lost now, Chelynne? Are there no more dreams?"
"All lost, my lord. I thought I explained that I've reconciled myself to this."
"Chelynne,"
he said seriously.
"Chelynne, listen to me. You must take care. You must not do anything in desperation you may later regret. Many times things seem hopeless, but you're very young and there are years ahead of you. An impulsive action now may result in years of doubt and regret. There are methods, madam, for avoiding more serious complications. You might employ some of them."
Her eyes were wide with disbelief. In duty he could be tender, even compassionate. It was his obligation to care for her if he could, and now it seemed he was advising her to take care in her affairs. He was the most profound mystery in life. "Are you suggesting, my lord, that I take care not to get us one of the king's bastards to raise?"
"Chelynne," he sighed, "I am trying to understand you. Give me credit for that, at least. I am advising you to carefully think on what you involve yourself in, lest it reach a point where I cannot help you out of it, even if you want me to. However insurmountable your problems seem now, there may yet be a course to dealing with them."
"You have little reason to worry, my lord. I shan't further complicate your life. I am not sharing a bed with the king, but I do not defend myself to you. Think what you will." He had no comment on that. He didn't say he believed her, and he didn't say he thought she lied. If he was prepared to test her virtue, she was not prepared to yield the opportunity. They did not discuss it again. Chelynne received a message from Lady Greystone. Gwen wished to visit. Chelynne couldn't imagine why this woman would wish to call on her, and she wasn't wily enough to plan out her actions very well. She was prepared for more trouble from Gwen, but little else. Chelynne was learning, but she wasn't learned. The ways of scheming and weaving webs of intrigue still mystified her, and dealing with scandalous behavior didn't come naturally.
"Lord, my lady, but you're looking fit as ever,"
the Baroness greeted Chelynne when she arrived.
"But I must confess, I expected to find you in a fit of some kind. You've been about so little."
"I'm more content to stay at home, madam," Chelynne replied.
"And of course I've seen his lordship has been about, that is. He promised he would give you my best."
"I thank you for thinking of me."
"Why, madam, you've been much in everyone's thoughts these days. As a matter of fact, you're all the talk. I thought to warn you of rumors, lest you're caught unaware."
"That is no longer possible, madam. I am completely aware." Gwen chuckled contentedly.
"It is not necessary to prepare you, madam. Oh, I'm glad of that. Louise is more refined than most, but—"
"You've seen a great many pass through Whitehall, haven't you, Gwen?" Chelynne asked in a quiet voice. Truthfully, however she disliked Gwen, she pitied her somewhat. Her lust for power was so obvious, and her failure to achieve greatness rather pitiful. She was lovely and accessible. There was no doubt that she would have shared Charles's bed just as many others had, but the lack of a long-lasting position branded her as unsuccessful. "There have been a few," Gwen answered in an unenthusiastic voice. For a brief instant, these two women communicated. Each seemed to know the other's thoughts, but it passed swiftly. "Well, this will no doubt disappoint you, madam, but if I've caught the king's eye, that is all. I haven't the nerve to make trouble there." "Trouble?" she laughed. "You jest. What trouble could come from being favored by the king?" "With a husband like mine?" Chelynne countered, knowing how wickedly she lied. Gwen's eyes were bright with glee. "What harm could he possibly do the king? I know it's thought all the mode to have a man killed over you, but truly, my lady, do you think Chadwick the fool to show his wrath to the king?" "Certainly not, madam. I believe his wrath would be all for me. I assure you, I value my life more than that." Gwen gasped. "Do you mean he's threatened you?" Chelynne sighed. "That would be the next thing. Once the all-important position of being worthy of gossip is achieved, every possible slip of the tongue is exaggerated until worn out. As I told you, madam, he hasn't had the cause, and it is not in Chad's character to threaten. He is a man of action." Gwen relaxed in disappointment. All the excitement was gone from this conversation. "Well, that isn't the reason I've come. Bear with me, madam, for this is most difficult." Gwen dropped her gaze and took a breath. She looked up to Chelynne again, and there was sincerity in her gaze. "I beg your forgiveness for my behavior, and would like us to be friends, if it is still possible." "Whatever do you mean? Have I done something amiss? I hadn't purposely led you to think friendship impossible between us, my lady." "I believe you've seen through me from the first. I've been quite jealous of you. I honestly don't know what Chad might have told you of me, but the truth is, there was a time when we were very close. We've known each other since childhood, for a very long time." Chelynne couldn't believe Gwen would face her this way, this honestly. She couldn't guess the purpose, but it made her very uncomfortable. "Here now, madam," Chelynne said nervously. Gwen actually had tears in her eyes, and Chelynne fished for her own handkerchief. "Surely there's no cause to turn to tears. You needn't confess to me. What is done is done." "I've never been very wise in loving," Gwen sighed dejectedly. "Truly, I thought he had some love for me, or I never would have." Her voice broke, and she tried to recover herself. "When he told me he could not marry me, I thought to hide my shame in marrying Lord Greystone quickly. But it wasn't long before I lost him, too." "Madam, please, do not weep so. It is best forgotten now. You needn't tell me so much." Gwen dried her eyes on the lacy piece, and behind it she scowled. This little package was certainly not very bright. She went on with her story as convincingly as she could. "When he was leaving me, he explained that he couldn't marry me under any circumstances. Had Lord Greystone not begged for my hand soon after, I don't know what I would have done." "Oh, dear heaven!" Chelynne gasped. "Was there a child?" "No, there was no child!" Gwen snapped, forgetting herself in mounting impatience. God, but this wench was stupid. If her information was correct, Chelynne had the record of Chad's marriage and was totally unsure of his circumstance. "But I suppose that is the reason for my shock and hurt when he took you as his wife without a word of explanation to me. I reacted impulsively and regret it now." I thought he had lied to me and simply couldn't understand. It was most difficult for me. I thought he cared for me."
She blew her nose loudly into the rag. Chelynne sat upright, thinking quite clearly now. "There, madam, dry your eyes. Did he say why he couldn't marry you?"
"Oh, yes, of course."
She sniffled back her tears and looked sympathetically at Chelynne.
"It was unfair of me to treat you so. I never thought of your misery. I thought only of myself. Please say you'll forgive me."
Of course, of course. What did he tell you?"
"That he was married. I thought you knew."
"Well," Chelynne said uncertainly, not knowing how to get more information without looking like a complete fool. "He was."
"Oh, dear."
Gwen straightened as if in shock.
"Oh, what have I done? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant only to set it aright."
"Madam, what troubles you? What have you done?"
"I never intended to make more trouble,"
she said, rising.
"Forgive me. I've said too much. I must be going."
"No, madam, not now. Pray, sit and let me determine the trouble." Gwen sat wearily, a beautifully guilty frown creasing her brow. She had Chelynne's complete interest.
"I'm so sorry,"
she murmured.
"I've used poor judgment again. I cannot say more."
"And if you do not explain yourself, I shall have to make the problem my concern. That could be a great deal more unpleasant. Don't you agree?"
"I cannot forgive myself for this. He'll have my head."
"Hush," Chelynne commanded sternly. "I won't tell him, I swear. Out with it, madam."
"He said his wife was dead."
"And you know otherwise?" Gwen gulped, starting to speak and then clamping her mouth shut and turning pleading eyes to Chelynne.
"My lady, I've no protector but what servants are still installed. He could have me killed, and no one would be the wiser."
"Nonsense. I've given you my word I won't betray you."
"It was just a foolish coincidence, you see. But I happened to lay eyes on his wife. When he wed the girl, it was all the talk. His father's anger, and Chad's leaving his home. Then the rumor was about she was dead, and he was forgiven by his father, and the estate and title would be his. But I've seen her, in London yet. Oh, madam, he'll have me soundly beaten for this."
"Where?" Chelynne asked impatiently.
"At the Change. I wasn't sure, but I followed her. She is quite pregnant. That's my curse. I simply can't leave a thing like that lie without knowing the truth to it. I talked to her. She told me her husband is a merchant who travels often to France."
"And you're sure it is she?"
"Certain. It is Anne. If there was any doubt, it was satisfied when I saw the boy. He is the image of Chad."
"His son?"
"Of course you knew about his son,"
Gwen said innocently.
"Why, even I knew of his son. He was being raised in the country since the Earl would not acknowledge him."
"Of course," Chelynne lied, as if she were well aware. She had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach that grew. She didn't see Gwen's superior smile, for she couldn't raise her eyes from the lowered gaze she held.
"There is always the possibility that the marriage was annulled, or perhaps there was divorce. There's a great deal of that now."
Chelynne did not reply. With a child so obviously Chad's, there would be no annulment, and divorce was no simple matter. "Would you be willing to show me where the woman stays?" she asked.
"I couldn't. Oh, madam, it wouldn't do any good to go there. I've caused trouble enough. I couldn't do that, too."
"Now that you've done this much, my lady, you'll have to see this through." "Think carefully, madam," Gwen advised. "If he sought to have this secret, and you found him out, I'm frightened for you, madam. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if you were harmed because of something I—"
Chelynne's eyes narrowed and she rose. "That's very kind of you, my lady. Have you your coach?"
"If you insist,"
Gwen murmured with an edge of fear in her voice.
"But I pray you remember you promised not to betray me to him. Lord, I'm more afraid of that man than—"
"Come along," Chelynne said crisply, already moving toward the door. With an air of command and a great deal of impatience, she had someone fetch her wrap and vizard and gloves. Gwen bristled slightly at the haughtiness of this young countess, but her face relaxed into a sly smile as she thought of the eagerness with which Chelynne had lapped up this story. There was little argument over door opening now, since Chelynne had learned the price and promised the reward. She was freed quite easily and never considered her husband's anger. Chelynne was quick to notice that the Baroness did not travel today with her usual pomp. The coach was not flashy. There were no jeweled horses, and it was lacking in familiar markings. Chelynne said nothing and let the driver help her in. Gwen, afraid of losing Chelynne's credence, wept believably throughout the ride, begging Chelynne to reconsider and not make this further investigation. Finally, having heard enough, Chelynne bit out testily,
"Will you please get a hold of yourself? It's not your husband who's married."
Gwen stiffened behind the now saturated rag, gleaming within in satisfaction. She called to the driver to halt at the appropriate place and pointed the residence out to Chelynne.
"It's that house down the street, and I see something far worse."
Nothing more needed to be said. Chelynne had already seen it. It was an unobtrusive hell cart waiting. It could be there for any purpose, but it prevented Chelynne from going to the house and inspecting and questioning the occupants.
"Has she servants, madam?"
Chelynne asked.
"Few,"
was the reply. "If it does not displease you, we will wait," Chelynne said softly. Nothing could have pleased the Baroness more. This was far better than she had hoped for. She had seen Chad enter and leave that house several times, but there was no schedule to his comings and goings. It seemed that he visited whenever time allowed him freedom from his business at the wharves or Whitehall. It was likely he was there now. "Alms, alms," came a whining voice from without.
"Gone, you impudent scum!"
Gwen screeched. The poor were completely unabashed at the sight of a coach bearing two fine ladies. They gawked within and bawled and begged.
"Whip a few, Ralston,"
Gwen commanded.
"Get them away!"
To Chelynne's horror, the driver stood and raised a whip. She gasped, appalled at Gwen's instantaneous cruelty. But it went no further, those good peasants never doubting the intent. They moved quickly away. Chelynne grimaced in disgust. Neither spoke during the lengthy wait. Finally, the door opened and Chelynne caught her breath in anticipation. Chad stepped out of the house, hat in hand, and a youngster and a pregnant woman joined him in the street. The boy stood politely beside them as they exchanged a few words. Even at this great distance, Chelynne sensed the strong resemblance between father and son. The boy was dark-haired and had a large frame. The child looked to be closer to 10 years than 6. Chad slipped an arm around the woman's waist. Chelynne's eyes were caught on the rounding belly and the affection in Chad's embrace. She looked so young, so healthy and vibrant. Yet she must be at least in her early 20s to have been married nearly 7 years. Chelynne's throat was constricted. Breathing became harder. She ached with fear and rage. The youngster extended his hand to Chad, but Chad dropped to one knee and opened his arms to his son, indicating an embrace would be preferred. Chelynne winced at the sight, jealous and forlorn. Then the last hope vanished. Chad held the woman lightly and placed a husbandly kiss on her brow. Then the Earl of Bryant, subtly clothed and resembling any London merchant, gave them a brief wave and climbed into his rented coach. It was done, and it was all too real. Chelynne was frozen. She watched almost blindly as the woman hurried the youngster off the stoop and into the house. Chad's coach disappeared down the street. Still, she could not speak. Gwen waited. There was no sign from the Countess that she was ready to leave. Miffed at this hesitation, she called to her driver and they started away. "There, madam," Gwen comforted, slipping an arm around her shoulders sympathetically. "Don't be undone, dear. Perhaps there's an explanation. Perhaps—" "Stop it!" Chelynne snapped, removing the arm roughly. "Stop this play! I'm quite bored with it now. I know it was your intention to have me see what I have, but I don't wish to hear another word. Forgive indeed." "Why, your ladyship, whatever—" "Stop!" she cried. The driver began to slow. "Not you, fool!" The coach picked up speed again. Chelynne looked at Gwen coldly, her eyes near golden with anger. "I've heard as much of this performance as I intend to. You may dispense with all the simpering and whining. It bothers me a great deal more than your treachery." Gwen's eyes narrowed visibly. "Now you know what you're facing. I know what I saw, or what you intended me to see. I assure you I will not let that little scene decide every circumstance. Now wait just a minute, madam. You promised that you wouldn't." "There is no reason I'll have to betray you if you're honest," Chelynne advised her shrewdly. "But if you're lying, you've betrayed yourself." She turned away from Lady Greystone and refused to speak again. When they arrived at the Countess's home, she made a hasty withdrawal from Gwen's coach. "I'll commend you on an expert piece of spying, madam, and thank you to trouble me no more. Good day." "Well," came the insulted voice from the coach. "Well and good," Chelynne mumbled as she walked quickly to the door. Anger within her was the only thing that kept her on her feet, the only reason she had not fallen to the ground in a fit of weeping. The cad, the monster, that he dared to use her at this rate, to gain reconciliation with his father and obtain his inheritance at her expense. She was gently reared and of some quality. How could the man defile her to this extent? The lies and boldness of his betrayal infuriated her beyond anything she had ever known. She opened the door herself, meeting the steward, who was guiltily rushing back to his post after sneaking away for a nip. "Is his lordship at home?" she asked quickly, removing vizard, wrap, and gloves. He is, madam, but he asked not to be disturbed." "Where is he?" "In his study, madam, with his man." "Thank you," she replied, going straight to that private hold, intending to disturb him whether he liked it or not. There was a low murmuring from within that wasn't likely to stop her from throwing open the door. The next sound, her husband's angry voice, stopped her at once. "Christ! What's the bitch been about now?" More murmurings, and then a loud bang that Chelynne imagined was her husband's fist in outraged impact with the top of the desk. "Why the hell would I care who she's sleeping with? That's the least of my worries. It serves to keep her out of my business, at least." The next low tones from Bestelle brought even more anger from the Earl. "No, she has she? By God, she's been trouble from the first. I should have been done with her when it first occurred to me. Well, I'll coddle the little whore no more. Thank you, and be assured I handle this from now." Chelynne's eyes burned with unshed tears. Be done with her? It was certain he couldn't have been speaking of that sweet young thing he so tenderly kissed goodbye. She turned and walked away, totally dejected now. The anger was gone, replaced by hurt that was not even profound. She felt weak and helpless, more the absence of emotion, passive and immobile. Within the study, Chad turned to Bestel more calmly, trying to subdue his rage.
From now, when Lady Greystone comes to this house, make certain you know what her business is, and I'll see what I can learn of her purpose in coming here today.
Chelynne stayed in her rooms, turning away meals and refusing to see anyone. She had not slept and would not go out. No amount of persuasion from Stella would induce her to confide her hurts. And then Gordon returned.
It took me not long, madam, to find the family of the girl. She married the Earl right enough and went off with him. Her father was shamed since she got herself with the Earl's babe, and he was finally forced to leave his holdings from the scorn of the town. Left the Earl's lands and moved on.
We knew they were married, she said somewhat listlessly. What since?
Since then there is nothing. They were said to have come to London, madam. I took it apart as I could and couldn't find a trace. There's no record of the birth, no tombstone or remembrance for one departed. I'm sorry, madam. I tried my best.
You've done fine, Gordon. That was all I expected.
Is there anything to do now?
He asked solicitously. Just be available to me, that's all. Her voice was so distant and bland that Gordon stayed for a while, waiting for her to think of something for him to do. But Chelynne seemed oblivious to his presence, and finally he left. He found as he was leaving that he wasn't alone in his concern for her. Stella stood near the door, shaking her head in a gesture of defeat. Gordon assumed, incorrectly, that Stella was aware of the Countess's plight. They exchanged worried glances, and the manservant left. Stella went again to Chelynne to tend her, urge her, but she was waved away for her efforts, excused. In the days that followed, the Earl of Bryant suffered more frustration than he had ever known. Harry Mondeloy had apparently disappeared from sight, for Chad could locate him nowhere. His previous lodgings had been abandoned, and he was not seen with his usual group of young gallants. In pursuing Lady Greystone, he met with only confusion. She admitted to having visited his home and taken his wife abroad, but insisted it was all of an innocent nature, the premise social. She gave no impression of either guilt or fear. Chad could not imagine her current plotting, but he knew Gwen. It was bound to be trouble. She held him at bay with the promise that she would contact him if Mondeloy showed himself again. Brattonshire had turned from an invisible affront to an all-out war between Bowlering and Sherborne. It was peaking to a culmination with Sherborne's time drawing to a close, and Chad was being called often to Whitehall for what was either interest or amusement from the king. He was keeping his composure in the mounting stress, but he scarcely had time to take a meal and change his clothes. He simply needed to be everywhere at once. Exhausted, Chad went to his study to go over his accounts. Hot black coffee was brought to him. The thought of rest did not give him temporary energy, for he knew it could be weeks, perhaps months, before he could relax with his affairs in order. He didn't even know what was happening in his own house. He was at the point where either it would all fail or he would get a grip on his dealings and pull everything off. There was a knocking at his study door. Interruptions. More little troubles. He ground his teeth in frustration, but bade the intruder enter. Stella stood in the frame of the door, nervously waiting his indication that he could give her some attention. Finally, he laid down his quill and looked at the serving woman in some vexation. "It's her ladyship, my lord," she said shakily. Chad sighed and looked back at his work.
"What does she need?"
He thought of some errand, permission for an outing, a merchant's slip for some article of apparel. He resented women's trifles. He was too harried for nonsense. Thus piqued, he hardly heard Stella's quiet plea. "She's ill, my lord." He looked up. "Ill?" "I can't seem to help her, my lord. She won't let me near." "Does she need a physician?" His interest now was drawn from his work, and he looked at Stella with concern. She saw the opportunity to speak her mind. "I don't know what ails her, sir. I've known her since her birth, and I've never seen her so. It's worsened since the day her uncle died, and now she won't take her meals at all. I know she doesn't sleep. I look in on her through the night, my lord, and most oft she's up. She won't let me dress her or brush her hair. Nothing." Chad judged the old woman's haggard face and knew this was no exaggeration. Though on in years, Stella usually had a vibrant, energetic appearance. Now the old face was lined from worry and lack of sleep. "How long has this been going on?" "The worst of it came in the last week, my lord. It seemed the ague, but the sickness passed and the weakness is worse." Chad realized he couldn't remember when he had last spoken to his wife. It was at least a week, probably more, since he had actually visited her, and that was briefly. "Fever? Flux?" He almost said green sickness and caught himself. "Nothing such as that, my lord." "Why was I not informed?" She wouldn't have you troubled, sir. And you weren't about the house often, sir." Her voice broke from worry and from the fact that she lied. The truth was that Chelynne refused to let them bear the news to Chad. She insisted he would not care and threatened them with dire consequences for betrayal. "But we've had to carry her to her bed, my lord. Too weak to walk she was. I fear I've waited too long. She looks the death." He was up and walking to the study door as Stella finished. He sent Bestel at once for a doctor and then mounted the stairs to look in on Chelynne. It was hard to tell if it was anger or panic that drove him, but he moved with great speed. He cleared the room of servants and went straight to his wife. Those who did not know him well would not interpret that expression sealed in stone as upset. But then he saw her, and the hard features melted into something akin to despair. Blankets were tucked around her, but he couldn't believe the face that stared at him. She was thin and pale, her hair matted and dull, and her eyes hollowed and tired. The transformation was so complete that she resembled an aging dame more than the bright and lovely young woman he remembered. She seemed to be slipping into unhurried death. He breathed her name. "Yes, Chad," she returned softly. "Is there pain? Tell me where." "There is no pain," she answered, shaking her head slightly. "I'm just very tired." "What is it? What has made you so ill?" He sat now on the edge of her bed and took her small, weak hand into his. "It's nothing. It will pass." She tried to smile, but he could not recognize the effort. She was a different person. "I've sent for a doctor, Chelynne. You look worse than I expected." "You've been a long time away, my lord. Is business bad?" He shook his head dumbly. Where had he been to so badly neglect his own household? Nothing else seemed important any longer. He could not see beyond those glassy brown eyes. "Don't worry with business, love. Tell me what I can do to make you more comfortable." There was a shallow sound from her that was almost a laugh. "But I've always wondered about your business. It was only that you wouldn't share it with me. You've shared very little with me."
"Chelynne, rest now. Don't talk."
"I fear I may never get the chance to talk to you again. Talk to me now, won't you?" He stared at her with disbelieving eyes. He couldn't be sure whether she was serious or delirious from her illness.
"What would you like to know?"
"What do you do at the wharves? Oh, those ships. Would you love to be riding them again, rather than this?
Would you?
Chad didn't really want to answer her. It seemed so ridiculous to be making idle conversation when she was this ill. But those glassy eyes were turned on him, begging for attention, and he was without choice. He sighed.
I confess, I love sailing, but it was done out of necessity, and mine is much the merchant's job now. I first took that profession when I was in dire need of money. I intended never to live in England again, but that was not left to me either. There is scarcely a place on this earth where I would not be responsible to the crown, and it might as well be home. I am neither a traitor nor a coward.
And fighting?
For lack of a choice. For money and influence, that is all. I love it little.
For loyalty, I thought.
Yes, for that. But I was not allowed to choose my loyalties. I was born to them.
Her eyes were surprised, but not very much emotion showed. She was too tired and sick for much emotion.
I thought you loved England first. Your king, your title, your lands.
No, Chelynne, no. But there are things in England I love, that I cannot turn away from. I am bound to it, therefore I find things in it to love and fight for.
Have you ever been in love, Chad?
Yes, he said simply.
Why did she ask this now?
Did it feel wonderful?
He looked at her pityingly, reaching out to touch her face. She was one of the most beautiful women he had ever known, and sweet to be near. Had she really never tasted love? Never flown after it, held it in her heart, and felt the intensity of it? He had failed at that too, in bringing it to her, and she clung to him for support and care. He was totally ashamed.
No, Chelynne, it was most painful. I loved helplessly and didn't know the way to deal with it. I was too young. I am not young now.
They say love is for the young.
That is not entirely so, Chelynne, he said tenderly. I'm no longer a lad, but I think I could love again quite easily, and do so more successfully.
I would think, having once found it painful, you would wish to avoid it again.
How reasonable, he thought. And that was exactly what he had done. He had feared his own capacity to feel.
It's part of growing up, darling. Accepting those things when they come.
Can one live in this world without it, I wonder?
He looked at the result of his ardent indifference. There she lay, drifting off into some unreachable world. His answer was heartfelt.
No, I think not, darling.
And what then keeps you alive? She asked with a bitter voice. He didn't answer her.
Merchanting? Loyalties you were born to? What?
Hate,
he answered.
And vengeance.
Who would you hate so much?
She sighed wearily.
Now? Only myself, Chelynne.
He paused and considered the puzzlement that was his life.
And until now, I have been the object of my own revenge.
As he said it, he at once realized the truth to it. She sighed and closed her eyes.
Chelynne,
he beckoned softly. She did not respond.
Chelynne,
he said, grabbing her in sudden fear. She opened her eyes and stared at him. She looked so tired, so old.
Do you feel love?
She stared at him blankly for a long moment. Finally, she answered in a voice that didn't sound like her own, a voice that was soured and bitter.
I feel nothing.
Chad, the businessman who never felt confusion overpowering, the warrior who never feared his aggressor, who had not felt the shudder of terror since that first day of battle, was more afraid now than he had been in his life. He was afraid of what his own hand had done. He wanted to cut out his heart and give it to her, mend her and make it right. She began a gentle sobbing, weak and pitiful. He lifted her a bit and held her firmly against his chest as if he would bleed his own strength into her. He offered his love now, and she was too helpless to accept it. Too late, he thought painfully. Always too late. When the physician arrived, Chad was sent from the room. He stood for a long while just outside the door, but the servants coming and going could tell him nothing. He gave a few commands to carry in. "Do not let him cut her," he ordered. "She must not be purged," he commanded. "She hasn't eaten in days. She must not be bled." Finally, he left to go to his study out of complete frustration. He ordered that either he be called to the sick room or the doctor sent to his study whenever there was news. Chad poured a glass of sack, swirling the liquid in the glass. Before him he saw the sweet, seductive smile and bright eyes. There was a vision of her lifting her nose to Shelynne, besting him with wit and defiance of his own loathsome game. And he saw her as he remembered her best and most beautifully, floating atop the mare's back and riding joyfully, the freedom of her spirit a grand sight to behold. He closed his eyes. Behind the lids there was a light in the darkness. It was a lace-garbed beauty bent to the task of carefully sewing a gaping wound on his upper arm, urging him to take more brandy for the pain. He couldn't free himself of her memory. Always she was near, patiently waiting. He had been able to force her out of his thoughts at will, but no more. "My God," he thought stupidly. "I do love her." Beyond her beauty, beyond her simple devotion, beyond the desire. He shook his head in confusion. He knew that he wanted her. He never pretended that she wasn't every measure of a man's desire. What he would have chosen himself in a wife. All the qualities she possessed were important in the very practical decision. But love? Love was the foolish, fopping way he felt when he pursued Anne. Love was the ache he had for his Anne that was never properly sated, never subdued with passion spent. Love was the pain he felt when he lost her. Love was once. He couldn't credit it. It was taking a stranger, different form from what he had previously known and acknowledged. "Fool!" it echoed in his ears. He couldn't believe his own stupidity. Anne was gone. Gone, regardless of his pride, his insistence that her memory not be scarred or defiled. She was his wife, mother to his son, and now dead, never to be brought back. Had he learned nothing from his failure to secure love? He had abused Chelynne for a principle that was hardly worth her life. In his attempt to bring a part of his dead wife to life, his new wife was bent to suffering. He had kept himself from her resolutely and cruelly. His best friend, the only man he could trust completely, had warned him that Chelynne's pain was real and intense, but he would not hear it. What time would it have cost his labors to deliver some kindness, to show some tenderness? Small wonder she hated him now. He began to pray in earnest to a God he had long ago decided was useless to him. He begged, like any doomed man, for another chance, pleaded for her life, promised to right the wrong. No matter what, he swore, no matter how it all would end. Chad knew remorse so strong, a sense of failure through his own mismanagement that was so complete that it exhausted his spirit and he laid his head in his arms, weak with fear. The physician tending the Countess was from the palace, one of the best in London. He was learned and skilled, but when he came to Chad, he was shaking his head in bemusement. He attempted a report, but finding the words did not come easy, and facing the impatient Earl made the topic more difficult to broach. Chad offered a glass of sack and urged the man on. "I can't understand it, my lord. The tiring woman knows of no recent illness save a bout of ague, yet I fear her ladyship is dying."
What the devil? How can she be dying if she's not ill?
I've given her a complete examination, my lord. It almost seems as if she's lost her will to live. There's nothing I can do for her now. Chad stared at the small man coldly.
There must be something, sir. No matter the cost. Something.
If there is a cure for this, my lord, we'll all be rich.
For what? Come, man, what?
She simply wishes to die. That's the best way I can figure it, my lord. She fought my attentions and is now unconscious. We cannot rouse her.
You've considered everything. She does not bleed? There's no infection you missed?
The Earl's expression was earnest, pleading.
What of pregnancy? Is she perhaps miscarrying?
Pregnancy?
Yes, that. The simplest.
My lord, her ladyship was examined for that. Futilely. She is intact.
Surely you would be aware.
The doctor stopped suddenly, not knowing if he had gone too far or was faced with a strange situation in this household. He had served the nobility for many years, had seen everything there was to see. He would be neither surprised nor offended. It was the strange light in the Earl's eyes that held him silent.
Then you suspect she is wishing this illness to death?
It seems a violent state of grief, my lord. The Countess has allowed herself to deteriorate, as best I can explain it. I believe her to be badly neglected and careless with her health. I propose you have her purged, burn incense, and give her ample salt water. Keep her in bed and for small amounts frequently. There are no ulcers or fever, and as I can tell, she's contracted no disease, but in her weakened condition, the onset of any could quickly kill her. As it is, the doctor paused and judged the size of the Earl as he slowly rose before him. As it is, she may not last out the week. You might call in an astronomer.
The devil?
Chad muttered, on his way out the study door and leaving the small balding man to trail along behind.
Shall I call tomorrow, my lord?
The physician asked.
Yes, yes. Come tomorrow,
Chad replied without turning around. I'll say nothing of her ladyship's condition, the doctor offered. Chad stopped abruptly and whirled around, the physician almost colliding with him. Those piercing silver eyes darted over the little man quickly, coldly.
I don't give a damn what you say.
Chad turned away and took the stairs 2 at a time, cursing under his breath as he mounted them.
Damn nobility. Damn court. Damn London.
Stella was bending over Chelynne, patiently trying to coax an egg coddle into her mouth. There was a posset stirred and sitting on the table, the smell of herbs smoldering in a dish, and the windows were closed and the curtains drawn. The room was stifling and close. Chelynne did not stir from her deep slumber, but there was a troubled frown on her brow. Chad took the bowl from Stella's hands and urged her away, placing himself in the position of nursemaid to his wife. Chad kept that vigil through the night, gently spooning tiny bits of nourishment past her unyielding lips. Memories plagued him as he worked, of a different sort now. Now, with painful clarity, he remembered every day since his wedding to Chelynne. The weather had cooled when he put his father to his final resting. His young bride had attempted to ease the deep ache that accompanied death. She had offered herself for the comfort he would take, but he had accepted none. Instead, he had gone directly to London and bade her follow, alone. He had taken her to court because it was expected, but he had gone about his gallivanting and left her to survive as she might. When he had occasionally looked in her direction, he had found that she had chosen an out-of-the-way corner to sit and wait, smiling demurely at compliments and blushing lightly at the courtly gestures that embarrassed her. Christmas. It had been a wild and wonderful celebration in London, with decorations and parties and dinners and singing. Chad had accompanied Chelynne to all the festivities, but had not stayed by her side.
He had left a gift in her room and later accepted her thanks for the small piece of jewelry. She had sought him out to personally place a gift in his hands. He had thanked her and taken it with him to his study to work. 3 weeks later, he had opened it to find a pin for his cravat embedded with rich stones, 3 monogrammed handkerchiefs, and a lock of hair encased in glass for a keepsake. He had never mentioned the gifts again and had not used them. He wondered now what she had done on Christmas Day alone. He had gone to spend that time with Kevin, but he had not been reproached and had not heard her cry. Lord Mondeloy had sent word to her several times that he would come to London as soon as he could. When that noble gentleman had arrived, he was in no condition to help his niece. How long ago was that? Chad couldn't even remember when his wife lost her kin. He crooned to her as the mother of a sick child might. If she stirred restlessly, he lifted her and carried her to the pot. If he wasn't forewarned of her need, he changed the bedding himself, not wishing to have any servants near her now. Thus he bore it through another night. By morning's light, he had loosened his shirt and the periwig rested on her bureau. His beard was itching and irritating, and he wouldn't take the time to shave it. He stubbornly blinked away the need for rest and kept at Chelynne to nibble and take small draughts. Stella's offer to relieve him was refused. He ate of meals brought quickly and went on with his duties. He dozed through parts of the afternoon close by her side. Another night, and still she was helpless, weak, and barely conscious. He threw open the windows to admit the morning light and air that was none too pure. He was restless and impatient for some kind of improvement. Estelle brought him a message bearing the royal seal, and he read it quickly. A summons would have ordinarily sent him hurrying off to his sovereign. Today he answered it without due concern. If the matter was not urgent, he begged to be excused because his wife was in a state of illness that was most severe. He was well aware that he could be brought away by royal guards and gave little regard to the possibility. There was nothing of much importance to him now save his wife's well-being. The same words floated from his tongue wearily, habit to him now. "Come, darling, just one swallow more." Afternoon brought an answer from King Charles. Chad was to report to Whitehall at his earliest availability, excused from this appointment. Charles was most concerned about the condition of the Countess and inquired personally after her. He had also, Estelle explained, interrogated the physician attending them to be sure there was no foul play. Chad reasoned the information. Without Charles's interest in his wife, he would likely have been severely reprimanded for not charging to the palace at the first call. A man was not excused lightly for problems with his woman. He carried on, hot and tired and frustrated. He was near the end of his endurance. She was not going to live. "By damn," he swore at his young wife. "Are you so weak that you cannot rise above some slight misfortune?" He pressed his face close to hers and whispered low, "Will you slip away and never try to better your circumstance? For the love of Christ, Chelynne, won't you save yourself?" Her eyes blinked open sleepily with no sign that she heard and understood him. They drifted closed again. "Is there no reason left to live, Chelynne?" he whispered in agony. His head fell to her breast, and he uttered, "No reason at all?" She stirred slightly, and her eyes opened again. There was something there, some communication. No further words were spoken. He urged the spoon close to her mouth, and she ate obediently. She drank from the cup he held. The amounts were slight, and she was not eager, but there was some response. Reason enough to hope. The next day she took more, and her waking periods were longer. The day after she was better still, and she asked him to help her to sit up. One more day dawned, and she awoke alert, aware of her surroundings and him. "I hurt all over," she murmured, grimacing as she moved in the bed. "Every bone in my body." Chad beamed. She would mend. She could find the strength to complain of her discomforts, and that was a sure sign that recovery was on its way. He was flooded with relief. His arms went around her and his lips touched her brow. He left her that night for the first time to sleep in his own bed. The rest was sorely needed, but was not nearly what was required. He, too, had suffered through this illness. His weight had dropped and his face bore the signs of worry. A bath and grooming helped the insult to his good looks, and then he went to her quickly. In the healing process, the recovery is swift when there is desire. He found her sitting up with a tray of food before her. It would be a long while before she would regain that vitality and healthy appearance she had had before, but there was tremendous improvement already. He had a great many phrases on his tongue, a grand number of regrets and hopes to speak of, but he simply took her hand in both of his and spoke softly. "You've been so foolish to let this happen to you. You have so much to live for." "You're right, of course," she replied softly. "But sometimes that is hard to see. I think God looks unkindly on those who wish to die."
"That's behind you now. You'll get better now."
"I'm a burden to you," she sighed.
"You have been that," he laughed. "You've a most determined nature, madam."
"There's nothing there, you know," she whispered.
"Where, love?"
"Death. I thought it would be gardens, perhaps. Beautiful countryside with cool streams. It's only blackness, nervous and dark. There is no rest there."
"Is that what you sought? Rest?"
"My lord," she said in that strange voice that didn't seem to belong to her. "It would bear considerable preference to what I have had. But no matter. I know now why there was nothing there."
"Why?"
"That is for the soul that has nothing left to believe in. Eternal life is only for the soul that in strength can endure living."
"Chelynne, don't ponder this so deeply. Think only about recovery now. Rest and eat."
"I'm not much good at being a countess. In truth, I don't much want to be."
"That's no fault of yours," he said sternly. "From now it will be made easier for you."
"I don't like London much," she told him.
"Then as soon as you can travel, we'll go to the country. Will that help?"
Not entirely, she thought, but she smiled and nodded her head.
"Chelynne, things will be better than they have been. I promise you. Just get well."
How simple the matter of making a man cringe with guilt, she thought. She nodded and pretended that simple devotion. It kept him at bay better than anything else.
"I was called to Whitehall when you were ill and begged off. I'm afraid I can't avoid it any longer. Will you be all right if I leave you for a short time?"
Again the smile, the brief nod. She could see that he was most reluctant to leave her. She wondered then if there was some love for her after all. But she quickly put it out of her mind. He would feel obligated, of course, to help her during times of great crisis. He was not a man to take duty lightly. The one thing she had learned was that to be tolerated and endured was less dignified than being hated. And it was infinitely more painful. He patted her hand, kissed her brow, and left her. His Majesty King Charles had received a message early in the day from the Earl of Bryant. It read that the Countess was greatly improved and that he sought the earliest possible audience. Charles gave the messenger an appointment time for the afternoon. He breakfasted with the Queen, dined with his mistress at noon, and played tennis in the early afternoon. He walked to his apartments with a trail of courtiers and banked by his friend George Villiers and his brother James, the Duke of York.
So, Bryant can leave the petticoats now, sire? Buckingham asked.
It seems her ladyship is on the mend, the king replied.
You've acquired an interest in her, haven't you, sire?
James asked.
You've acquired an interest in my interests, was the reply. Will Bryant be going home, or shall he become a guest of your majesty? Buckingham asked. What is your wager, George? There seems a full house at the Tower. I wager he goes home, sire. Don't put too much money on it, Charles advised. There's no proof he's guilty of anything, James put in, so far as we can see.
Charles was mute. He wasn't saying any more.
There's no such thing as a guilt-free man, George commented. And who would know that better than you, George? Not a soul, sire, he confessed. There are those who have the opinion you've not done your share of visiting in the Tower.
Charles stopped walking and waited for Buckingham to catch up.
What do you think of that? Buckingham bowed. I think your majesty's infinite wisdom and profound sense of justice have many times saved the innocent from unscrupulous slander and character assassination.
George smiled into Charles's laughing eyes. The king started walking again.
You know better, I warrant. No one serves you more loyally, sire. George defended himself. You serve no one better than yourself, George. It's because I know that better than anyone that you're wearing a head. You're most generous, sire.
Charles stopped abruptly and stared at him. This friendship had weathered many a storm. It seemed they were always in the midst of an argument or just recovering from one. His eyes were serious and grave, but there was a cynical smile on his lips. He started walking again without further comment.
You're suspicious of Bryant? James asked.
I'm suspicious of everyone, Charles replied.
I'm most curious about his story,
James ventured.
Your curiosity will have to suffer. I see Bryant alone.
The king went into his apartments and left the majority of his courtiers outside. While he was helped into his coat and wig, George and James stood a short distance away, murmuring with their heads together. Charles looked in their direction once or twice, understanding the mood of the conversation without hearing a word. How much influence did Bryant have with the king? What part did the Countess play? The many possibilities would be carefully analyzed. Charles knew they wouldn't discover the real reason for his interest here, since he was a long way from understanding it himself. Sir John had served the crown loyally and was a man Charles personally liked. Since his father's lands had been sold, John would have to petition the king for permission to buy out Shelburne. Charles's consent would leave one baron angry with the king's favoritism. It occasionally created dissension at court. Had Bowlering not guessed that Charles would approve of his appointment to his old family lands? Charles was not a man to easily forget a loyalty, and he was a man to appreciate being eased of constant petitions from his subjects. If they could settle this without upsetting the realm, he would be satisfied. And the Countess of Bryant. Not very much time had passed since Minette's death. His beloved sister. He had allowed her marriage to Philippe, whose constant abuse and mistreatment finally brought on her death. Another virtuous maid lost forever because of the limits of his protection. He knew there was little room for virtue at Whitehall. Charles was not convinced that Chelynne was his own flesh. He never pondered things of that nature severely. He claimed many of the children of the women he bedded because it would be unchivalrous not to. The fact that she was lovely and sweet interested him more. If there was a way to prevent England and his court from destroying her, he would see to it. If there was not, he would accept it. As to Hawthorne, Charles did not forget his loyalty either. Neither did he forget a mistake, a betrayal, however minor. When Bryant arrived, Charles was glad to see the signs of fatigue and worry. He marked it as a positive sign.
The Countess is improved, I'm told. She is, sire, and I thank you for your interest. Thank me? Oh, that's a new twist. I thank you, Chad said simply. You've not been out of your walls in a long time, Bryant. I believe you did sit vigil at her bedside. You can be certain, sire, she was extremely ill. And the cause? We're not certain, sire, but I've a mighty good guess, since I made it my business. I made your comings and goings my business, too. I know that you didn't leave your house. I was being watched? No, you were being heavily guarded. You were unaware? A flicker of surprise registered in Chad's eyes. Completely, Your Majesty. The purpose was to see that you did not flee. Charles watched him closely. What reason would have me flee, sire? You had not heard? I've been in touch with nothing, sire. I did, in fact, sit with my wife through her illness and came here at the first sign she would be safe with just her servants. We have new guests in the tower. A baron from your state, Shelynne, and most surprisingly, a man you've killed. Chad's eyes widened considerably, but he tried to keep his composure. Arrested? Indeed they were arrested. Lord Shelynne claims that Sir John Bowlering has ravaged and destroyed that shire and murdered on his land. Bowlering reports he did nothing, and that Shelynne, in a fit of anger at being fairly bought out, set fire to anything immovable in that town to keep from passing it along. What do you know of it? Christ, Chad muttered. That's ruined it, unless what? I must ask, sire, was the manor house burned? That and village houses, warehouses, barns, and carts. Just about everything there. Chad marveled at Charles's ability to remain calm. He seemed not upset at all, but he knew that this tolerance could be a temporary thing. He began a long story of what he and John and a brace of men had done in Brattonshire. Charles listened carefully. That old feud was due to Shelynne's treachery. We've been aware for a long time that he mismanaged that land and was guilty of more than a dozen severe crimes. Unfortunately, there was no way to prove him guilty, for he kept false records and dealt in secrets. We finally came across a document that would incriminate him, but if it was burned in the house, it is useless to us now. What do you speak of? Contracts for money given to finance Dutch vessels. The treason would have been a tired charge, years old, but the character is the same in the man. Everything he has attained came through thievery of one sort or another. He aided both sides equally in the wars, securing his one high card in every circumstance. A rather expensive habit, Charles drawled. The people of Brattonshire have supported that habit for years, sire. I placed my father's old manservant in that house, and Sebastian was able to locate the contract with the Dutch. I assume Shelynne held it with the purpose of using it in the future, if necessary. And that is only one of the affairs in your sorry state. Creditors, I'm told, are lining up at your door. Not quite so bad as that, Your Majesty. I've dealt largely in credit to keep my money available for emergencies, such as aiding John Bowlering in buying back his lands. I don't think I have to ask, but that farce of a duel? Why would that be necessary? John was seen on the Baron's lands, and they set out in numbers to have him murdered. There would have been no trial, you can be assured. And those people who were murdered, abused, none were by Bowlering hands. They were taken safely away, and the damage was a farce. Those killed by Shelynne were real. Your dealings seem to have been all a farce, my lord, aggravating Shelynne's wrath no small bit. I have no proof beyond my word, sire, but Shelynne has been guilty of thievery and murder since before Lord Bowlering originally lost his land to him.
We have in our household now a lass who was raped and beaten and used for the amusement of that animal for debts of a minimal amount belonging to her father. There are a dozen more stories there, each more gruesome than the next. I would have sought to remove him even without Sir John's aid. And you couldn't have done it more reasonably than you have? Chad had a great many things he wished to tell his king, to excuse or at least explain the action he had taken. But he was without evidence. No, sire, I could not. Charles took in an exasperated breath. The price of power.
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of music. Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
He muttered. Sire, you are not well acquainted with Lord Shelynne. At least not as I am. I accuse him, but without proof. John Bowlering is not only rightful heir to that land, but loyal to the crown and a just lord. We thought to buy Shelynne out just as he did John's father. It is not any more just by law, but by a man's moral code. It is fair. And will you stand on this principle before me? Before my ministers? Before the whole of England? Chad looked Charles in the eyes, unfaltering. If it is my only recourse, to my death. Charles relaxed. I hadn't thought death in demand here. There's been enough of that. It is true, however, that in defiling my land and my people, you defile the crown, and that is treason, however virtuous the cause. It would better suit my mood to see the three of you bend your backs to the chore of putting all you have destroyed right. Chad smiled. Should you gift us with the absence of one overfed baron, you would see Sir John and me do 10 times the labor there, and happily. Had you attempted to settle with Shelynne? Quite generously, sire. He refused my offer of twice the land in Virginia and gold to support him. He would have England or nothing. I am faced with a choice between evils, and that does not please me. I will reserve judgment while supporting my guests in the tower. Do you think you would like to join them? You have no need to fear that I would flee your decision, sire. I am caught and prepared to abide by your rule. A trifle late, Charles muttered. I had not worried that you would run. I think you've quite exhausted yourself of that. Yes, sire. I've quite exhausted myself of that. During this brief exchange, the two looked at each other. Charles felt a certain kinship with Chad since the days of exile. Both were fleeing something then that they hoped to have restored. Chad's coming home was a lot later than Charles's. Charles remembered this man as a youth, his loyal and determined support of his king. If he had ever met an honest man, it was Chadwick Hawthorne. But Charles was cautious. He thought it best to keep his subjects from knowing how much credence he gave their word. And I am weary of slaughter and useless fighting. I would see the matter done. I will give you my decision in a few days. Thank you, sire. I am at your service. I would like to visit the Countess, with your permission. Of course, sire. She is still weak. Perhaps it would be best to give her a few more days. It is my intention to offer her a position as Lady to the Queen's bedchamber and apartments at Whitehall.
I know more of her condition than you might guess." Chad's eyes darkened. "If I have been negligent in her care, I am deeply repentant, sire." "Repentance will not cure her," Charles replied. Chad spoke low, softly. "I hadn't intended that as a cure. I am not one to lecture on the treatment of women. I have failed in that enough to lose my credibility. If she suffers unduly in your home, she is welcome to another abode, and the pension will come from your own purse. Her decision will be final, and there will be no interference from you. Is that understood?" "I will not interfere, Your Majesty. I will tell you this once more, Bryant. The action you have taken does not please me. In conspiring against one of my barons, you as much as conspire against me, whether or not you think of it in those terms. Now there is waste where there once was life. I cannot see use in more of the same, and this feud must end here. Your grace lies in the fact that little of this unsavory business is known, and I am impatient to be finished with it. If you get anything good out of this, it is not what you have duly earned, but is thrown on you in a generous fit." "Thank you, sire." Chad bowed and left his king and Whitehall. Moments had passed when York entered and found Charles in his closet playing with his medicines and whistling. Neither spoke. Buckingham followed, joining them. "Bryant goes home to the Countess," Buckingham declared. "Correct," Charles confirmed. "Did you win your wager?" "I did." James scowled, the loser. He had thought his brother much more angry with this business. "I don't suppose I'll learn the reason for losing £100, James sulked. "I don't suppose," Charles laughed. "Would your grace like to wager on which lordly guest leaves the Tower first?" Buckingham offered. "Sherborne," James returned, "for £200, gold." Charles looked to Buckingham and saw his nod. He went back to stirring the posset, amused. "When must he make his debt good, sire?" George inquired. "He's safe, as I see it. They'll likely leave together." "And what of the charge?" "What charge?" "Treason, at the very least," York insisted. "That's a bit harsh, James, don't you think?" "I think it's generous," York argued. "Well, perhaps it is best that you are you and I am I. I am much more generous. Which one of you will send for Bowlering for me?" "Bowlering will get it, then." "I think he will accept lordship there. My mood is so improved I think raising him to baron too modest." "Your temper cools quickly," Buckingham observed. He remembered the hard glint to Charles's eyes when he heard the full score of accusations on both sides of that feud. "Temper? I was not angry, George. This is what I have wanted all along."
Chapter 18. As the illness faded for the Countess of Bryant, so did spring make its presence felt upon the land. Brown yielded to the promise of green, and the rains were soft and sweet. Chad looked in on his young wife frequently, and though he did not usually find her in a conversational mood, he was amazed with the speed of her recovery. He took note that her health became progressively better as small tokens of cheer arrived from the king. The fear vanished that her sickness would touch her beauty just as a violent storm marks the land. She emerged from her misfortune more radiant than he would have believed possible. Chelynne's manner had greatly changed since her close encounter with death. She seemed to have a new hold on herself, a new determination. She was hardly scampering about, as her condition was still weak, but she was carefully groomed every morning, and her silky skin was touched with the rose flush he remembered. He marveled at the slim and seductive curve of her red lips and was still enticed with the fine, mysterious arch of her brows. But in the eyes there was the memory of trials. When he would inquire after her well-being and look into her eyes, he did not see that warm adoration that had been there the summer before. Now there was a determined distance. She had not seen even 17 summers, and her eyes held the wisdom and pain of 100 years. They held him at bay with the merest stare. She was ever as demure, but her gaze only a pace away from daring him to touch her. Chad, with his wealth of worldly knowledge, was completely at odds as to how to win her again.
"There's a defiance there," he thought, "and I cannot break through it. She is no longer mourning her lack of success, but despising me wholeheartedly. I admit my foolishness, but cannot think of a single way to hold her, touch her. I've wooed dozens into my bed, and this one I dare not court. And she is my own wife."
But he pursued her daily, regularly entering and trying to find some sense of coming home in her bedchamber. But she was as cool as snow, as distant as some star. For every small remembrance Charles sent to her, Chad bought one lovelier. She was not greatly moved by his carefully chosen baubles and trinkets. He purchased carefully a diamond brooch that sent him back £2,000, and she thanked him politely, placed an unexcited kiss on his cheek, and put the thing in her coffer. At that turn of events, he pouted over a bottle of sack for several hours in his study. Chelynne, this morning, was bathed and groomed and lying in peaceful repose on her daybed. Brandy lay at her feet, dozing as she did, when the rapid thud of Stella's footfalls roused her. It was not her woman's presence that brought Chelynne's alertness, but the speed with which she was coming.
"It's the king, Mum. The king's come to call on ye."
Chelynne barely had time to digest the news when he strode into her room just behind Stella. Long and determined were his strides, his wide smile beaming. He was totally casual in his manner and all that much more majestic because of his ease. He was dressed no more royally than any of his courtiers, yet the kingly aura was all about him. He came straight to her side, lowered himself on one knee, and took her hands into his.
"Wonderful," he breathed. "You look wonderful. I don't believe you were ever ill. It was all a sham."
"Sham indeed," she teased, confident and comfortable with him. "To bring a mighty king to his knees before a common subject."
"There is nothing common about you, madam."
"You're kind to call, sire," she murmured, her voice full of warmth. He hushed her with a finger to her lips.
"Don't let it get out that I'm kind," he chuckled to himself. "I'm trying to have it known that I'm gruesome and cruel."
Chelynne laughed easily. There was a time when she had quaked at the sight of him, so awesome and powerful. Now she could see, happily, that he was as human as any man, and one of the most charming and thoughtful she had ever chanced to know.
"You've received my gifts?" he asked.
"All of them. You are generous, but I won't tell a soul." She gestured with an arm to the silver sitting out and the bracelet lying on top of her coffer. Charles walked about to inspect his gifts, for though he had had them sent, he had not seen them. Beside the silver was a book of poems, and he lifted the cover. It was inscribed, "A gift from her husband," and dated. He moved to her coffer and eyed the diamond brooch.
"This makes mine look like a pauper's gift," he remarked.
"From the Earl," she told him.
"He is a most considerate husband," he commented.
"Of late," she murmured, lowering her eyes. Charles was quick to sense the cloud of doubt and watched, though she did nothing visible, as she pushed away that feeling and regained the happy mood.
"Perhaps you so frightened him with your illness he's had a chance to think better of his moods. That would be a nice turn. Don't you agree, madam?"
She agreed so quickly that Charles knew there was uncertainty. He walked to her dressing table and admired the tapestry that graced the stone wall. He was not a man to pay such close attention to the furnishings of a room, but he was an expert sleuth. There was a comb and brush and hand mirror on display, articulately fashioned out of silver. "These are lovely," he praised aloud. "Again the Earl, sire." "Since your illness." She nodded, and he raised an eyebrow in thought. "I believe he is courting you, madam. Many wives would be envious of that." "Perhaps they would," she smiled. "I know they envy me now." "I don't have much time," he apologized, "but there is a matter I would like to discuss with you. I wonder what your plans are now." She shrugged, non-committal. "The weather grows warmer, sire. I thought I might go to the country." "The court moves to Windsor soon. I shall visit Newmarket for the races. Have you ever been to the races, madam?" "Never, sire. Is it exciting?" "Not particularly," he laughed. "But it's not Whitehall, if you follow my meaning." She followed it very well. She knew the king was not wont to move about and wander. He had had plenty of that in his youth. But he was energetic and liked to make short trips for special diversions such as the races, hunting, and yacht racing, and he most usually had the company of a mistress. "Were you considering the quiet of the country to benefit your health?" he asked. "I thought it might, sire, and it livens my spirits. I was raised in the country, and I love to ride. It's more peaceful than—" He lifted her hand and looked at a ring with a ruby stone of great value. "This is a handsome piece, madam," he observed. "This belonged to the last Countess of Bryant." Charles frowned. He thought for a moment. "For a man who does not care about you, he makes most expensive gifts. I know many women who would like to be ignored thus." His eyes were not teasing her now. She could read in his expression that he found it hard to believe she was unloved and ignored. Charles did not know all of Chad as she did. She was tempted to give her reasons for doubt, and she felt a closeness to this man that would facilitate complete honesty. For some reason, she held silent, and her silence saved her husband from the king's wrath. She tried not to think she was protecting him in any way. "Some gifts come too late, sire," she said softly. "Too late," he muttered. "That is my most unfavorite sound. Do you have any idea how many times I have been too late? Believe me this once, madam. Sometimes it is too late because you have willed it so, and sometimes because it truly is. There is a great deal of difference." She stared at him and digested the words. She dared not ask how much he knew of her. He gave her a reassuring pat and went on. "But I haven't come to recount all my foolish philosophies. I have a question for you. If you would like to take the appointment of lady to the Queen's bedchamber, I am prepared to make you that offer." "You would do that for me, sire?" "You're so surprised. Why not you?" "I hardly seem worthy." "Oh, madam, you are worthy of it. But that is not my reasoning. I will be frank, Chelynne. I've told no one of my intention, for my purpose may surprise you. If you are not entirely happy in this household, you have but to ask, and there will be an appointment and apartments at Whitehall. Of course, you will have obligations to the court, so think carefully on the matter. I offer this choice." "How generous of you, sire," she breathed in wonder. She had never expected this kindness from the king, and it was clear to her. She would be free of being at Chad's mercy, but she could not have the ultimate freedom. She would have other duties she detested. "I'm not as generous as you might think, Chelynne. It certainly doesn't pain me to be surrounded by beautiful women. You have this one chance to look after your own interests. Do so." He lifted her hand and looked again at the beautiful ring. "Think about what you want for yourself, and if you can get it, take it. It's the only way you'll ever be happy." "Thank you, sire. I'll think on it heavily." He was on his feet and plopped his hat again on his head. His time was spent. He was in a hurry now with several appointments, all more important than this young countess. Chelynne could imagine the rumors now. She certainly must be thought to be the king's most recent conquest, or at least hotly pursued by his majesty. She almost laughed at the thought. However, it thrilled her to have this much attention from the king. She knew she was far from unique. In comparison to what he had given the many women for whom he felt a fondness, his gifts to her were inexpensive and his time minimal. But it was enough to make Chelynne feel very special. The warmness in her heart was a blessing now. He brushed a kiss on her cheek and smiled his farewell. He stopped at the door to take one last look in her direction. She was so lovely that he pitied Hawthorne. It was as much a curse to have a beautiful wife as to have one with the face of a mule. His shoulders shook with silent laughter as he gained the foot of the stair and saw the Earl watching his hurried descent. "Your Majesty," Chad bowed stiffly. "My lord," Charles acknowledged. The Earls straightened and they met eyes. Charles was in good spirits. Hawthorne was visibly troubled. "I've made my offer to your lady and await her pleasure." "You're most gracious, your Majesty," he said, forcing the words out. Damned if it wasn't the greatest curse to have a lusty king. He could hardly fight his own king. Chad was locked into the most precarious position. "She was surprised with my proposal. I don't believe you did mention it to her." "Sire, I gave you my word." "I advised her to think on it carefully," Charles added, amused. "I thank you for that, sire." Charles clapped a hand on the younger man's shoulder. He looked with much mirth into those gray eyes. They were stones, smoldering with anger and frustration. But Charles was not concerned, not at all. "I think you've always been a man to fight for what you hold dear, Bryant," he said shrewdly. "When the force of arms is equal, sire," he returned. Charles fought the urge to laugh outright. "I, too, am a man to go after what I desire. You know that of me, don't you?" "I've known it for a very long time, sire. We're alike in a great many ways, Bryant. If you want something badly enough, I believe you'll find a way to have it. You may even win this one." "And if I do, sire?" he asked boldly. Charles's eyes twinkled with delight. Games intrigued him, and intrigue was a game to him. "Then I shall find a graceful way to lose." For only a fragment of an hour, Charles gained a fair amount of pleasure. With his usual speed, he climbed into his coach and was greeted by Louise with a pretty pout on her face. She did not fancy being left to wait while her royal lover paid a visit to another woman. Charles chuckled and pulled her into his violent and heated embrace, treating himself and his mistress to a prelude of what was to come. The afternoon sun was high in the sky before Chad had the opportunity to look in on Chelynne. From the door he could watch her, lying so peacefully on her daybed, her honey locks streaming over the velvet cushions. One slender arm escaped the lace dressing gown and rested on Brandy's head. She absently stroked the puppy. "I thought you were asleep," he said from the doorway. She jumped, slightly startled, and looked at him. "No, my lord, just resting." He strode toward her. He wondered what picture he might strike in her mind. Would he appear the cool and self-confident aristocrat? Would she know that even now he was nervous, quaking inside from being near her? "If you're tired, I'll come back later." "No need, my lord. My lord, my lord. Chelynne, have you some aversion to using my name? Do you think I've not noticed how seldom you do? And I've noticed, too, that the only time is when the hostility between us is gone for some emergency." "I'm sorry, Chad. I didn't think it much mattered to you." He paced about a bit nervously, rubbing a hand along the back of his neck where the periwig chafed and annoyed him in the warmer weather. "You know you've made not a little trouble for me lately. I've admitted my mistake in treating you as I did. I don't know what more you would have of me. I wish to God you'd tell me what you expect of me now."
"Come sit, Chad," she smiled tolerantly. "Tell me about business."
"About His Majesty's proposal?"
he asked, pulling a chair near. Her eyes widened. "He told you of it?"
"Yes, though he confessed he mentioned it to no one else. He would have the decision be yours alone."
"What is your opinion of it?"
"I didn't think you would have to ask," he replied sullenly.
"I see. So you would like me to accept?" Chad's head shot up in surprise.
"You think that? My God, Chelynne,
He stopped and drew in his breath.
"I gave my word I would not try to persuade you in any way."
"But I wish to know. Please. I wouldn't betray you to the king."
"Truth, madam. I don't give a damn if you do. I've grown quite weary of the secrets and pretending at Whitehall. I don't care if I never have to go back. To be honest, you are my wife, and it would suit me if you would act like one, not like a polished whore to the king."
She smiled at his displeasure. "So, you think that is his purpose in offering me that post?"
"I can think of no other. Remember, Chelynne, I've been around a bit longer than you. I give you this advice freely. If you accept that appointment, thinking you can remain virtuous, you will be sadly disappointed. If he's of a mind to have you, he will, despite your token refusal."
Again, she smiled, a wise and superior smile that lent him no more comfort. "You act as if it would chafe you sorely to have to share me with another man."
"And that would surprise you? You honestly think me so different from other men?"
"It amuses me. Finally, after so long, you wish to become possessive. And you, a member in good standing of this group of adulterers. With how many, pray, have I shared you?" His brows drew together in a fierce scowl.
"Damn fewer than you might be prepared to believe."
She raised a questioning brow. She was looking down on him, intimidating him with those deep, wise eyes. He ruffled visibly, shifting. It was no easy thing for him to sit still while a mere wisp of a woman judged him. "Not that it matters," she told him. "It's a little late to be worried about that now." Chad looked away. He would not be able to convince her otherwise with his oaths.
"I would give a king's ransom to start over,"
he muttered. "Where would you start, Chad? America?"
"Why would you ask that?"
"It seems to hold that promise of a fresh start. You do have land there, do you not?"
"I have, but I will not have the option to go there. The challenges are enough in England."
"But you could go anywhere, the moment you chose." He sighed.
"I don't think I can make you feel this, Chelynne. I would have to walk away from everything my family has entrusted to me through their deaths. I can hold that land. I can manage the plantation through my overseer and leave something to my heirs, but I cannot build in America and hold what I have here."
He reached out and touched her hair, openly desiring her, his eyes clouding over with warmth.
"I can want, but I cannot have it all. I have the responsibility of this estate, and England has me. That's the way it is."
She looked away from him. "You kill your own dreams. It's no wonder you're not happy." He turned her face back toward his with a finger.
"I don't kill dreams, Chelynne. I live with them. There are some more important than others. To survive here, I must live with reality, take what I can, and understand what I cannot have. Be practical."
"That's one thing I've known about you from the first," she sighed. "You're a very practical man. I remember the first time—" Her voice dropped off and she lowered her eyes.
"The first time what?"
he urged. "I remember the morning after our wedding," she blurted.
I remember your practical solution to the situation you found yourself in. You said that if I was not happy, you would set me free. His face darkened. It was a memory he didn't want to be reminded of.
Yes, I told you that. I wonder why you bring it up now.
I'm curious. Would you let me go now if that was my desire? Doubt and regret were plain on his face. He closed himself off for a moment of thought. She was expecting a practical answer, one more logical conclusion from the businessman. The arms going around her and drawing her near were a complete surprise. His lips came very close to hers. It was in her mind to put her hands against him and push him away, but she could do nothing. She was passive to his advance. Lightly, caressingly, he kissed her. Her eyelids dropped and her head fell back. She trembled and her lips quivered beneath his. Gently, so gently she barely noticed, she was pressed more firmly against him. When, after a moment, he released her, their eyes locked.
And now, because of all that has passed between us, you think you would like to give up? Leave me altogether?
I only asked if, she murmured softly. His lips touched hers again, light and teasing, tempting her. She was amazed at her own lack of control in this lover's game, for her arms were casually pressed to his, and she made no effort to pull away or push at him.
If you decide you do not want me, I will not hold you against your will. If you cannot live with me as my wife, I cannot force you. But before you make any decision so final, consult your heart. And be sure you haven't left anything untried behind you.
Her lips followed where his led, lightly touching and parting, pressing, massaging. It was the most delightful experience, tender yet heated. She couldn't resist the urge to softly stroke his face, tracing the line from his brow to his jaw with trembling fingers. Then nothing has changed, she whispered.
A great deal has changed. I'm in love with you now. I wasn't then.
This time when his lips came down on hers, the doubts and fears rose within her immediately. She knew too much. She struggled against him weakly, and he released his hold on her at once.
Very well, Chelynne,
he said somewhat shakily.
I will not force my affections on you.
He took a moment to calm himself, steady his broken will, and patch together some restraint. He leaned back in the chair and stared away from her, there being no respite in looking at her. Those ripe, swelling breasts alone were enough to make an animal of him. When he thought it safe, and not a moment before, he looked back at her.
You know where I am, and I am at your service, madam, day or night. I hold no stock in whether you come or go, and I give you my word. I will not have you unwillingly. I suggest, for both our sakes, that you not have any doubts in your mind when you decide whether you stay or go.
That sounds like an invitation to your bed, sir. No promises attached?
It is exactly that, he said coolly. You've invested a considerable amount of time in this marriage. You should have all the facts. That, he said emphatically, happens to be one of the most important.
As he rose to leave, he looked as commanding as ever. Not upset, not confused. Chelynne was still tremulous. She dropped one hand to her stomach as if the activity within would burst out. He had stirred her to a dangerous level. It was with every fiber of her self that she clung to composure.
I have business, Chelynne. I'll call on you later.
He bowed shortly and was gone. The pattern followed the same course. He looked in on her daily, keeping close personal guard on her state of health. She wished to be shrewish, to lash out at him and hurt him. Faced with his warmth, she could find no will to fight him. He was devoted and gentle. There was no pressure, no fuel for her hate. Her confusion mounted. Her heart and mind were torn to shreds. There was no reason to be excused from the affairs at the palace once her illness faded. The dinner honoring the king and queen would be attended by many, and Chad confessed he would have to be there with or without her company. He asked her so kindly that she accepted. As on all the other occasions, he did not compliment her appearance. She was forced to decide from the shade of gray his eyes bore whether or not she had pleased him with her choice of gown. She took up his rote, aping his indifferent manner, and refused to praise his handsomeness. But thoughts of him brought the thumping in her heart and a deepness to her eyes. He was such a fine figure, so bold and hard were his good looks. He could be as richly garbed as all the young gallants and never give off that foppish air. It was no wonder so many women watched him, desired him. No wonder he had had so many previous loves. She knew she would have fallen helplessly in love with him whether or not he had married her. This night, perhaps because she had been so ill, he stayed close by her side. He hovered there, guarding her as if she were his ward, not his wife. He made no comment or gesture as they heard the gossip together. And what they heard was not complimentary to her. The rumors suggested poison and miscarriage, and she was certain there were other things even worse floating around. But she smiled and shook her head, blaming a rather frightening attack of the ague. The comments were hard to stop.
"We're anxious for the news of your first heir."
Isn't it nice that you've time to adjust yourself to marriage before suffering the ills of pregnancy?
"I have a friend whose astronomer found the exact day, coming only once in the year." "My tiring woman has the recipe for a draught that makes one terribly fertile." Through this, Chelynne held her composure. She wished Chad were not so near. He discreetly looked away during this women's drivel, but she knew he had heard. They couldn't possibly know how it affected her. When she saw the king approaching them, she felt a surge of relief. She beamed her smile across the room to him. He floated his back to her and quickened his step. "You've recovered very well, madam. You're as lovely as ever."
"Thank you, sire,"
she replied demurely. "Have you anything you wish to speak to me about?" She glanced at Chad, patiently waiting and trying not to scowl.
"I'm afraid not, Your Majesty. This is, in fact, my first outing."
"There's no hurry, my dear. I'm a patient fellow." He looked around him. "I have to be."
"I'll be speaking to you soon," she began.
"I told you, didn't I, to take all the time you need?" She nodded, pleased. "Will you be offended if I steal the Earl away from you for a time? He doesn't seem eager to leave your side tonight." "She's been weak, sire." Chad defended himself. He didn't like looking like a doting husband to his king, especially when that same one was an amused opponent. "I'll be only a moment, madam," Charles said, giving her a slight bow. "I much prefer my diversions, but affairs of state do arise to interrupt me from time to time." He gave her a most obvious wink, and she couldn't help giggling lightly. Chad did not think the situation amusing at all.
"Could I persuade you to escort me in the direction of the dressing room? I think I would be more content to wait there."
Both were eager to comply. Charles loved a game and was playing this one to his supreme amusement. The lines on Brian's face were so obvious, so passionate. He fully expected to lose his wife to the king. And Chad took her arm to prevent Charles from escorting her alone. He was not eager to leave her in a room full of lusty gallants, no matter how careful they were these days. Chelynne relaxed on a couch after pressing a cool cloth to her face.
It seemed as if she had been on her feet for hours, but it had been only a short time. Her exhaustion came from smiling away all the tactless remarks that had been made to her. She closed her eyes and let Whitehall fade away for a time. Behind her eyes, she envisioned herself facing the king, shouting, "I'm sorry, sire. I could never be a lady to the Queen's bedchamber. I hate this place. Hate it." She knew she would never do that because she loved him. Because she was grateful for his alliance and she wouldn't weaken the bond. Whatever the rest of the court thought, whatever all of England thought, she was afraid to breathe lest she destroy that caring. "Resting, my lady? Tired already from your affairs?" She opened her eyes to see the face she hated. Gwen stared down at her with that amused and victorious smile. "I've been ill, madam." "I'm sure you've heard more of it than I have." She laughed wickedly. "I've heard some nasty tales, to tell you truly. I'm sure you don't want to hear them now. Are you sure you weren't responsible for most of them?" "I?" She raised a dubious brow. "Of course not, madam. I wouldn't dare." Chelynne was expressionless. She looked away from Gwen. She wanted nothing to do with this baiting game. She was far too weary. "For a time, I thought perhaps Chad had had enough of your games, but now I see that can't be true. He wouldn't be panting after you like a faithful pup." Chelynne slowly rose and went to sit before the mirror. She dabbed a little powder on her cheeks, steeling her mind against Gwen. "You had us all mighty fooled, I admit that much. Your innocent act, not daring to trouble yourself by taking up with the king. You've had a grand time, I doubt not, playing the virtuous maid. Is that what you've been after all along? Royal traffic?" Chelynne slowly turned and looked at the woman. "Madam, you cannot be blamed for assuming others would take the same road you have travelled. I understand the reason you cannot recognize virtue." Gwen laughed loudly at that, not offended at all. "Virtue, is it? My, whoring goes by some mighty splendid names in your circle." Chelynne sighed. "I cannot believe you are real, madam," she returned dispassionately. "Real enough," Gwen sneered. "Real enough to have had enough of your simple game. I am amazed. So sweetly you pull it together. Tell me, how did you convince Chad into such a willing cuckold? You must be mighty tired. Gwen," she snapped, "have done with this vulgarity. I'm in no humor for it." "Oh, you're in no humor for it? Oh, I protest, madam. You seem to be in grand humor, clinging to your earl like a twisting vine and playing all the while with the king. The sweet little countess, the one virtuous woman at court. I was as fooled as the rest. I thought you nothing of an adventuress. Now I see your schemings. To have them both." "So, that's what it is," Chelynne breathed in wonder. "You love him still?" Gwen only laughed. "Love him?" She moved near the mirror and touched a tight curl at the base of her neck. She saw her age, the tired, listless look about the eyes. It was difficult for her to control the urge to scratch and claw Chelynne's lovely young face. "No, I don't love him. Do you think I would be chasing a man with not one wife, but two?" "Little countess," she sneered. "They're all laughing at you. All of them. You're nothing. If I wanted him, I could have him like that." She raised her hand to give a quick snap of her fingers, but never completed the action. "Madam!" She turned slowly, sick in the pit of her stomach, to face the Earl of Bryant, his face twisted with rage. She had no idea how long he had been standing there in the doorway, how much he had heard. Inside, she trembled almost uncontrollably. Outside, she was cool as ice. He took 2 steps into the room and faced Gwen. She was a large woman, nearly as tall as he, but faced with his anger, she seemed meek and small. It was obvious. The rage that filled him was eager to be spent.
2 wives, he said. And who do you make my other wife to be, Lady Greystone?
Gwen lifted her chin fearlessly. She could either betray her own plots or play the innocent to the end. Inwardly, she retreated.
Anne,
she started. He grabbed her by the arms and brought her face close to his.
Anne has been dead for 6 years. What game do you play now?
Gwen trembled in his relentless grasp.
Mundaloy,
she breathed.
He told me your wife lives. He showed me where you keep her, and I've seen you there. 'Tis your son abiding there rightly enough. You could not deny that. And the woman there is heavy with child. Mundaloy, doubtless you invented the story and plotted with him. Were Anne living, there would be no need to steal the marriage contract that proves my son is my legitimate heir.
He cast her away, wiping his hands on his coat sleeves as if the touch of her had sullied him. He went straight to Chelynne and drew her to her feet. Once again, he faced Gwen.
The boy is my son, and the woman is the wife of a friend. She is in my care and under my protection.
He looked down at Chelynne and saw the confused eyes staring back at him. He touched her cheek.
Are you all right, my love?
Dumbly, her heart pounding within her breast, she simply nodded. Though she could not speak, she questioned him with her eyes. Chad looked at her with confusion of his own for a moment. Then his mouth formed a rigid line, and he snapped his head back to Gwen.
So that's what you've been about. You had your sport with Chelynne, hoping to convince her that ours was not a marriage true, but that I was wed to another.
Gwen was beaten at one game but held out for a possible advantage in another. She turned her head toward the mirror and smoothed her hair, trying to seem bored with his accusation.
The possibility seemed real enough to me. How would I know Mundaloy lied?
She turned back to Chad and smiled lazily.
I've seen you with the woman. You seemed more to her than her husband's acquaintance.
Chad spoke slowly and clearly.
Do not hope to intimidate me as you would other personages of breeding who would not understand your disgusting methods. I've warned you more often than I care to remember, Gwen. It is only in deference to my wife's distaste for violence that I leave you untouched now.
It was some instinct for survival that prompted Gwen to speak hastily, defending herself.
You play the lover scorned, darling. Speaking up to me in the presence of your wife is most chivalrous, I'm sure, but does the little lamb know what we've been to each other?
Chad struggled for control. He let his eyes move over Gwen with one long glance before returning to her face. Disgust and utter contempt glittered in his eyes.
I believe she can well enough guess what you've been to me and to a score of others.
He moved to take Chelynne's arm and lead her from the room, not daring to look back in Gwen's direction. His hands trembled with the desire to find her throat and squeeze the life out of her. Gwen felt something inside of her collapse when he walked away. She knew it was for the last time. There would never again be a method to have him back, even temporarily. She fought the urge to cry tears of rage and pain. In a sudden fit of temper, she whirled, intending to chase after them. She froze in her tracks. There, in the frame of the door that had just seen the Earl's departure with his wife, stood the king, a faint, cynical smile twisting his lips.
Your Majesty, Never mind your excuses, madam. I have long prided myself in being surrounded by the most beautiful women of quality, with breeding and grace. I am most disappointed in my own poor judgment this time.
Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I was—
Of course I forgive you, my dear. I know how jealousy smarts, and I know the pain of final defeat.
I'm most grateful.
The court moves to Windsor soon. You may go where you will. Your company is no longer desired.
Your Majesty!
My mind is made. There is nothing more to say.
Gwen stiffened.
Chelynne was all to blame. She never once considered her outburst wrong, and certainly not deserving of this punishment.
She's an army to protect her now, she murmured.
Charles shook his head in exasperation. Gwen had had her place with Charles in his more frivolous moments, as many others had. She simply couldn't bind him in any way, as no one could. Her beauty was admirable, but she was as expendable as any. Women never cease to amaze me. Instead of loathing her for her success, why not take a lesson from her? Gwen died a little at his every word. She was dismissed from Chad, rejected by the king and his court. Everything that held any importance for her was gone.
It's a little late for that, Your Majesty, she said with harsh resentment.
Yes, madam, it is. Chelynne was not put through any more that night. The confrontation with Gwen had been the final straw, and Chad took her directly to their coach. Now I see what has happened, Chad said. Gwen compounded your doubts tenfold with her story, and you never came to me. Why? Chelynne shuddered inside. She turned her eyes up to him and spoke quietly, still shaken by the turn of events. Relief was something she wasn't feeling yet.
I intended to. I went to your study straight away the moment I left the coach. She took me there to see the woman she said was your wife.
Chelynne laughed ruefully.
I believed her. And how I hated you. I would have faced you then, but I heard you screaming that you would do away with her once and for all.
Tears collected in Chelynne's eyes, and her voice caught.
I thought you meant me,
she fairly whispered. Chad's arms went around her. My God, what you've been through because of me. If only I had had the sense to tell.
But you are not all to blame, Chad. I am at fault. I found the paper you spoke of. It was hidden among my aunt's letters at Welby Manor. I knew Harry had stolen it.
You have it?
I had it taken safely away and stored in my coffer at Hawthorne House.
She laughed nervously.
I wouldn't have found it at all, but that I was indeed searching for something of my parents in that house. What I told you was never a lie.
Even then you didn't come to me. He looked into her eyes. Did you fear me so much?
Fear you? I feared losing you. She sniffed and fought the urge to crumble into sobs. If there was any chance that you could love me, however slight, I would wait upon that day.
Even when you thought I hated you.
Chad held her closely, kissing her brow, her hair.
And I have loved you. From the first, I loved you. For all the months that I turned on you, 'twas my own heart I held in exile. He lifted her chin to look into her eyes. The woman I spoke of that day was Gwen. Estelle told me she had come to call on you. She had seduced me with a plan to retrieve that record of marriage from Harry. She has been in his close company for months. Together, they've played us for fools and sought to tear us apart.
And that was Harry's intention. Only to hurt me.
She shook her head in frustration.
I will never understand why he hates me so.
He is not simply mischievous, Chelynne. In gaining that paper, he took part in the murder of the priest and the burning of that church. A young laundry girl was raped, beaten, and left for dead. She names Harry as her attacker. But she will not swear to it again. She is too frightened. Chelynne's eyes were wide and stunned. She had never suspected Harry capable of such crimes. And you were silent.
I had no proof. Possession of that record would have sent him to the tower, but it was too well hidden. Even now he could deny having a hand in stealing it.
Chelynne was quiet for a moment, digesting this news. Finally she spoke, not daring to look at him. You suspected me. Chad started to speak, but she cut him off. If you believed me innocent, you would have brought your son home to me.
In the beginning, perhaps. Early in our marriage, I wondered if you were involved, but later it was only because I had held the secret for too long. I looked for a way to tell you.
And the woman? She asked quietly. He sighed.
The wife of John Bowlering. He lives. We staged the duel and pretended him dead to protect him from Lord Shelburne. Even now we await the king's decision. He sits with Shelburne in the tower.
And you could not tell me that he lives?
She asked with a strong hint of anger in her voice. His arms tightened around her.
It agonized me to see you suffer with guilt because you thought him dead, but I knew that if you even unwittingly let it slip that he was alive, it could cost him his life. What John has done in Brattonshire could still have violent repercussions. Shelburne literally stole those lands from John's father, and John has turned Shelburne's game back on him. He was the thief who saved you from Captain Alex.
Chelynne gasped.
He sent the knife to me.
Chad nodded.
Chad, he pitied my state. He hoped I would guess that he lived.
I think perhaps that was his intent.
What will you do now? Could John be hurt for this?
I think he will come out of it better than either of us dared hope. My work is done. I cannot hurt Gwen any more than she has hurt herself with her deception. I cannot help John any more. That is left to the king. And Harry, I leave to you. He is your kin. If it is in your mind to forgive him, I will do my best to understand. If you will bring charges against him, I will support you.
Chelynne was quiet for a moment.
My work is done, Chelynne, Chad said. I know I've had a poor way of showing you how I feel. Even with all that has passed between us, I believe there has always been love. Long ago I should have seen it and acted, but I was a fool. Even the strongest men are weak in some things.
Just when she would have answered him, the door to their coach opened and the footman looked within. Neither of them had even realized they were already home. Reluctantly, Chelynne drew herself out of his arms and let the footman help her down. Wordlessly, they climbed the stairs. Chad held her arm, and when they came to his chamber door, he paused and looked down into her eyes. His were aglow with warmth and sincerity.
We have allowed time to deal with family and friends, even with those who would tear us apart. But we have taken no time for ourselves. Our time has finally come, love, and I will hold you to me. Let me be your arm, for I would give you strength. And you, be my heart, for I need you to teach me the gentle art of loving.
Chelynne looked toward her chamber door. There was a light from within that told her Stella waited patiently to help her make ready for bed. She wondered what words she could use to invite him to join her there. Then she realized no words were necessary. She turned in his arms and told him with her lips. Her arms held him fiercely, and she kissed him with a passion even she did not know existed within her. He lifted her into his arms and carried her through the door to his bedroom. With his foot, the door was slammed behind them, and no servant would dare touch that portal until morning's light. Chapter 19. Summer in the country was flooded with green, with the sweet smell of flowers and the melody of birds. Chelynne came awake slowly and watched the curtains dance in the morning breeze. She moved closer to the warmth of her husband's body and let herself feel the full joy of her contentment. Here, in the Lord's chamber at Hawthorne House, she spent many mornings like this one in remembering the beautiful moments that had led to her comfortable place beside Chad. Her mind voluntarily blotted out the troubles and recaptured the night she had surrendered the full sum of her love to him. She would never forget the love words whispered against her ear when Chad spoke of months given to foolish exile, the long nights alone when he would have had her at his side, and the pain of longing. That night he was the very image of the warrior in her mind. He was in control. He knew everything there was to know about love-making, and she was innocent of it. He was unhurried and methodical, as if leading her down a path in which every curve and turn must be carefully measured, or the destination would be altered. Her transition from acquiescence to need was a gradual magic, her abandon spontaneous, and her response natural. When she arched against him in impatience, she heard his voice, thick and muffled, against her ear. "This once it will hurt, and never again." He knew the way, even in that first coupling, to possess her body and soul. She gave herself entirely into his care, silently praying he would soon deliver her. Their gentle love-making became a wild and frenzied union that exploded within her, blurring and bursting into a wonder she had never before known. He had never doubted he was the first. It could not have been more beautiful in her mind if it had taken place on her wedding night. At Chelynne's insistence, Chad's son was brought to them that very next morning. Chelynne was charmed by Kevin and loved him at once. She found happiness in his presence and vowed he would never be sent to live in another woman's house again. She let herself be consumed by the duties of wife and of mother to her husband's son. When she thought it impossible to find more joy in her life, yet another blessing came to them. John Bowlering was given full title to the lands that had belonged to his father. The king did not wish to appear too kind and levied a heavy fine for the destruction that had occurred in Bretonshire. John willingly promised the sum would be delivered to the court at Windsor. They all went to the country then, where there was a feeling of rebirth on the land. Newly sown seeds took life, and a rich harvest was promised. When summer was full upon the land, Chelynne watched the birth of an heir to the Bowlering lands. Chelynne learned firsthand how carefully and dutifully Chad managed his holdings. The people grew to love him easily, and she grew to love his people. She found the immenseness of Hawthorne House could fit into the palm of her hand as the servants worked to please her. Chad's great energy for his duties had not vanished, and if anything, it was increased. But Chelynne did not despair when he rode off now, for she knew he would return to her for his ease. She would knead the tenseness out of his tired muscles while he discussed with her the needs of his people. She would warm his bath and keep his meals and mind his needs as carefully as a mother tends a newborn babe. But it was here, in this great lord's chamber, that she learned what it meant to be the wife of the Earl of Bryant. When the door to this chamber was closed, she was assured of adventure, tenderness, and fulfillment. His methods were varied and unpredictable, and he brought to life the most deeply hidden spark of her passion. His hunger for her was matched only by her eagerness for him. Just the thought of feeling his arms around her stirred the embers, and she reached for him. His response was automatic as his arms drew her near, and he buried his face in her breasts. "Ah, wench," he mumbled. "In all my days I cannot remember such joy in waking." She laughed softly, knowingly. "I hadn't expected such eagerness this morn. I thought I had satisfied your lust at last." "Aha! And you are so weary of my demands that I wake to find you fondling me." He kissed her cheeks and brought his lips close to her ear. "Do you know what I do to a woman who teases me thus?" His lips touching her brought the most delicious sensations. "The hour is early," she whispered. "We needn't hurry to break the fast." His lips found hers, and she melted into his heated embrace.
Just as they would have been lost in this early morning bliss, the door to their chamber crashed open and they bolted apart, covering themselves as best they could.
"Good morning, sir," Kevin bowed. "And madam."
They stared at him in wonder. It was scarcely past dawn, and he was fully dressed, sporting his miniature sword at his belt and wearing a very adult-looking plumed hat.
"You promised you would rise early this morn, sir. Today is the day I will learn to hold a spear so I can ride with you in the hunt."
Chad cocked a brow.
"Am I allowed to dress and eat first?" "But, sir, Sir John will arrive early, and I would show him what I've learned. There's not so much time if—"
"All right, I'll be down directly."
"Thank you, sir." He beamed.
"Kevin?"
"Yes, sir?"
"Go first to Mrs. Connolly and ask her to school you on the proper way to enter a room.
It shouldn't take long."
Kevin broke into a broad smile. He was very much like Chad in his looks, except when he smiled. That bright and wild smile must have belonged to his mother. It touched a place in Chelynne's heart, and she knew why Chad had loved Anne so deeply. Kevin swept off his hat and bowed before them.
"Yes, sir."
With a straight back and long strides that greatly resembled his father's, Kevin left the room. "I must be up and about my son's business," Chad muttered with exasperation. Chelynne giggled softly and tickled the hair on his chest. "He speaks true. John and Tess will be here early in the day. There is a great deal to do." Chad threw his legs over the bed and stood. "And it will no doubt be days before we are allowed to rest." "I do think him too young to ride in the hunt," Chelynne told him.
"And so do I,"
he grunted, reaching for his breeches. "But I am too old to withstand his begging." He found his shirt and stockings and sat on the bed to finish dressing. "I will give him a small horse and personally keep him well behind the action. He will only think he's joined the hunt." He pulled on his boots and dropped a kiss on her brow before leaving. "If you have any love for me, you will give me only daughters. They don't require the energy sons do." Chelynne stayed in her bed for a long while, contemplating the chores that would command them now. John and Chad must oversee the harvest, and with that came the celebrations within the farming villages. The people would expect their lord and lady to be present for the fairs and games. The Earl of Bryant would begin the festivities with the christening of John's son. Hawthorne House would be open to all those who would bring gifts and pay their respects. Great quantities of food and drink would be set out, and boar and mutton would be roasted over open pits. As soon as the christening and party were past, Chelynne would have to accompany Chad on a tour of the smaller farming villages on his lands and view their celebrations. It was for this long week of celebrating that Chelynne and Tess together would plan. John and Chad rode with their men to hunt and prepare for the feasts, and spend an equal amount of time in looking over the land. Each of them worked long days in making sure every detail was set. They were convinced at last that everything was ready on the eve before the christening. The two couples settled in the sitting room to relax after long days of preparation. It seemed that only moments had passed when a guard wearing the livery of Chad's house interrupted them. Chelynne had become accustomed to this now that she understood his many responsibilities, but she hoped he would not have to ride out tonight when the hour was so late and the days ahead promised to be so taxing. After speaking with his man for a few moments, Chad returned to face her uneasily.
"Chelynne, Harry has been found and brought here to me as I requested."
Harry had successfully eluded Chad's men since Chelynne came to possess the stolen record of marriage. She had had hopes he would disappear forever, but those hopes were dashed tonight.
"It could wait,"
Chad offered. "No," she said quickly. "It's waited long enough. I won't have the coming days spoiled. We'll have it done tonight." John stood as if he would take Tess and leave Chelynne and Chad alone to deal with Harry, but Chelynne quickly stopped him. "No, John. Stay and stand witness to what he says. You were the first to find him guilty of his crimes."
Chelynne sat looking at her hands, her mind sorting out what must be done. Chad came to stand before her and dropped to one knee. "Tell me what you would have done. I will do it in your stead." Her eyes lifted to his, and she smiled her thanks. "You were right, my lord. This is mine to do." She reached for his hand. "Stand by me, Chad, and be my arm," she whispered. When Harry came into the room, it was several moments before Chelynne could look at him. It had been only a few months since she had seen him, but she hardly recognized him. He was thin and gaunt, and his clothes ill-cared for. His way of life had not helped his looks. "I've learned that in stealing the record of the Earl of Bryant's first marriage, you burned a church and killed a priest. Harry, what say you to this charge?" He bowed mockingly and grinned. "I say I had nothing to do with either, dear cousin." "I am not your dear cousin now. Please answer to your claim of innocence." "Cousin," he sneered, pressing his face closer. "Dear." Chad moved to stand behind the chair Chelynne occupied. He stared coldly at Harry. Harry did not tremble in fear, but he did straighten his spine and take on a more serious look. He knew the Earl of Bryant would love to break his neck, and would, given the smallest excuse. "I claim innocence on the grounds that Captain Alex, whose company I was in, committed those crimes." "I name you responsible, being it was by your order." "My order?" he asked, laughing. "I was ordered by another, as was Alex." Chad's shocked expression led him on. "Aye! 'Twas my Lady Greystone commissioned me to get my hands on the thing and hide it away. I had no idea murder would be done." "And how did she know about the marriage?" Chad asked anxiously. Harry shrugged insolently. "She overheard you and your father speak of the place you were wed. She set me to the task on the morning after you were wed." Chelynne looked up at Chad and then back to Harry. "What was Lady Greystone's intention?" she asked. Harry laughed. "For a long while she was uncertain, until I told her you could be convinced that his lordship was married twice. Then it was in her mind to draw you away from your husband, and she would step in to console him." He scratched his chin, thoughtfully. "She nearly succeeded, didn't she?" Chelynne was neither amused nor relieved. "For the part you've played in this, Harry, you should be severely punished. You've caused countless problems with your own lust for vengeance. Many have been hurt because you would—"
"You will not sit judgment on me," he shouted. "You're no one to sit judgment on me."
"I would see the money drawn from your own purse to rebuild that church, but I fear you would bleed Wellbring dry for the sum. My Lady Greystone could afford—"
"Lady Greystone took ship when she was excused from the court. I doubt you'll ever see that good lady again. And I will not answer to your judgments. You take a grave chance with me, Princess. Aren't you just a little afraid I'll tell the truth about you?"
Chelynne drew in her breath for courage. "You see me surrounded by my friends and loved ones," she said, gesturing with her eyes to Chad, John, and Tess. "You are the one without allies in this room, Harry. Perhaps I should warn you."
"Then your husband knows he's married one of the king's many bastards?"
John's feet hit the floor as he rose furiously, but too late, for Chad had already come around his wife's chair and seized Harry by the front of his shirt. Chad was ready to beat the insolent young lord soundly, but Chelynne's voice came through loudly, stopping him before he could do Harry any real injury. "Chad!" Then, more calmly, "Chad, it is truth."
"Chelynne," he pleaded, "there's no truth to that. I have long been aware of the rumor."
Chelynne shook her head dejectedly. "It was just as well out. The king admitted the possibility, my lord. It could be so. And there was a letter from my mother." Chad turned angrily on Harry.
And you no doubt nurtured that fantasy, he growled. Tell her what you know.
Harry looked at the Earl in confusion and held silent. Chad shook him soundly, and the Earl's greater size and power rattled Harry's thinking considerably.
Tell her what you know. I know you hold the truth to that lie.
Finally, Harry's yelps and pleas indicated he had decided to cooperate, and Chad set him on his feet.
There was never any doubt, Harry said bleakly. We share a common sire. Madeline only took to the king's bed to protect my father.
He hung his head and muttered,
Likely she knew she was with child.
Chelynne rose a little with every word and stood trembling and staring at Harry with wide eyes.
How is this known? She breathed. My mother has always known, and she's always hated you for the importance you've had in my father's life.
Chelynne sank into her chair, the life drawn out of her. She barely heard Chad's words.
You will be dealt with, Harry, in good time. For now there is too much astir in my house and on my lands to take the time with you. But you will remain as my guest, and if you take that to mean you are a prisoner here, you are right. Your treachery will not be easily forgotten, and I will work hard and long to find a way to force you to labor honestly for your retribution.
Chad opened the doors to the sitting room and motioned his men to take Harry away. Still, Chelynne could not look up. She felt the wetness on her cheeks before she realized she was weeping. It was not until Chad came to stand before her that she was able to look at him.
"How did you know?"
she asked quietly. Chad knelt and spoke softly.
Sheldon meant to warn me in the event a slander was brought against your name. I'm sure he never underestimated Harry's actions. In his attempt to assure me it was not so, he spoke too fondly of Madeline. Even in my hardened state, it was apparent he loved your mother, and he cared for you with a fatherly pride.
He gently touched her cheek.
You bear some resemblance to the Mondaloys, Sherry. It was not hard to guess. But in his eagerness to convince me, Sheldon did not think to mention that you were aware of this rumor that followed your mother. For that reason, I never mentioned it.
"I cannot feel shame, my lord," she sighed. "I knew only love for Sheldon."
She looked at her hands again and murmured,
"But you have been dealt with dishonestly, my lord."
He lifted her chin to look into her eyes.
It was here, in Hawthorne House, that your uncle begged a moment of my time. He opened his chest to let me see his heart, his life. In that moment of honesty, I nearly told him of Anne, of my reluctance to marry. Had I been as honest as Sheldon was, the problems we faced this year past would have been minor. We have learned, I think, that there is nothing to fear from the truth."
He drew her to her feet and placed a light kiss on her lips.
"If you would cast me away now, I would fight for you," she murmured.
He chuckled deep in his throat and lifted her into his arms. She gasped in surprise at being handled so in front of guests, but Chad only laughed roguishly and carried her from the room and toward the stair. He did not pause to bid his guests a proper good night, and Tess tugged at her husband's sleeve.
"Did he answer to you, John? Will he stand as godfather to our son?"
John's attention was drawn reluctantly away from the Earl's departure. It was not the Earl's actions that brought the smile to John's lips, but the contentment that had shone on his friend's face in recent weeks. He patted Tess's hand fondly.
"He will."
His eyes indicated the sitting room door.
"And he will be asking me to return the favor before the next harvest. Mark my word."
The end. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Chelynne by Robin Carr. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.